Yes, 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 yes. Mic check, mic check. 139. Mic check, mic check. 139. Yep. Then I move. So yeah, man. Jeez. Happy Saturday, family. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. You know how we do. Today is the third day of the 6th month, 2023. Yeah, we're officially halfway through this year, man. Yeah, and we'll just leave it there. So, not even about to sound like a broken record. But yes, we are halfway through the year. And what a year it has been thus far. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. So as we do, first and foremost, let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. Yeah, no one knows the hour, the second, or the minute. Yeah, so we've all awoken to see another day. So we give thanks and praises. Yeah, I see Sue just been through already. Big up yourself, Sue. I see RE's been through already. Big up yourself, RE. So yeah, man. Saturday suit settings, you know how we do. And we're coming back to our colonization series. As I just drink sup on this tea, give me 1 second. Yeah, man. Colonization settings once again. We come back, and today we're gonna talk about the MuLaTtO. Yeah, for varying reasons. Still, we did actually start on it last week. Actually, we had a really good reasoning and build on the show last week with some of the sisters, and a couple of brothers also passed through. And yeah, we played some videos of some different mixed race people that basically were giving different sort of perspectives, sorry, of their journey and this and that and this and that. I don't know. I don't know. In 2023, some might think that there isn't a conversation to be had, man, but clearly there really is. And maybe one of the problems is that not enough conversations are being had about said things. Do you know what I mean? We definitely know that within the West, at least, or at least within colonized or the colonizers' nations, there's obviously lots of different residues. You understand what I'm saying to you, through colonization and slavery, this, that, and the other. Some choose to ignore it, which is fine. I get why you would try to do so, but yeah, it's very obvious about some of those, like I said, what would you call residues and that. So let me just line up something quickly, because you know how we do over here. So anyway, you're done now. Make the people them know so with the boat. And yeah, man, Saturday suit settings, man. Come follow no belly. But yeah. So just bless up my place, bless up my platform. Definitely. So, our football season's finished as well. So that's going to be another change to Saturday. So, for a few months, might even be available more than often. I'm not even going to say congratulations to Man City. I can't even do it, but and I believe there's some finals coming up as well, and Man City not up for the treble, and no. Definitely don't want to celebrate that stuff. Even talk about it, for that matter. Also in my different little settings today, so I'm probably not going to be as sprawling as normal. Different settings today. But let's bring my girl to come bless up the place. You know how we do over here. All right.
Grand Rising class.
Grand Rising class.
All right. Today we're going to learn about non-ether. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one.
Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. 9 ether flow.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin,
Melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed into an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown,
Kinky.
my skin,
Melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you
You
know
know
I'm about to
what?
get it in.
Five.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob produced me some more melatonin. I'm the 5th element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with
My
this.
crown,
Kinky.
my skin,
Melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again.
Again.
My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know
And
I'm
you're
about to
not-
get it in. 9 eat
Nah,
the
we're
flow,
joking.
and you know
I'm
I'm about to
about to-
get it in.
Kinky. Melanin. Again. 9 ether. And you know I'm about to. And you. Kinky. Melanin. Again. Yeah, man. Come on, 9 ether. Up in this itch. 9 ether. Up in this itch. So, yeah, man. So, yeah, man, family. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Like I say, once again. And yep, let's get through. If there's anyone that celebrated any type of Earth Strong, christening, blessing, or anything in between, hope you had a good one. Yeah, hope you and your family was able to have a good day. Because like we say, it's all about family and friends. Yeah, but without any of those, I don't know, does it even make sense? Although to some it does, to be fair, because some people, they're not really tight with their family still, but yeah, I saw it go. Feel it for them. All right then, so we're gonna just quickly come in and dip in. Get me no long thing, I know the people them hungry. But yeah, man, like I said, the tragic MuLaTtO. Yeah. And yeah, man, this is definitely off the back of a couple of things, really and true. Like I said, we did touch upon it last week, sort of by default, I guess you could say, and I suppose it was sort of spearheaded by Akingo and some of his, at the moment I'll just call them rants in it, because to me X amount of times they don't really make sense, even when you give him time and space to form or develop an argument. But you know, there's definitely bees in bonnets out there. I definitely appreciate that. I'm not that sort of dense not to overstand that. And I think, you know, if we take the time to listen to, you know, some of the rants, as it were, we can kind of hear the sort of protestations, whether he's representing himself or he's representing others by default, whether they know or not. But yeah, I hear you, Akingo. Like, we be hearing you. So he came on last week. You know, initially you said he was coming on to say sorry because he had said some sort of astounding things about myself, which is nothing new. But when I was asking him, well, what is it he said, bro? He couldn't really drill down to anything, yeah? And then as we got more and more into it, I think it became apparent, or more apparent, what his problem is, or some of his problems, one of which, and I know some of the other men have got it, is the term coon. Yo, big up yourself, Buddha, man. Come on, man. Yeah, harder my thing, you know. You're a mad man. You gotta block my pocket, man, but big up yourself still. And oh yeah, Buddha, actually, yeah, you're an interesting you could actually be an interesting addition here. And I've actually also heard people saying that even that you've been kind of violated, Buddha. So I don't know, but that's a different story still. But yeah, man. So yeah, like I said, it was really coming on with his protestations, etc., etc. And we can kind of go through that to remind ourselves of what was being said. But I guess more interestingly, or in more present times, he jumped onto the block and once again started spazzing out. Do you know what I mean? So what I think we should just do first is maybe just have a listen to what's being said. You understand? And then we can kind of get into it, because, you know, well, exactly, Buddha. That's what I want to know about. That's exactly what I want to know. Yeah. So we can have a listen to it, and like I said, because, you know, obviously there's a whole YouTube thing, but you know, there's an argument where I'm saying it goes far deeper than, you know what I mean, what we're hearing on YouTube, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? And it's not the first, second, or third rodeo in this regard, right? So we know that these things are coming from deep-seated places. Yeah, man, colonization series, man, for real. So let's just, like I said, remind ourselves of. Big up yourself, King Kel. Well, you know you're needed anyway, because you know why you're needed, bro. Like, you just know why you're needed, man. But big up yourself still, Kel. Come on, man. Let me just drop the link still, just in case someone wants some early Saturday soup. Get me? You know, I said we filled with people wrong yesterday, you know. You get me? We feed, you know, we're giving her drinks and all of them something there. And on good days, we even rave it out. But yeah, let's get into this deal. And then there's a couple things, like I said, we're going to go maybe just to not reaffirm, but remind ourselves of, do you know what I mean, certain histories and that, and that's why certain things have taken place and this, that, and the other. But yes, okay, so is that the one there? Yeah. All right, family, so we're just gonna, like I said, take a listen and hopefully get some context, and then yeah, man, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. All right, let's press play. That'll do. That'll help, nine.
You just want to hear your own voice speaking, Betty. Is that it? You love the sound of your own voice. Go and look in the mirror then and speak in the mirror at yourself. Go and look in the mirror and speak in the mirror by yourself then, Betty. Go and speak in the mirror and by yourself then, Betty. To be honest with you, I don't give a shit if you fuck off as well, because I don't really, I honestly don't care.
Play the video.
I won't miss you, Betty. Like, no one's going to miss you, Betty. No one's going to miss you, Betty.
Don't be such an ungrateful little so-and-so. You're a spoiled little brat. What are you, an only child or something? Because you're always moaning like a bitch. You moan like a woman.
Here's the point. Here's the point proven. She's just going to keep on speaking, guys. Go, look.
Yeah, but that's because you were rude to me. I was not rude to you.
No, you were speaking and no one was rude to you. You just kept on speaking. You just like Asketti, but you're not a drunk. But you're just as self-absorbed. You fucking spastic. You dumb.
Excuse me?
You're just as self-absorbed.
They're passing who knows.
All right. So obviously this is just this is a, I don't know what you'd call it, something between Gold and Betty. I can't even call him Gold. He's got to go back to Copper for real. So this is a exchange between Copper and Betty. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Do that, man. Do that, man. Get me some planting if you can, because there's a shortage down here, Star. So pick me up some planting if you can, but brother Carol, the planting shot long ya.
Dump. You fucking dump. You're just as self-absorbed. You are self-absorbed, Betty, and that's why I could never exist around females like you who just want to hear their own voice. All you want to do is hear your own fucking voice.
You must sleep alone at night, yes?
Other people jump on the panel, and then someone who's sober, who's actually speaking like they're drunk, like there's no one else on the panel. Kale's gone to sleep, and he's putting up with you because you're a black sister. And I'm on the panel, now I want to speak. Donaldson can't speak. Donaldson doesn't want to speak because you're speaking. How can not anybody speak or have any thought or put their point of view when your dumbass is speaking, Betty? When your dumbass is speaking, how can anybody put their opinion or point of view across, Betty? Just allow everybody else to put their
you
point.
See, big up Betty, you know, because Betty of old, yeah, there would have been bare feathers all over the place already, but Betty's definitely got a far calmer persona at the moment. So big up to yourself, Betty. Look like you've gone and I don't even know, but big up still, because time's gone by, boy.
Point of view across, isn't it?
Like, no.
All right,
Don't tell
there
me
we go.
about
So I'll let you carry on speaking it. Continue then. I'll jump on the panel and we can stay stagnant at 25 viewers. They can stay stagnant at 25 viewers because your nappy head hadn't even realised there's other people on the panel. Wake up and smell the fucking
Are you superior? Are you superior to me? Because what you got to lose? Are you superior, Dad?
Wake up and smell the coffee. Other people
why did you have to do King Gold? Why did you have to do that? Why did you say that?
Whatever, man.
Come on.
I'm funny. I'm a laughy guy. There's people that laughed at that, so that's why I put that little bit of snippet.
But you know people are going to use that against you now that you said that. So why would you say that?
Yeah, I've given up caring, but it's not malicious. It's more funny than anything. So you can take it the way you want. I don't give a shit, but you're mixed race anyway. So I don't care how you take it. Yeah, you don't know. 25 viewers. They can stay stagnant at 25 viewers because your nappy head hadn't even realised there's other people on the panel. Wake up and smell the fucking
Are you superior? Are you superior to me? Because what you got to lose? Are you superior, Dad?
Wake up and smell the coffee. Other people
why did you have to do King Gold? Why did you have to do that? Why did you say that?
Whatever, man.
Come on.
I'm funny. I'm a laughy guy. There's people that laughed at that, so that's why I put that little bit of snippet.
But
now you see, I just want to pause there, yeah, because I don't know for those of you that may have been on last week's show when, like I said, he came on. I don't know if I'll be able to even find that bit there. So you heard him just say that, you know, I said it to make people laugh because I think it's funny, sort of thing, right? And last week, yeah, when he came on barling to the ladies on the panel last week, and amongst all these protestations was the word coon, etc., etc. Yeah. So I said to him, I goes, "Are you a coon?" Yeah. He says, "Yeah, sometimes I can be a coon." You get me? Right? And he does it to make people laugh. He does it for comedic effect. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm just saying that to say, yeah, man, this is why, yeah, man, like, you know, you're going to call a girl nappy head and blah, 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 blah.
No, people are going to use that against you now that you said that. So why would you say that?
Yeah, I've given up caring, but it's not malicious. It's more funny than anything.
See, now listen to that.
So
It's not
you can take
malicious.
it the way you
Does
will.
that make
I don't
sense
give
to
a
you,
shit.
family? Let's unpack that statement. It's not malicious. It's more funny. What does that mean? It's not malicious. It's more funny, and this is what I'm saying about why I call certain of these people coons, man. Because you're gonna take blackness and coon it out, yeah. And worse, you're not even fully black, yeah. But you're willing to use certain tropes, yeah, bedroom. Anyway, we're gonna get into it still because hangovers, me I tell you.
Shit, but you're mixed race anyway. So I don't care how you take it. Yeah, you are.
I'm quarter caste.
Yeah, exactly.
Insulting Maku.
So you're not fully black. So fall in line with you're a Mongol cock. I told you this years ago. You are a Mongol.
I know that you feel
All right, so you've got one person calling another person a Mongol. Now, the reason why he's calling her a Mongol is because he's saying that she's mixed race, and you can hear her there saying I'm quarter caste. But you know, you don't hear us using these sort of languages, man. You know, you don't hear us using languages like Mongol, but here we are, man. But then people will come and bow to us, man. It's a mad thing.
Wow.
I'm saying. I tried to be twice, though. Why you trying to be twice?
Yeah, and I'm happy that my head is tighter than yours. If you feel that you're better, if you think you're better because you got a white mama and your hair is looser, when the racists come for you, the white supremacists come for you, believe me, they don't care if you got a white mama and your hair is looser than Betty's. You're still gonna get killed the same way I get killed. So I'm glad that you feel superior due to the texture.
Brother Kingo, you've been unsynchronized, brother. You've been unsynchronized, brother.
I know that's not that little you taking a piss out of my brother Cowboy.
Leave my Eunice alone, sis. Bless up family. Bless up family. Big up my Somali family. Come on.
Eunice is
these Caribbeans hating on my Somali family, man. Loud at man.
Nobody not yet. But this I ask a question if I take the piss out of the boy, and you've confirmed it is. But okay, let's get you and the Kingo together. Would be nuts. So yeah, what are you saying though, Divine man?
This is now you know why I came and started shelling the other day when he came on the panel, right? Come on, play the evidence. Play the evidence.
All right.
Me?
Yeah, he feels.
I'm waiting for my turn. I'm waiting for my turn. Not on Betty. I mean, I know she had loads of people lining up for her before, but I'm waiting my turn to speak.
Because you got loose hair in it. The good hair.
Listen, you've had jizzing on your tits. You've had jizzing all over your chest, you dump. You've had a fucking Asian man jizzing all over your tits, and you don't even know him. And you don't even.
Now I found that interesting, D. Him telling her about,
What's this?
Well, he's having a go at her about whatever her and Milkman settings are or were, but he is the product of he's got Japanese in a minute.
He's state of confusion. I told him, I keep telling you that when I'm telling this man say he's only 25% black, I'm not even joking. This man is, I don't know, and he's confused, sis. So he's got a problem with Betty if that's what she wants to do, because I don't even know how Betty dates or not, and yeah, that's not my business. But from what she's saying, okay, she might want to date outside her race. Cool, that's her business. Whoops. I skipped past that, yeah. But he's got a problem with her mixing, but he's the actual product of a mixed relationship. Make it make sense. Please, somebody help me here.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I found, those statements you just made quite interesting still, but a confusion is a real thing. A confusion.
Know him. Yeah?
Do you want
you, man? No, step on down.
Why are you jealous? Are you jealous?
Don't see it. We don't talking. We don't talking. Hey, listen, I've been jizzing on the titty.
You ain't never
been jizzing on the titty.
The last time you had a woman was when you came out your mother's womb. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so that's right. So pull back. You had a drunk man that smells of fucking, I don't know, an old person's shoes.
It's better to have a drunk man than a man like you that can't get out of his chair.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So give me the drunk man,
I'm telling you,
the Pakistani milkman any day compared to a man like you that can't even get out of the chair.
Let me speak.
I mean, does your dick even stand up?
Unhindered.
Let's be honest.
Let people
you can't
speak,
get out of
Betty.
your wheelchair and your dick can't stand up. You probably need a fucking vibrator.
She's been talking about my dick there, you know. She loves talking about my dick. She's gone off of Jedi's dick and she's talking about King Gold's dick now.
I mean, please.
She's gone on King Gold's dick. I'm 6 foot, but listen, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, we're different, man. We're different. You're from Jordania. You're Jordanian. No offense to Jordanians, but you're not even African.
Is your hair
you're not even African. You're more Jordanian than you're African. So you lost. You lose.
Are you hearing this, Bab?
Sis, I'm not even paying attention to him. You know what I'm paying attention to? Asketti in the comment section talking to Kel. That's what's got me interested, yeah? I don't know if you're clocking it, but if you watch Asketti in the comment section, what is he doing? Asketti, hit that link.
Do you know what he seems? Is he getting on to Kale for defending us or something? As usual.
Yeah,
that is so interesting as well. Yeah, now that is another interesting thing, you know. Actually, as you say that, you know, yeah, like it does seem like enough. They're getting on to. Oh, I'm telling you, man.
So Kel is an idiot for defending what he believes in, which is black people, right? That's what Kel's about. He's a Pan-African. He's about black. Why would you, if you're Mr. And Asketti, when he's ready, he claims that he's Pan-African. So this one, you can't even pay that. He's another one like Kingo. You can't even pay these people no minds because these people flip-flop like there's no tomorrow. Yeah? 1 minute they're pro-black, next minute they claim they're Pan-African, next minute they're the same ones hating on other Africa. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't understand these people. So he's gonna remember Asketti's one's always talking about the minerals and the diamonds. I'm done.
Yeah, it don't make sense. Buddha, remember we're in the colonization series, Bab. So the language is actually quite apt. Okay, so that's why, Bab. Colonizate, and if you look, there's another word that I used beside it called MeStICo, which is a Portuguese colonized language for the same thing, Bab. That's why. Yeah. And you know that there are many others. I could have listed several, to be fair, but I left it there because, you know, a cursory look into it. Like I said, there's different versions.
Cool. Listen, the chairwoman's in the chat. You better press play.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you. I was just about to.
I'm in love with you the way you want me to.
The good hair watch. Are you upset? You upset because he can walk and he's got straighter hair than you?
I bet you mixed race, though, babe. You're
to be a white man.
You got too much dirt on your face. You're mixed race, but you just got pure dirt.
You won't just have
dirt, or you rub some sort of time into your face.
Better look next time.
You are mixed race, though.
You know, you could always, you know, straighten your hair or get a relaxer if you're that desperate for that straight hair.
Betty, you're talking like a baby.
How was he calling Betty mixed race? I don't understand. Oh my.
But this is what I'm saying, sis. This is what I think. Remember, I said to you the other day that we used to have this conversation on the block, innit? And James was making a point that these man them that they're all the mixed race dons, yeah, they want to be fighting for blackness more. In fact, they want to dash us black people out and take over, because the way that they would have to go out their way to prove their blackness, they will go to the point where they would dash other pure black people out, or with more majority black than them out, but and then take over. But that's what Kingo does. If you listen to him consistently, listen to how he attacks. That's what he does. He's been doing that for years. This ain't nothing new. How much times the Kingo's told other black people that they're not black? He's more African. How much times has the King actually done this? Like, who we really?
So
like,
maybe these are the persons that Jedi's talking about when I hear him talk about mixed race people overcompensating.
Well, that's the exact same lines that James was going down, from what I remember. I think Velly even pointed it out as well, actually.
The overcompensate. Okay, so it's definitely a real thing. Like I said, I've definitely heard my boy Jedi say this a few times, even on that Saturday there where it all kicked off and whatever. But all right, let's keep playing, man. Mad team.
You know what? King Hush thinks his curly hair is gonna stop him from getting killed by the white supremacists. He actually thinks that the white supremacists, look, I'm not gonna kill that mixed race one.
Okay,
I'm gonna go for that black girl over there.
Because mixed race versus black. That's what it was about, Cotton Top.
This is what he actually thinks.
This is what they want, isn't it? They want to scrutinize mixed race
people got enslaved the same way those black people got enslaved.
Intuition kicking in. So there you go.
And King Bob, you have black, you have black, you have
so they want to focus.
women.
Listen, this is what I'm
going
to
pause this, pause, sis.
You lot are doing.
Pause. 9, look at Asketi in the chats. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Lot, pay attention to the undertones in the chats. Look at Asketi. He say no, Kingo is 100% right, you know. Asketi, you need to take this lit rude boy. I need to chat to you.
But you know why he's probably saying that though, because you know the other week when he came on with his idiot self, this is what I'm trying to say. These youths, they just flip flop, but whatever. I mean, he's been drunk all week, Asketi has. He's been drunk very early in the morning. I don't even know what going, man. You know, like I even know if you can take that's not even on his dean very serious. Not even Gaines saying I wouldn't pay attention to Asketi. He's a wobbler. It's true, and like it's.
This is what I mean about the flip flopping. Though, is that man that you don't even know where they stand, because 1 minute Asketi will be up here and he'll be like black people this, black people that. Then he'll be going toe to toe when it comes to the far right, going up against them. But then when he's ready, he will flip the script and then tell us saying that he's not like us and he's a different type of. I don't know what to do with Asketi. I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing though, Divine. Do we have to do anything? At this point, we don't have to do nothing with them, boy, yeah, man. You just see them and know them and leave them, man. Because, you know, these people are dangerous, man. And that's what I'm saying, enough of them, they don't stand on nothing, man. They stand on sand, like literally. Like, that's their foundation. It's sand. And it just comes through in their politics. For real. It's a mad thing. Gaines said there should be a health warning when speaking to some peeps, and I'll make you right on that one. Look, even young old wisdom saying if you know someone to be a drunk, don't take their words to be truth. I mean, I suppose we have to learn some lessons from that, Divine, because
that's true. That's true.
Will have you on a whoop, so going around and around, you might even start questioning yourself. No, sir. But all right, man, go and watch it.
You have that in your family. Unsynchronized, brother.
Yeah.
But listen, you lot are doing what the Moroccans did. You lot are doing.
Remember your background, you know.
You lot have been doing the mixed race versus black thing. You lot have been doing the mixed race versus black thing for a long time, my brother.
So I think I caught him say something there where he says you lot have been doing the mixed race versus black thing for a long time. I don't agree with that. Do you agree with that, Divine?
I didn't quite catch it, sis. You have to play it back a little bit.
That you lot, because now
who said that?
A confusion.
Oh,
he's saying that you lot, and at the moment he's speaking to Carol, right? Have been doing the mixed race versus black for a long time. So obviously,
since when?
No, but that's what I'm trying to say, isn't it? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with that, but he's obviously hearing whatever he's hearing and internalizing it to be a versus thing in the first place, which you see, I think is, which I can understand, but again, it's a potential sort of occupational hazard of such unions, right? Because if you remember last week, I think it was Kel that asked him a question. Do you remember the question? I can't remember. He asked him a question and he couldn't answer. I don't know if he asked if he thought that.
When have you ever known Okingo to answer a direct question? Name me one time he's answered a direct one. I would actually pay you to give me an example of a time when Okingo has actually answered it, whether it's coming from us or one of the man them. He never does. He goes around the man in circles and starts telling a story. He's never, ever in history answered a direct question. What are we dealing with here?
Okay. All right, let me press play still. But yeah.
Nappy hair in Nigeria, bro. They have nappy hair in Nigeria, and you just disrespected another Nigerian about her hair, and that's the old.
Hold on. Am I not Nigerian? Hold on. Listen, Nappy's unkept. Listen, Nappy's unkept. Nappy doesn't mean Afro. But listen, Kale, don't try. Listen, if you don't understand words,
to your black father.
Yo, if you don't understand, it's unkept. Her hair is unkept. She clearly has not ever had a hairdo in her life. She runs her hand through her hair in the morning, and that's it. That's all I see. So she got nappy hair.
Oh my God!
Unkept. So listen, hold on. All I'm saying to you, all I'm saying, bro, is, look, you're defending Betty at all costs, right? Because I said one or two words that you don't like, but you and your little cronies have been hyper. One second, hyper.
Well, I can't speak with this online as a mixed race person and insult a black woman's hair. Yeah, you're every black person who has nappy hair.
You lot been promoting black versus mixed race. Kale, you know it as well. Kale, you know what you've been doing. Kale. Let me tell you now that Maku and Jedi dissolved you, bro. And I tell you why they did. Because I tell you why they did. My brother. I mean, it hurts me to say. Yeah, but I thought he was a bit more intelligent, bro. I thought you would catch up soon. Right, but you've been playing unknowingly black versus mixed race, and you know it. I think you fucking know it as well. Talking about synchronized, little batty man.
Pause a minute there, sis. Right, that's
man. That's a big pause, man.
That's a hard line to pull up, because this guy has said you lot have been playing the black versus mixed race for a long time, and again, like I told you, then he goes to tell a story. Jedi Maku, you're an idiot, yeah, because the same Jedi Maku now, he wants to come and push up in his face, yeah, in Kel's face. The same Jedi that's done Okingo's dance a million times to the point that he said he's not going back over.
Yeah, but you know, of course he goes with it. Of course he does, man. But the thing is, though, I want to know what that means, why he's saying that them man have dissolved a next man over the mixed race thing, because that's quite interesting. If there's any truth, or what is the thing about behind that? You know what I mean? Because they are not, these are two black men. So why would they be feeling away about any sort of mixed race conversation?
But then even one better than that, this is the same Jedi Maku that he tells that are fake Nigerians. They're done out here. They don't represent Africa. I can't take it. It's that thing. This man, they flip-flop like there's no tomorrow.
Very interesting. So he just said that man's been dissolved. Hold on, let me rewind that again still. And gave him a batty man at the end of it, you know. Venom, you know.
Black versus mixed race. Kel, you know it as well.
Now, why is he saying that Kel's being responsible for black versus mixed race? That's bullshit, man. That's in fact,
that don't even make no damn sense what you're saying.
Actually, been the opposite. In fact, Kel's actually been very accommodating. So in that regard, if you remember,
too accommodating to the point that we was all asking him if he's trying to rub out black women. So this is what I'm saying. It makes no damn sense. It makes no sense. But let them go and chat.
But do you think it's a thing like last week where his problems with us, but because he ain't got no bollocks, no chollocks, and ain't stood up for a long time, now I'm being petty, copperfish. that he's just going to the man them instead of just get me.
He can't aim his shots in it because he knows he'll get destroyed. So therefore, he'd have to go to. He sees Kel as the easier link to handle in it. Because he knows Kel's not going to argue back. Kel's not going to cuss. Kel's just going to be like a kinga, and try and reason it out. When we would just shell him one time and just done his dance and make him feel even more smaller than he already came up here feeling.
No, but we don't just done dance. So we don't just done dance. So we give man opportunity to get to their you know what I mean, to present their case. But if there's no case to be presented, anyway, let's have a
listen. You know what you're doing. Kale. Let me tell you now that Maku and Jedi dissolved you, bro. And I tell you why they did. Because I tell you why they did. I tell you why they did, my brother. And it hurts me to say. Yeah, I thought he was a bit more intelligent, bro. I thought you'd catch up soon, right? But you've been playing unknowingly black versus mixed race.
So
and you know
unknowingly. So how is he? I want to see. I can't even. Unknowingly, how? Colonization series. What we've done. One thing where I've questioned if the mixed race could take over the black population by the statistics and the current trajectory. What else? And over this side, all that we say is that to have a black child, you got to have a black woman and a black child, a black father and a black mother, and we promote black love. What else do we say about mixed over here?
So again, I gotta say what I said last week. We don't even talk about that because 9 times out of 10 we're not even factoring them into our conversation. We're just talking about ourselves as black people. We're not even thinking about mixed race people. It's not even something we have to think about. So why would we feel the need to speak on them? If anything, they're the ones that keep trying to push themselves in our faces. Like, no one's even thinking about these people. I don't know. I
definitely, a couple years ago, done the show, My Daughter's Black, I'm White, Let's Discuss, where a couple of the man them definitely voted out for Becca. That's a fact. You understand? But again, that wasn't, you know what I mean? That was me that was that got done out that day. Not done out, but in terms of my show getting fucked up and whatever. Do you know what I mean? When they rolled out for the gal. So, I mean, I know in my top, well, if you're occupying over him, you're all up a headache. Charge it to his confusion and hurt. Yeah, it's true. And you know what I'm actually doing? We're actually doing what we said we're not going to do, which is take on fucking people's thing. So let's just play, do it for entertainment and keep it moving, man. Fuck it. Where am I at?
Now, hold on. We got Batty Man Top G back in the chat. So hold on. This little fucking idiot. This Neanderthal just keeps coming around here. But anyway, the other day you want to make a system because you can't stand seeing them. What system was this we was trying to make? What system? Explain to us, because clearly you heard something called, you heard some talkings that we didn't participate in. So let us know what this system is called. Yeah, idiot, man. Move on, go and go stick to your own channel. Yeah, pay them.
Fucking know it's not. But synchronized. You're Batty Man. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, yeah. Cool.
Okay. So the promotion of synchronization has got him spinning out, seemingly.
Well, what's synchronization got to do with him, though?
Oh no, but you know what it is. I think it's probably in a similar way to that Chung Lee woman last year. Yeah, not last year, last week. You remember? Hold on, hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, there's actually a correlation.
I don't get it. Sis, break it down.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to find that one from last week. 1 sec. You remember when Kushti gave us that link to that Chung? I can't remember her name. It's not Chung Lee. The one that was on Black and British. And she was talking about how it's all right. Hold on, let me try and find it because I can't even do it.
When she was saying that, us promoting Black Love, that one.
Right.
Yeah?
Right. So hold on a sec. Let me, because I think I found it. And I'm saying, I think there's a correlation. You know, you got to pick sense out of nonsense, innit? All right. Why does it play so quick, man? All right, let me quickly remind us of the girl there that was saying what was she I'm sorry, what she was saying last week. Sorry. It's because I'm in different settings, you know. Hold on a second. Blah 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 blah. This one here, yeah.
And growing up, even now to be honest, the majority of my friends are black women. Dark skin to be specific. So when they used to talk about black men dating outside of their race more than any other group, I would empathize, I would listen, I'd understand, I'd get it. But when people actually ask me, do you think black men should date outside of their race? And give me examples like this one, yeah? Like, bruh, I'm a product of interracial marriage. Like, what do you want me to say? The moment I speak against black men or anyone dating outside their race, I'm essentially against there being mixed race individuals like myself. Like, do people not think about the impact? I'm not saying they're victims, mixed race people, but every time people speak against interracial relationships, they're speaking against us as mixed race people.
Yeah, I think he's coming under that camp basically, Divine.
But it don't make sense. What you're saying still, I don't get the correlation. That's where I'm stuck.
Because
she's saying, listen to what she's saying. She's saying people that speak against mixed race are speaking against her. That's her argument.
Yep.
If you can't apply that to a Kingo, I don't get the correlation. A Kingo speaks against interracial relation. He's the product of it. So what's the correlation? I don't get it.
But exactly though, sis. Because if you heard, he's like, at the end, he's like, fuck your synchronization. Yeah. You've been purporting this mixed race versus black thing. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So obviously he is a, like you said, he is a product of a mixed relationship. Yeah. And obviously he's internalizing it in a very negative way where it's coming out like this. Because like I said, at the end, he's like, fuck your synchronization. Like, fuck your black love, innit? So that's why I'm saying I believe there's a correlation. It might come out more clumsily or whatever. But yeah. Because why would he be saying fuck your synchronization and that?
Maybe because he doesn't feel included.
Hmm?
No, I say maybe it's because he doesn't feel included. That's why he's saying F it, innit?
Well, all that as well, sis. All that as well. Because it's about perception, right? Do you know what I mean? And obviously, because remember, this has been going on for a good little while now, man, when he's been trying to throw little shots, this, that, and the other. Yeah, last week when he jumped onto our thing, inevitably, this is what it ended up being. Where remember when we even asked, do you go to, white channels? And he knew he doesn't.
I don't know what to. I just have to laugh, sis. I don't know.
But anyway, let's go and press play, man, because in terms of case study settings, very interesting, man.
They did. Because I tell you why they did. I tell you why they did, my brother. I mean, and it hurts me to say. Yeah, but I thought you'd be more intelligent, bro. I thought you would catch up soon, right? But you've been playing unknowingly black versus mixed race, and you know it. I think you fucking know it as well. Talking about synchronized, little batty man. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, yeah, but cool. See, now you forced me to do that. You forced me to do that shit. You forced me to do that, Ken. And I respect you, but don't be
European will never accept you. Only the black people.
And
is that how much you need people, random fucking people in your life? Is that how desperate you are to have random people in your life? Is that how desperate you are to have random people in your life?
Not the Europeans.
You are just as crazy as
only the black woman that's always accepted. The light-skinned Africans, remember that, brother. The Europeans, they don't want you. You understand? They don't want you in that. We got documents to prove. It's always the dark-skinned black woman. Understand? And since the debate is right, you just assassinated all those who have that particular
I'll tell you something, that all concubines made from African men have gone and created nations. Yeah? From African men with white women. That's why you lot are salty. You lot ain't created shit. Why black women ain't created shit. Nothing. She fuck with the white man, and that's as much she could do.
Non-African. Understand? They don't want you in that. We got duck.
All right. So are we hearing this, Divine? Yeah. We've got a mixed race person, and let's break down his mix. He's what, a bit Nigerian, a bit Japanese, and a bit English. Is that how it goes? Yeah. So anyway, regardless,
some Oriental business somewhere.
Someone of a very mixed heritage, like I said. Yeah. Now he's telling us that black women ain't shit. Yeah. Remember, he doesn't come from a black woman. Yeah. The black part of him is his father. We know his dad's not about. Don't even have a relationship with his dad, which is probably why he's always barling and all the rest of it. But yet we get the blame. Let me rewind this, man. This sounds very shifferesque.
As I said last week, I gotta say again, take your issues, whatever you got, to the people that made you. That ain't us, innit? Keep it moving.
And that's the thing. That is the thing. You don't even go to the man them. All right, anyway, let's play this. So we ain't done shit. So according to a confusion, then
European will never accept you. It's only the black people
you need people in your random fucking people in your life. Is that how desperate you are to have random people in your life? Is that how desperate you are to have random people in your life?
Not the Europeans.
That's why you are just as crazy as
only
the
black woman. That's always accepted. The light-skinned Africans. Remember that, but the Europeans they don't want you. You understand? They don't want you in that. We got documents to prove. It's always the dark-skinned black woman. Understand? And Sister Betty is right. You just assassinated all those who have that particular hair texture.
I'll tell you something, that all the concubines made from African men have gone and created nations. Yeah? From African men with white women. That's why you lot are salty. You lot.
I thought we'll just give ourselves a second or two to let that sink in, man. So is he a product, or is he an example of this greatness being spoken of?
Yeah, man. The mum was a concubine, and he's the result of the concubine, and they've gone on to do greatness as he's displaying. This is the greatness. Come on, big up them.
So the white women were concubines. Does he know what a concubine is? Let's just remind ourselves. Hold on a second. So just let us remind ourselves what a concubine is. Yeah, a concubine is a woman who lives with a man but has lower status than his wife or wives, or a mistress. So is he admitting that his mum was a mistress then?
Listen, sis, right now they've got the queen of the side chicks is reigning. Let the queen of the side chicks and her crew posse reign. The concubines, he said, went on their products went on to do greatness. And he's the concubine's product. So come on, man, let him do his thing.
So he's bigging up baby mothers without even knowing it, it could be argued. Or that version of baby mother.
Ain't create shit. Why black women ain't create shit. Nothing. She fuck with the white man. That's as much she could do.
The non-African woman self-esteem is based upon the character assassination of the black woman.
The men, the
you understand what I'm saying, brother? The name in the country after the black woman.
Yeah, the black woman is finished already.
Okay. Yo, Akingo, where's your dad, bub? Do you know what? I'm not even gonna do it. Do you know what it is, Akingo? I'm not even gonna do it, man. I'm not in it because you know what it is, a Kingo. There's too much pain in what you're saying, and that's why I'm actually gonna allow you. You know, I'm actually going to allow you, man, because all I can hear is pain, bro. So I'm gonna allow it, man. I'm just gonna play it and just allow it, man. Because yeah, it's nothing. No one can help you, bub.
Not the Europeans. They don't want
you are just as crazy as Betty.
The black woman that's always accepted the light-skinned Africans. Remember that, you know, bro. The Europeans, they don't want you. You understand? They don't want you in that. We got documents and proof. It's always the dark-skinned black woman. Understand? And Sister Betty is right. You just assassinated all those who have that particular hair texture.
I'll tell you something, that all the concubines made from African men have gone and created nations. Yeah? From African men with white women. That's why you lot salty. You lot ain't created shit. White black women ain't created shit.
Yeah, brethren, what nations has concubine black men and white women created? What nations? When you say
his nation, the MuLaTtO nation. Come on.
Okay. Well, if that new nation is a representation of yourself, boy, I'll stay in my nation, virgin. Hey, whoa, yeah, man. Go on, this the black woman, virgin. Imagine internal racism, mad thing, mud.
Nothing. She fuck with the white man. That's as much she could do.
The non-African woman self-esteem is based upon the character assassination of the black woman. You understand what I'm saying, brother? The naming the country after the black woman.
Yeah, the black woman is finished already. She fell in line already. The black woman fell in line a long time ago.
Now we know he's chatting shit, man. Bless up yourself, Cal. Black woman's fell in like, that's what I'm trying to say. He's salty, man. He's salty.
Big up, son, sisters. Big up, man. Big up.
Big up, King. How you deal with this, man, is beyond us. But yeah, welcome to our world.
Yeah, man. Obviously, I was out with the family and doing the chores and that, but I just want to clarify something that you sisters will know very well, right? Remember this, you know, those who are from the 70s and onwards, is that being African was not rated at all. Remember, those who grew up in the 80s will know what I'm talking about. We used to get core names, everything. So the Rastafari movement and the Pan-Africanist movement overcompensated to let us know to respect that you're an African and we come in different shades. Do you understand? The problem with some of our brothers and sisters is that when you come with Pan-Africanism and you tell them that this is unsynchronized, they will use their feelings to equate it that you're taking away their Africanness. Now, you and I know that you can give up being a Muslim, a Christian, a Sikh, all these things, but you can't give up your African phenotype and genetical dominance. You can never give that up, which is why we attach ourselves to it. So that's just a political movement to get at the fact that you have to synchronize with your people. You have to overcompensate the political size of being an African and understanding that we uplift dark skin and light skin, but more the dark skin because of what they have contributed, right, to the Pan-Africanist movement. People can say, okay, why are you being like that for? We're just speaking facts. So you have to overcompensate. Not the way they're saying it, though, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but I don't even think that what you just said and what he's saying are the same, to be honest. I don't even, do you know what I mean? If you heard what, I don't even think what you just said, because he's just spazzing out, man. What do you take from what he said as a man? Let's try it that way, innit?
That's what I mentioned. What I said, Sister 99, is that the unsynchronized Africans, they have a problem with Pan-Africanism. All of them do, except for the synchronized one. They have a problem with, you have to solve your own situation. You have to take responsibility for it. They have an issue with that. That means that if you're with a non-African woman or a non-African man, you're going to have to tell them to fall back. All these things, your dopamines have trained to include them. I have to give that up. That's a problem. So talking about we have to use our money to fund our liberation, that's problematic. Talking about we have to build up the continent in a particular way that doesn't involve non-African people completely, that's a problem. So all these things is to attack. So when he's saying this, when you're saying he's overcompensating his blackness, we have to codify it. You understand? Because we know, regardless, that he has the African DNA gene. We know all this. However, it's the mindset Pan-Africanist attack. We attack your mindset because you can have all that phenotype and makeup, etc. and that. But why are you resembling how the non-Africans want us to be? This makes no sense.
I actually understand that. Yeah.
You have to overcompensate. Overcompensating that the black woman, right, is the foundation of beauty. That's not making it up, because all non-African women, their self-esteem is based upon the character assassination of black women. So we're not like making that up. That's just a fact, and they hate that. So you have to overcompensate that to let them know, okay, but remember where you're benefiting from. So overcompensating is very important from a Pan-Africanist perspective.
Yeah. Okay. But I guess what the overcompensation thing is, because I've heard Jedi in the past say, and even Maku say, that some mixed race people overcompensate their blackness. But are you saying that you want to codify that in a different way? I believe I'm understanding.
You have to, because the thing is, right, is that obviously I'm new to.
I'm sure that they try to even with their face itself, elevate thinking about that at yourself, you know what I mean? But yeah,
of course, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, big up to them, man. But when you're in verbal political attack, you'll say anything to water down the message. Do you understand? There was a time we was on the show, and I made a very truthful political assessment that you have to be careful of the biracial Africans. You understand? Lady D was on that show, and that was problematic, because in their eyes,
I remember,
African descendants, this is why we get manipulated. They believe that if you are part a certain ancestry, or if you are married to someone, and that means that you have to stop and you can't do anything about it. Now, we know already, when we analyze all those non-African dictators who went against African people, they're all the African ancestry. We've got a list of them. Mahatma Gandhi said it many times. He has Ethiopian ancestry. J. Hoover, African ancestry. They all did. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, they all had that thing. But it didn't tell them this, oh, I need to remain stagnant, because if I do this, I'm going to be going against. No, they understood that I'm uplifting that agenda. So that's all nonsense. You understand? You can still help out your people if you choose to, right? So they were going at me and saying, now, anybody who believes that I'm mixed race, if we go outside, people are going to laugh at you. I've never, ever been told that I'm a mixed race. I look mixed race. That's ridiculous. So I look at it as online. It's as a way of, we need to stop what he's saying. Do you understand? I don't have no white mom or nothing like that. You understand? So that is what it was. But in their eyes, or other people's eyes, is that we need to stop the message. So that's why they'll use certain things. So he's going by that okay, I'm causing black versus mixed race, which I'm not. Because if anything, for the African community and the best interest. Do you understand? Even if it's against ourselves or whatever. So that's all that was. That makes any sense.
Yeah, I definitely understand the use of certain things to try to assassinate you, because I think there's certain other things that are used to assassinate ourselves as women, this, that, and the other. So I definitely get that bit still. And then what it does, it makes the little, like, I don't even know why. Ain't someone else, Top G's, I'm sure someone else is live where you've got a better affinity with, like, why do you, this is what I'm saying, man. This is why it's times like this where not having our own language infuriates me. Do you know what I mean? I have to admit, man. I have to admit, where we can't talk in code. And once upon a time, we could even talk in code with the same language that we share. But some of us have become so, like we can't even do that again. And you'll be accused of not finishing your sentences and all type of stupid shit like that. But let me just, Yeah, and big up to yourself and your family, Kel. Did you get the planting I asked you for, bro? No, you never get it, you know. Alright, let's press play anyway.
I got green banana instead.
Okay. I can work with that still. We'll do something.
What black woman trying to you now? What
African woman?
And the black woman was your fucking leader. Who's your leader? Who's your leader? Who's your leader, Kel?
Calm down.
Men. Black men, yeah? Black men, not women.
My leaders, brother, are the Pan-Africanist black women and men who lay down.
That's why you got dissolved by
I don't follow you on synchronized. I don't follow you on
and I did well. But that's because you got personal things. But it's not over racial. It's not over my policy. It's not over my policy. It's not over my policy.
The blueprint.
Your policies are retarded.
The same black women that has looked after. That makes no sense.
You're fucking
I'm not no mixed race.
That is not mixed race.
I am not no mixed race. I don't have no white or anything in my family, brother. It's an illusion. You understand what I'm saying? And that, okay, we can joke and laugh, but at the end of the day, brother, both my I don't have no white or anything like that, brother. You understand? But the fact of the matter is, you're disrespecting black women.
Betty,
same black women,
I'm disrespecting Betty.
Women
I'm
being
disrespecting
Betty.
I'm disrespecting Betty, moron. I'm disrespecting Betty, not black people.
Same black women
said, she's disrespecting me as a people, not the whole people community. So don't try. I use your own sisters, your own some sisters. Ideology against you, little packy.
The white
Fuck off,
brother.
man.
He was not
Yeah,
the
I
white
use your own shit against you.
Like in
You little
African,
pussy, yo. I use your own shit against you. I use your own shit against you. Yes.
And I throw out the big P word, boy. Yes, a confusion. So do you call your mum that, a Kingo? Because we know your mum's part Asian and all that. Is that what you call your mum, bro? And this is what I mean, man. This is what I mean, boy. You're a true reflection of yourself, boy.
Saying that, Kingo, you can't use that type of language. It's
racist. Woman, but remember that, you know, you came from the dark and you must respect the dark. You didn't come from nothing.
You got Arab in here. You're Arab, man. You're Arab. You're Jordanian. You're Egyptian.
Melanin that you have.
You're an oppressor. You're
not going to get the melanin.
No,
You're going to get it from the African dark-skinned black people.
I know a Kingo didn't just tell a man he's got oppressor blood in you.
Well, this is why I went ham on the mother when she thought she was gonna bright up herself and come online, try chatting shit back there. Bitch, look what the fuck you brought into this world. Look at this confusion you come drop on our doorstep. You forget cussing too for even creating this little punk. Yeah, I cuss it, man.
Wait, nah, man. That is hilarious. Lost, gone, man.
I don't give a shit, man. I'm talking to Betty alone.
Well, you got
genetic That's why you synchronizes your whole word.
Let me let a Kingo speak to Betty. Wait, Kingo, wait. So let's let a Kingo speak to Betty and say what he wants to say. A Kingo. You said you want to speak to Betty. So say your piece to Betty and then let's move on from there. Eunice, wait. So just say what you need to say to Betty, Kingo, and let's move on from there.
Speak to Betty. Fuck Betty, man. Fuck Betty.
But I thought you said you wanted to say what you wanted your piece to say to Betty.
Fuck want to speak to that Betty. I want to speak what I want to say about particular topics that don't pertain to that fucking dunce.
Okay, say your piece. We're going to give you 2 minutes.
I've never wanted to
MuLaTtO. So the tragic MuLaTtO is the stereotypical fictional character that appears in American literature during the 19th and 20th century. Started in 1837, the tragic MuLaTtO is a stereotypical mixed-race person, and MuLaTtO is assumed to be depressed, even suicidal, because they fail to fit in the white world or the black world. As such, the tragic MuLaTtO is depicted as a victim of society.
You've got nomadic blood. You are nomadic. You're nomadic. You're nomadic blood. You've got no claim to any type of acquisition. You have got no hereditary acquisition. You are from the stand, woman. You have goat fucking DNA in your dump's head. That's how you're done. Your ancestors were fucking goats. You lot were fucking goats, like rabbits. Fucking goats.
It's typically a mixed race person.
Yeah. And you're gonna try and sit here and talk to a king, to a fucking prince, to a noble.
You're unsynchronized. You are fucking sand people. You are an African descendant. You sand person. You're a fucking sand person.
As such, the tragic MuLaTtO is a typical fiction.
To Betty, okay, Gold, and let's move on from there.
Speak to Betty. Fuck Betty, man. Fuck Betty.
But I thought you said you wanted to say what you wanted your piece to say to Betty.
Fuck, want to speak to that Betty? I want to speak what I want to say about particular topics that don't pertain to that fucking dance.
Okay, say your piece. We're going to give you 2 minutes.
I've never wanted to say that.
The tragic MuLaTtO is a stereotypical fictional character that appears in American literature during the 19th and 20th century. Starting in 1837, the tragic MuLaTtO is a stereotypical mixed-race person and mulatto who is assumed to be depressed, even suicidal, because they fail to fit in the white world or the black world. As such, the tragic MuLaTtO is depicted as a victim of society.
You've got nomadic blood. You are nomadic. You're nomadic. You're nomadic. You've got no claim to any type of acquisition. You have got no hereditary acquisition. You are from the stand, woman. You have goat fucking DNA in your dump's head. That's how you're done. Your ancestors were fucking goats. You lot were fucking goats, like rabbits. Fucking goats.
It's typically a mixed.
Yeah. Now the wickedest thing about this is obviously his black part is Nigerian. So again, and this is what I'm saying. I think he just has internal daily battles. I've just come to the conclusion that because listening to him, it's actually a mad thing. That's actually an internal mental battle, man, because he's attacking all parts of him. It's crazy. It's actually crazy, man. Oh my god.
Yeah. And you're going to try and sit here and talk to a king, to a fucking prince, to a noble.
You're unsynchronized. You're
fucking sand people.
You are on.
You are a sand person. You're a fucking sand person.
You've got dark-skinned women in your family. You've got dark-skinned men in your family, and you're attacking those that you came from. You're on synchronized, man. Humiliation.
Have you robbed any handbags recently, Gail?
Humiliation for you.
Have you robbed any handbags recently?
Yeah, that's actually painful. Asking man if you've robbed any handbags. I mean, yeah, I don't even know if we should go on with this. Actually, this is actually depressing.
No, so it's interesting because when we're talking about the mixed race and the confusion and the projection, this just highlights. This proves us right at every freaking time. So no one can't chat to us. Them people there are confused, narrated, and their problems. They try to put their problems on our doorstep. We never made these people, you know. The people that put them in this predicament, put them in a self of confusion, my parents didn't do that to me. So I don't have this issue. They have that issue, but they come to the people that don't make them with these problems, and we're supposed to pick up their baggage and fix them. No. Like I said last week, I'm going to say again, I didn't sign no contract to take on the mixed race struggle and fix them. And right back then, my own people have got a struggle going on. I need to focus on, innit? So, Akinga, whatever your issue is, go find the people them that make you. You know, you got the gummies out here. You got even Empress Becca, so I have to throw you under the buses. But I have to throw Becca, go to those people with those problems, let them help you out. I can't help you right now. My mission is straight ahead. I'm on my mission, and you're over there. I can't help you with this. This is a lost cause for me. This ain't even it's not even a problem for me because I don't deal with these people. I can't. I don't make these people. I'm sorry.
I think what was good in that, what USLAT was saying the other day, USLAT was doing an assessment that the unethical code of conduct can start with the texture of the hair, then it's the phenotype and the complexion. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and he's gone through the whole gauntlet in this special that he's had.
Yeah. So teach
about hair, he spoke about because
I think teaching our people about that is very important, because I've noticed that not all of us are going to have the East African phenotype, which is the European, the ice people. They're very strategic when it comes to hiding and claiming things. For example, the word light skin, we have to get rid of that as well. It's very ambiguous because I said before, they can be classed as light skin as well. But the fact that the East African phenotype with the straight nose, etc., now because they've got that collective power, they can claim that and say, well, we're from you. And because we're unsynchronized and we're in love with non-African people, we'll go along with it. So when USAT was mentioning that, it did come to mind that, okay, we have to codify the phenotype which they prefer and push above all, then the texture of the hair. So we have to start promoting these three particular methods that's used on us and keep reminding the people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I don't know if at this point reminding the people is gonna help, but I hear you, bub. You know what I mean? I would just, yeah, all right.
You have to, sister, because some of us believe because we're light skinned that we get that pass, but in actuality, you could be light skinned, or shall I say, medium brown or light brown, right? And because you don't have that phenotype, you're gonna go through unethical code of conduct. Some of us believe, oh, you don't need to be light skinned, you can just have the phenotype, and then you get a shock. And then some say, well, my hair is okay because it resembles that. So we have to teach each other these things so we know how to break it down and codify it and push non-African people who have that agenda. Because remember, back in the days, they will do them things. If you're a little bit lighter, they will go, oh, you're not like him though, are you? Or you're not like her, you're different. Or they'll start telling you about you're not that dark, or they say, oh, your features is not
like
that.
They do that till today though. We heard testimonies of that just last week. Do you know what I mean? So that definitely still happens.
Yeah, but reminders though, Sister Nine, because remember, although you see with the unethical code of conduct system, everything is always done from the past. Do you understand? Everything what they did in the past, they'll always modify it now. So because we keep forgetting, you have to keep reminding. That's the reality of it. You have to keep reminding. That's why Garvey says, right, that the ice people, right, or the white man, right, is a master of the media, and those who follow it or submit to it, they become his slave. So he projects what our ancestors taught us, that pictures project 1,000 words. So they're doing that, but we keep forgetting. So you have to keep reminding, man. It's mandatory. You have to.
I agree. I mean, it could be argued that takes us into all, again, different arenas, right? Because in a time where, say, more artists, or at least there's more independent artists, right, where they are in sort of, I'm presuming that they're more in charge with their artistry, yeah. But I believe, I may be wrong, but I believe that they're still using all the stereotypes of old. Do you know what I mean? Where they had no control. Do you know what I mean? So the point I'm trying to make is, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I just also think that I think it's so ingrained in. Anyway, let me just press play. But Janice, I'm saying to you, what I'm saying is, yeah, some of the more independent artists, right, that take their own artistic license and direction, I believe that they are still using all the stereotypical women and that in their videos. You know what I mean? that's the point I was trying to make. Still,
you are right, sis. Well, here's the problem, right? It's like the other day, or was it yesterday, right? I was explaining that just because the system operates with certain political parties like Labour, Conservative, Democrat, Republic, right? Democrat, sorry, right? That doesn't mean that you ignore that you have to collectively sort yourselves out. You understand? And people's having a problem with that,
yeah,
right?
I hear that still.
You understand? So while they're doing their things on the media, that doesn't mean that we copy. We still have to say, you know what? This is that, that is that. Don't follow that because it's unsynchronized. If you don't, then we'll be prone to it. Because some of us have light skin kids, or we're light skin, etc. and that, right? And remember, whenever we go for light skin blacks, right, is that we're devaluing them because it's closer to white. You understand what I'm saying? And that. So we have to teach our children that, okay, if you're going to go for a lighter hue, right, remember all Africans, right, come in different complexion. So don't model it under the Europeans because you're devaluing, you know, African culture and African complexion. So these things have to always be reminded. You know what I mean?
I do hear what you mean, but I do. I think it's pushing war up the hill a bit, but I do definitely hear what you're saying. All right, let's play still.
Got your genetic dominance from African people.
Oh. Do you know what? Yeah, I reckon King Cole's not gonna remember tomorrow, innit? Because he's obviously, you know, drunk too much.
Yeah, shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Let me speak. So, you lot are dumb. Okay, you haven't got any type of source material. Listen, you got no. This even this is fake. Her DNA.
Europeans will never accept you. No. The Japanese won't. Go to the Japanese people and tell them that you got Japanese. You know what they're going to do? They're going to practice more racism because they know that Japanese inhabit
have been disqualified from the black community.
Like black people.
You
You can't put
what's it?
I think that's a really important point, yeah, to be made, yeah. And I think Divine's already allayed to it herself, but I'm sure like Gold would never go to his Asian part of the family and spaz out like he does with us. Do you know what I mean? I don't even think he would get the opportunity, in fact, to be fair. You know?
He won't.
So really,
because
it's probably time for us even to shut down this sort of entertainment, man. But then we're gonna be looked upon as being harsh and this and that and all, you know, the whole nine.
Since when do what other people think about us do we care about?
No, I know, but I'm just saying, innit? Do you know what I mean? Because we're speaking about what is, it's a bit not a quandary, but you know, what we're hearing is like it's such a massive internal battle, and he's like obviously a type of guy that can just, you know, put it on blast, as it were. But he just within this little exchange, well, it's not even an exchange, whatever you want to call it, you know. And
you see, let me just say this, yeah, because I'm just straight militant with it. I don't give a shit. I ain't got time for the go around talking thing with him, you know. It's as simple as this. With my eyes, from my point of view, this is how I'm seeing this thing, yeah. Oh, Kingo's one of them kind of people there that we will be idiots to let him in. Let him in, and then any time his little fucking confused feelings get hurt, he'll be the very said one to sell us out. So to me, he's danger. That's why I don't deal with them.
Yeah.
Point blank and the period, militant or not, I don't fuck with them, because with them you're taking it. It's bad enough taking a risk with our own. Because when they're ready, you know, your feelings get hurt. Then I've got to go and do that with them, and I don't even know where the hell they stand. Today they're pro-black, tomorrow they're anti-black. I ain't got time for this shit, man. Nah, you can't come in. Doors are closed. We have to be militant with this thing now and just shut him down at this point.
I always say that the non-African people, what they do to the biracial Africans is that they play hot and cold with them. They will give them a little bit of attention and then they'll take it away. Exactly what Chancellor Williams says in the Destruction of the Black Civilization. There was the what? Sorry, what was that?
So I'm just going to the fridge.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah. There's a page where in that book it mentioned that the non-African fathers that they would show disheartenment and discontent to their biracial sons, which would make the sons want to seek their approval to go against their black mothers to show that although yes I came from her, but I've loyal to your race. This is actually in the page. I always say, get the book and study, right? The destruction of the black civilization. It clarifies all these things that we've gone through. You know what I mean? That's just the first foundation. And obviously you can get neo-colonization, other books, but that is the main book what you need. So what he's doing and the rest of them is that because they don't get that attention, right? And when you know psychology and political science and that, is that putting both feet in with people that haven't earned the respect is very dangerous and you get exploited. So this is something that we've got to do. That's why I always say political science, right? They need to earn our respect by showing loyalty. You understand? That's how it works. You don't just accept anyone in. You have to go through procedures, just like in the gangs and that, right? To be part of the gang, you have to do certain tasks, and then we'll decide if you're in or not, you know. But the non-Africans, they don't allow them in like that. And they know already, as I said to you already, they know already, is that they can't be around them because either they're going to speak ill about us or speak ill about them. That's conflict. But with us, we're only going to speak ill about the oppression that they do towards us. And this is why they're around us. But at the same time, they don't take us seriously because on one hand, it's like, okay, are you really synchronized or unsynchronized? Because we know you can talk about this topic and that topic, but we have to be a bit more serious when we're dealing with the biracial Africans.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mad one. Well, not even I don't know, man. I don't know, but I just hear a lot of hurt, man. And I don't know, man. Just a memo to, you know, a lot of the black men that are making these mixed race children. Like, I think it's important that you maintain a good relationship with these children, man, because yeah, otherwise these are the sort of results, man. I mean, absent fathers are bad enough anyway, regardless, man. But I think when you got an absent father, when you're of, you know, different heritage and this and that, I think it can have more of a negative impact on your identity. To be honest, man, it's a bit mad. It's a bit mad, and I don't know. Do you think in terms
So
of
stop the link for Betty. I want to hear how she what was going through her brain at the time when he was on this mad crazy run. Big up yourself, Betty. I see the chats.
And I do have maybe a better understanding as to why you would want to use more sort of political science language, this, that, and the other. Even if I won't do it, but I understand why you would do it still certain times. Yeah, John B4, big up yourself. Come on, never walk alone and that. Big game today. Who you backing? Who you backing? I'd like Man City over Man United all day, every day, man. I hate that scum, man, with a passion. Come on, City. Come on, City. Right, I've dropped the link. I'm not sure she's coming on, but what was I asking? You're funny. You're funny. You're funny.
Johnny B. 0121, big up King.
Come on, 0121 settings, man.
They
What's
understand
the difference?
on
What's the
internet.
difference?
Them,
What's
the
the
only
difference?
people who respect you is
What's
the
the difference?
African
Even
people.
Shakara don't chat to you, bro.
African
Even
people
Shakara don't chat to you.
no one's gonna
Shakara should be your man.
No one.
Shakara deal with all of that red, black, and green.
No
That's
one's
your
gonna.
boy. Why you not going on a show to support him? What you little pussy, yo? Oi, look, I'm talking to you properly now, bro. Why are you not on Shakara's show supporting him? Why are you not on Shakara's show supporting him?
Brother,
because you're
always
because he's got the African side. That's not his culture.
Shakara's show
Yeah.
Every time
Alright,
your show
cool.
comes out, I'm
Well, I
always
think,
there.
yeah,
You can go and
where?
check. You can check. I'm always there.
Live. I've always been there. I've been there the most.
What
I've
the
been there the
question
most.
is, brother?
No,
Question
MA
is,
is the only
you've
other
been on
brother there.
Chaparral's
MA is
show.
the only other
You've been
brother
on
that turns
Chaparral's
up
show.
at shit.
Why hasn't the knowledge entered your mind for you to start practicing anti-blackness on black people? And you black yourself.
No, I'm talking to
brother.
Betty.
Hold on. But then again, brother, and again, we are brothers in genetics, but not brothers in
listen, carry on bullying unsynchronized black people. You're going to get your ass beat.
and disrespect black women. You disrespect.
I've been in fights. I don't care. You don't sound like you've been in fights. Alright, cool. I don't care. Even if you're martial arts, I don't care who's been there for you and that. But I tell you what, that's cool, bro.
That's why you come around.
You know, carry on talking about unsynchronized.
Come around it. You come around it because you know we'll accept you. You know we'll accept you.
You
understand?
It's not you, bro. I'm not coming around you, you idiot. I'm coming around Belly. I'm coming around Belly, and you happen to be here. And you happen to be here.
Synchronized African. That's what you are. The unsynchronized. You disgrace. The Pan-African is African. Whether it's from the Caribbean, whether it's from the continent, they don't behave that way. Whether it's from America, but you are unsynchronized. You know what?
Wait. Can I
You're
just
around the non-Africans all the time.
Can I
around the non-Africans all the time, and you became frozen in mind. You have a brain freeze right now.
Can I just ask?
You're lying to yourself. You know you're fizzling out.
Wait. Is MuLaTtO only for those who are half white and half black, but not who are half black and half Arab?
This batty fish.
Yeah, it's a derogatory term for people of of mixed ancestry.
I'm just saying, like, would you also say
nappy is a derogatory term for someone?
Wake up, man. Wake up, brother. So, I'm just saying,
since he wants to use derogatory terms to describe me, I'm more than happy to return the favour. And you are definitely suffering from the tragic MuLaTtO syndrome, the suicidal person. You've been
that's how.
You're no man.
Listen,
we all know
my brother. I'm a mixed race person who was born in a city that is far beyond any of your genetics. I'm sorry, but I've got to say it. I've seen your genetics. That is the crust. That is the flick flap. The flick flap. That is the crumbs of Africa. You got the crumbs of African DNA in your genetics.
Your loose curly hair ain't gonna save you.
Wait,
guys. What's the derogative?
I don't care about your white mama.
What's the derogative term?
Camel jockey.
What's the derogative term? What's the derogative term?
You keep on thinking that your light skin and your loose hair is gonna save you.
Is there a Is there a derogative term for those who are half black and half Arab? Is there a derogative term for those who are half black or half Arab?
A tragic mulatto, especially
one, Jay.
Especially someone sounding so monotone as Kale, but yeah.
To be fair,
Are you referring to me? Hold on. Are you referring to me?
Mongrel.
You're referring to me?
Mongrel, yes. You're
Jay King, you're referring to me? Is that you referring to?
No. I'm just asking.
Do you see what I mean when they open up the door for this big pussy old J.A. Kingston to come bridging? Fucker can go in it.
Afternoon, everyone.
Best up, Betty, man.
Hey.
It looks like since you come back, you've been getting a little bit of smoke, Betty, man. And because you ain't even unloaded none of your clips, man. You've been very calm and collected.
You know why? Because King Gold has been known for. He's been doing this for years. I remember one time he said to me, "Oh, Betty, I know you like those red bone boys, with the loose hair, you got a thing for them." And I was like, "Really? This is news to me." But it wasn't. He was on Jedi's and Maku's insulting their skin color, and they roasted him. So I know how King Gold is like. So what is there to prove? Everybody knows the syndrome of the tragic mulatto. There's no point. How many times do I have to argue with this guy, King Gold? The guy, what I mean? It don't make, because I'm happy with who I am, innit? But I know we have to be really honest with the class of civilizations and We all know that these mixed race people were enslaved the same way black folk were enslaved. Their white fathers, slave owners, didn't give two fucks about them. They still enslaved them. So if he actually believes that, you know, being half white or quarter white is going to save him when the black and white people are fighting their race war, then that's on him. But I know that it didn't save nobody. Let's be honest. They got enslaved by their own family members. Do you know what I mean? So let him have his little superiority complex, because I've run into a lot of, to be honest, I run into quite a few mixed race people like that in Manchester. And that's one of the reasons why in the past I've been very anti them, because it's that type of sentiment that they're better than me because, you know, they're half white and blah, blah, blah. But now, as I've grown older, I know that not all mixed race people are like that. Some of them don't believe that they're better than me just because they've got a white parent. Do you know what I mean? So I'm mellowing. So I try not to. I didn't want to really get too triggered with King Gold because I think it's on him. I think it's the society we live in that it tells you that if you're too black and if you've got the white man's blood in your veins, you're better than those Africans, those black people, in it. That's what it is. It's a sign of the times, isn't it? Let's be honest. You know, he's a victim in this sort of game as much as me and other black people. Do you know what I mean?
A victim.
Yeah,
I hear that still. Like I said, because there's definitely an internal war going on, so I can appreciate that still.
Yeah, because you know what, even in the Ethiopia, I come like, who came on before and was having a go at Askety. That guy 2020. So he said, "Oh well, Betty, if you've got Somalian in you." Yeah, 2020. He goes, if you've got Somalian in you, you know Somalians don't like the Bantus and call them Jaria with the hair. And I thought, but I know Ethiopians that make a mock hard hair too. It's not just Somalians. In general, in black folk, whether you're mixed or just black, there's a tier of blackness in it. People who have the looser hair, the light skin, feel like they're better than the black people who have the darker skin and the tight, curlier hair. It's this problem all over the black community. It's not just germane to King Gold being a mixed race, unfortunately. That's why I didn't really get triggered when 2020 was trying to draw me out and he wanted me to just hate on Somalians. And I thought, nah, because I'd been to the hairdresser when the Ethiopian hairdresser's like, "Oh, your hair is so thick and so tight." Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, yo, just get the hair done. Do you know what I mean? It is what it is. A lot of.
Did you say Somalian hairdresser?
No, Ethiopian hairdresser. I went to an Ethiopian hairdresser.
Okay.
I can't really even complain about the Ethiopian hairdresser because I had the Caribbean hairdresser do the same thing to me, and the African one. Everybody, whether you're Caribbean, with your like West African or Ethiopian, nobody wants to deal with black people with tight curly hair, do they? Everybody looking for that good hair. If I go to a hairdresser and they're like, "Oh, you've got," if I get a hairdresser that says, "Oh, you've got nice, beautiful hair," and like, I'm like, "Oh my God, someone actually likes the hair." But a lot of people don't want to deal with that, though, do they? I think maybe sometimes it's a lack of skill. Like if your hair is quite loose, you
probably just haven't got a good array of hairdressers up there, man. Because down here, they love my hair.
Yeah, probably that's what it is as well. But I think what you find is
putting up their hands in my hair. It's like going back to the beginning of life.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That sort of beautiful experience. But there's a lot of internal hatred in the black community, especially with people who have sort of looser hair. I think some of it is they don't have the skills, Naifa and Lady D and Kale. I honestly think some of them have not really dealt with that type of hair because in their community, their hair tends to be looser, which is fair enough. Not everybody has the experience, but it doesn't mean that you should be able to hate on that hair and, imply that your hair is better because, it don't break the comb or the comb can go through easier. Do you know what I mean?
I take it as a compliment, Betty, man. Do you get me? Because the tighter that shit, the more realer you. Anyway, I don't start upsetting people out there, but don't even feel no way, Betty, man. If you're listen, don't get me started because 9 for flow of it here, my God.
Like my hair can hold a braid. Do you know what I mean? Like it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm glad I just got hair because some people have to go and buy the hair. I'm glad that in my 40s I still got hair. Some sisters are suffering from hair loss. Some men are suffering from hair loss. So whatever hair God gave me, I'm happy. But you know the sickness in the community, ladies and gentlemen. You know that they are, especially with the mixed race, they are told quite often that they are better than black people. You know what I mean? You know, because Kingo's always changing. 1 minute he'll say his mum's white, next minute he'll say his mum's half Jewish, half black. Do you know what I mean? You never really know what his mother is. But he definitely, I remember him saying that he suffered from a lot of racist sentiment as a kid, him and his brother. And I think he's just from white folk.
Exactly.
White folk.
All right, are you City or United today? Or City?
City. You know, that's where I used to live near City Ground. So
we're with you today. We're with you today because I hate Man Scum United, as you know. Yeah, so she's for City, lads.
I'm for City.
She's a blue today. She's a blue.
Always, I think I've always been a blue. I've not really supported the Reds.
Don't blame me, man.
But you know, like going back to the convo, you know what? Yeah. When you get confident as a person, and I'm confident in my blackness, and my Africanness, I don't give a fuck whether a random mixed race person or any of these, if you're, but I don't give a fuck if you think you're better because your hair is looser and your skin's like, I don't give a fuck because all I know is when the white supremacists turn up, they're gonna kill you the same way. They're not gonna. Nobody gets any stops. So they don't say, "Oh, this person, this Somalian hair is looser. I'm not gonna kill them." No, they will kill you all the fucking same. Do you know what I mean? So you can have your little superiority complex because I'm good still. You just have to pray for him. You know, I'm very lucky that I grew up in a black family, but these people that grow up in these mixed families, like one a white parent, one black parent, they have all this type of internal dialogue going on. You know what I mean? A lot of them are overrepresented in the mental health wards. We know that in Britain, England, and Wales. Look at those mixed race kids and mixed race people are overrepresented in the mental health wards because we still have the class of civilizations of white versus black. I mean, and then when you put a child into it, that's why Neely Fuller says that you don't procreate with the oppressor. You know, we're at war. Because the result is people like King Golden pick a side. You don't know what side
but
to
pick. The irony is a Kingo actually worships
Neely Fuller.
Neely Fuller. This is I said the confusion is the man they are done out here. Really. That's what I can say. I can't even take risks with them people. Like, let them stay to their sides, man. I ain't taking no risk with them.
Does he really worship Neely Fuller?
Yes, Betty. Have you not heard him? He comes on panels many a times. Come on, him and IC3 there too. That love to call up that. Like, come on.
No, I only ever hear him talk. And lately he's been talking about what's that guy? Sarah Suit and Seti. That's the only one.
I'm just gonna find something to show you what I'm talking about. Hold on.
Cause I don't know, like, man, just be careful. I'll say to people as black people, make sure you're careful the mixed race people that you hang out with. Make sure that they're not running around telling you how superior they are. Do you know what I mean? But if they're cool and they're just happy to be brown, I don't even like to really call mixed race people like him black. I just see them as brown people. Do you know what I mean? Because that's just my thing. I don't think it's the same experience if you've got two black parents and you've got one black parent and one white parent. I just don't think you had the same experience.
No. And maybe some externally, but not internally. You know what I mean? They can leave certain troubles at the door, as it were.
Yeah, and like King Gold, he's only black part time a lot of the time. In my experience, quite a lot of mixed race people do this. I want to make it germane to King Gold, but a lot of mixed race people like that, they're only black part time, and then other times something else.
Which it could be argued is But I've got this little thing here. I don't know. I think Divine's going to get something, but it's just a little documentary about mulattoes in Africa, in Zimbabwe in particular. So I don't know. Whilst Divine's coming, let me just press play a bit.
Although the appropriate, we need to go back to 1890, when colonial rule began in Zimbabwe, aided by the British South Africa Company. For us to understand the history of the colored people in Zimbabwe, although the appropriate term is mixed race, we need to go back to 1890, when colonial rule began in Zimbabwe, aided by the British South Africa Company, with funding from Sir John Rhodes. If you like the work that I do on this channel, please consider partnering with me on Patreon. From as little as $3, you can help me improve the quality and consistency of videos on this channel. On that note, help me thank my biggest Patreon, Tom Bodkin. Thank you so much for the support. Now, prior to that, Zimbabwe was dominated by Black Africans with two dominant tribes, the Mashona and Ndebele. But that is not to say it did not have any mixed race people living there. There's a very high likelihood, though since for hundreds of years, Zimbabwe had been a major trade center and had seen countless visits from the Portuguese and other Europeans who had been frequenting the areas for mining and missionary work. You can watch my video on the history of the Great Zimbabwe. I'll leave a card above. After the first Chimurenga uprisings in 1896, which led to the killing of about 10% of white settlers, it became evident to the white settlers that they needed to come up with a plan to manage the Africans so as to avoid another uprising. This would come to be known as the Native Question. What would follow was a series of legislation that was meant to take power from the Africans and empower the settlers. In 1898, the British officially recognized the name Rhodesia for the colony after promulgating the Rhodesia Order in Council. The Order in Council was the governing instrument of Rhodesia until 1923, when the settlers were accorded responsible government. One of their immediate challenges was to avoid the mixing of the races. The white male settlers, who considered themselves a superior race, were fearful of the African males having sexual relations with their European women and possible outcomes of racial swamping. This collective fear would come to be known as the Black Peril.
See, that's an or else policy, Kel. Yeah? They came with an or else policy in our own land, man. I better not go gym if Man City or United are playing. The world will be busy. Yeah, the Black Peril. White girls consorting with colored men. Parents protest. So you see, even in 1890, whatever, there was an all else policy upon Philly lands.
So were they allowed? Sorry, I just went to the little ladies' room. So these white girls, these white women in Zimbabwe, they were going with the mixed race men. Is that what it says?
No, we've just got to the point whereby they're trying to bring in something to prevent the black men of Zimbabwe going with their women.
Oh, right. Okay.
Black Peril. Okay. Yeah. So I was just saying to Brother Kel that they've, already brought in their little or else policy, yeah? Or at least a warning, you get me? But we'll press play still, but that's what it is still, Betty.
This would lead to the formulation of some bizarre laws, like the 1898 sale of liquor to natives and Indian regulations. The settlers believed that Africans were like infants and would not be able to handle European liquor. In the same year, the settlers also passed the Native Locations and Ordinance, a law passed to keep Africans out of white residential areas. In 1903, the
This is very depressing, to be honest, though, They just... Yeah, I swear to God, man. But anyway, history, man.
settlers would go on to pass the Immorality Suppression Ordinance of 1903, which prohibited voluntary sexual encounters between white women and black men. Now, it's worth noting that no such prohibition existed for white men.
Yeah, good point, Bunga. The game's being played at Wembley, Betty. So it's not in Manchester, Bab.
Oh, thank God. Then I could go gym. Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, the traffic's down here today.
Okay. Thank God for that.
Yeah. But North London still. But, yeah. So you've been going gym regular, Betty?
Yeah, I want to get rid of the COVID weight. I want to get back in shape and stuff. I was supposed to be going on holiday to Dubai to see my friend, but she had a stroke. Yeah, so fortunately I can't go. But I'm gonna go later on. When she gets better. It takes maybe about a year or so to recover from a stroke, doesn't it?
Oh my gosh! But they got good medical services over there, I'm presuming.
Yeah. She's getting well taken care of.
Have you been before?
No, I've never been. That's why I wanted to get in shape. I wanted to get bikini ready and stuff.
That's good though, man, Betty. Because I need to be. So, what do you go every day, or what do you? How do you?
No, I go like maybe 3 times a week.
And what's the average time you spend there?
An hour, about an hour, because I ride a bike a lot, so I never do cardio at the gym.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm a bike rider.
That's good.
So
what do you do at the gym then?
Say that again?
What do you do? Like, what's your sets? What do you do?
Oh, I like the weight machines, like the those resistant weight machines. That's what I do. The press ups, the leg press. I don't even know what they're called. All those different weight resistance machines, and the weights with the arms and the shoulders.
No, I don't know what. I just need to be more consistent. It's so bad, but I have joined and everything. I go to Pure Gym.
You go Pure Gym. I go ThE Gym. I used to go to Pure Gym, but I thought you know what I find with Pure Gym in Salford? It's very dark. They paint the walls like grey, really dark grey, so it makes me feel a bit depressed. So I like ThE Gym because the walls are white. If you paint something really dark, it makes you feel like you're in a little cauldron.
No, well, colors definitely make a difference to your psychology. So yeah, I do understand what you're saying still. Actually, when I think about it, their gym could be lighter for real. And the one that I do, there's not lots of like internal windows. Actually, when I think about it, so
I've been to one Pure Gym in Manchester that doesn't have so much dark, but that's in Ancoats on the outskirts of the city centre, and that's got big windows. So there's a lot more light in it. But yeah, I don't know. Got to talk to the interior designer of Pure Gym, yeah.
No, I'm going to try and take some inspiration from you, man, because I'm paying my flipping membership and all that. But
you want girls like me? I used to do that and not go. But you know what? At this age, health is wealth, because I had a school friend last year and she died of liver cancer. And she's like a year younger than me, like maybe a couple of months younger than me. And then now I've got this other one that's got, she needs a liver transplant, the lady that's just had a stroke. And
oh my God, man.
Yeah, it's not where she'll have to come back to the UK once she gets better.
Let's get back to the MuLaTtos to fuck.
It's just like
but it is true though. It is true. And there are a lot of there's actually I'm not gonna go into it, but I think there's a lot of people with medical conditions who did you take the badge, Betty?
Which badge? You mean this? Which badge? You mean the vaccine?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! I went to America to see my brother. I had to take that vaccine. They wouldn't let me in America.
Yeah.
I took my vitamins, to tell you the honest truth, and I was all right. The people I know that didn't take the vitamins were feeling bad after the second vaccine, but I was all right because I was on vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin S.
Yeah. So how was your time in America?
Oh, it's great. It's great.
You liked it.
Fucking hell, I just love. I went to see my cousin in Houston and my little brother and sister in Dallas. Oh, it was fucking great. It was like fucking it was just. I went in October last year. America. There's a lot more black people in Dallas and Houston, but they don't have pavement. They don't have no sidewalk. It's a car place.
Yeah, America's a car country, but is it a country that you could live in?
Yeah, fuck yeah! With that walk-in wardrobe. Who wouldn't want to live in the United States of America? I mean,
not me.
Oh, would you not? Like, no, I'm lucky because my brother and sister, they're nurses, so my brother has a nice little house in the suburbs. Actually, my brother lives on the back of well, you know where Dallas the soap opera was filmed? He lives on the back of that ranch. His house is right on the back of that ranch. So he's in the suburbs of Dallas. So it's nice and safe, and the street is beautiful. There's no rubbish. You feel safe. It's like he lives in quite a nice little middle class area. But yeah, if I could go to America and live in a middle class area in the suburbs, fuck yeah. Just don't put me in the ghetto. Yeah. And my cousin lives
Okay.
in a place.
It's probably not that hard to get over, especially if you got family there already, man.
Yeah, but you got to sponsor them because remember, like my little brother and sister. It's the first time I ever met them because they're my dad's kids. I never met them before, but they were very gracious. My brother was really kind, sweet. He's nothing like my dad. It's amazing how kind and sweet he is. But yeah, it was nice. He was driving me around, got my own room in his house. Yeah, fucking hell. I mean, yeah, I had a great time. The only thing that I think the problem did, I was really shocked. The public transport in Dallas and Houston is just not good. Like the sidewalk, just like they'll make a whole housing estate. When you get to the end of the housing estate, there's no pavement for you to go and walk to the shop. Everybody's got a car. Now I know why Americans are so fat.
That's right. Plus, you can see the portions as well. They're not normal portions, man.
They're not no wonder they got so much of a gym culture in America because there's no sidewalk. Do you know what I mean? In Dallas, anyway, and Houston. But another thing I noticed in Houston in particular, the amount of black men that have beautiful long locked hair. Like that. What's that? Takeoff. That the Amigos. They all have. There's a lot of black men that have long locks right down to their bottom, but nice locks. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean the freestyle ones where you don't twist it. Just really long ass hair and like shiny skin, but maybe it's because Houston is quite a warm place, in general. But yeah, I'm not used to seeing that. You don't really see a lot of black men with long ass locks to their waist in Manchester.
Right. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, whichever way it goes, locks got very popular over the last 10 years due to certain artists, innit? Even hip-hop artists. You've just mentioned one, the Amigos and that, and I think there's a few others. Yeah, personally, I would like quite a few of them to get trimmed, honestly speaking, but that's a whole different story, man. Man, like Chief Keef and all these mad fucks, man.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Yeah, well, because a lot of the drill artists as well, innit? They got locks. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. They need to get trimmed, man, because it really is just a fashion thing.
Yeah, and, I think well, to tell you the it does seem quite a bit of a fashion thing, but yeah, America's a lovely place to go. I'd definitely recommend anyone to go to Dallas. The thing that I forgot was the fact there's a lot of Spanish, there's a lot of Mexicans, because it's near the border. Because you have like random people speaking like Spanish to you, and you're like, oh no, can't speak Spanish. I think
Spanish is the second language now in America.
Yeah, honestly, because some of the signs, you go in the supermarket, some of the signs are in Spanish as well.
Oh, that's interesting. That's changed.
Yeah,
America's becoming more whatever, because that wasn't the case before. But yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of Spanish-speaking nations really in that country, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. Mexico. I don't know. What's it? Colombia. Most of South America and Central America is Spanish. It's only Brazil in it that's Portuguese.
That's right. And the Haitians speak, was it French, in it? Because there's a lot of because I know in Miami there's a lot of but America's changed though, I must admit. I'm like over the last which makes me sort of have maybe a little bit of a better understanding for ADOS, to be fair. But yeah, that's a different story still.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I was like,
some of the ADOS, they don't really like the Nigerians. I noticed. I had an African American sister, You know, I came off to coach, and these Uber taxis, and it's just like, I think she started asking me where I was from, so I just went, yeah. I was like, oh, I'm coming to go to see my cousin, etc. And then she know, where's your cousin from? I said, oh, she's a Nigerian. And then and then her face got, oh yeah, the Nigerians are everywhere. You know that sort of like, you know what I mean? You know how that sort of like tense.
But I think one of the problems, I don't know if it's a problem or whatever, but one of the things that I've heard is that they don't necessarily integrate in it. The Nigerians, that is.
Well, when you say what do you mean?
Into Black American culture.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that what they mean? Is that the issue? Because they're coming with their own culture, in it. So, and then all that business of them calling them, what do they call them? Is it kata? Is it kata? Kata? I mean, it's kata or something like that, isn't it? Meaning wild cat. That Yoruba word that they keep on calling African Americans. Like some of the Nigerians. I don't even know if it's just Nigerians. I think it might be the whole of West Africa. There's sort of like a derogatory term to say that, like, a wildcat, meaning you're uncivilized, you're not cultured.
Right.
Yeah. So, because I've
definitely heard, which has been, it's been quite upsetting to hear, to be honest, in 2023 and whatever. But I've definitely been hearing, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's division that's been creeping up since BLM and George Floyd, man. You know, I don't like it, man, because like I said, I thought that great strides have been made to join, and if not join certain communities, you know what I mean, but have a better understanding and get along with. And I know you yourself have even admitted to having a sort of Caribbean union in your family. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, when I start hearing some of these things, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it, man, because like I said, I'm seeing lots of Caribbean and African unions, and they're beautiful, man, and they last as well. Actually, as well, they're productive and they last, man. So
because they've got a similar background, don't they? There's similarities there and stuff, but I don't know. When I grew up, there was always Nigerians that were with Caribbeans. I always remember one or two people that had one like Nigerian parent and one, Caribbean parent. It wasn't really a big thing. It was just, that's what it was, isn't it? But I think, one of the issues in America for the ADOS people, the fact of the matter is they're still waiting for 40 acres and a mule. So they feel like when new immigrants like the Nigerians come in and stuff like that, and these Haitians, that they're taking the very limited resources that the white people throw out. Massa throws out the table, so they're going to fight over the scraps. Do you know what I mean? So I can understand it from their point of view, where they should get their 40 acres and a mule. It's a long time. They did build America. Free labor for how many years? And I think sometimes, like, I don't know if did you see that video of that Cameroonian lady that was insulting the ADOS people? Oh, good Lord. She was like a Cameroonian Candace Owens. Oh God, she was just really rude. I'll see if I can find that video. But I just feel like, I think sometimes they don't take the time to appreciate the African American struggle.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well. To be fair, I know that's been leveled at Caribbeans as well, obviously. And I think, when, really thinking about it, I think, it's a fair statement to be made still. Although the other side of the coin is that also a lot of these other nations did also help. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Build America in one way or another. But yeah, it's a bit complicated still. Why do you look for the video?
I'll say that again. While I look for that video.
Oh, shame. I was on mute. I don't know if he said he was going to look for a video or not, but in the meanwhile, let me just keep playing this still.
Men in their relations with black women. Those found guilty would eventually serve a maximum sentence of 2 years if you were a white woman, and 5 years for black men. Furthermore, black men could be condemned to death for any act legally defined as attempted rape. However, most times the settler community would mete out justice on innocent African men by downplaying the role that some white women may have played in initiating sexual relations with their black servants for purposes of self-gratification or just out of curiosity. Actually, there were 46 recorded cases of white women who used their authority as employers of black men to persuade them to have sexual relations with them between 1899 and 1914. Sexual relations between white women and black men were not that uncommon, and that it was only when a white woman involved with a black man was exposed that she would cry rape. And in some instances, if the black man was reluctant to have sexual relations with a white woman, he would be falsely reported as
All right, so I know that you lot probably can't see this, but this is quite interesting still. So this is a record of, I don't know why this is in the way. Can I move it down or not? I don't know why this is there, but it's see, it's a table of, I think it's like black men's offences basically against white women. Hold on, there's a VAR. Who scored? I've just heard noise. Who scored? That's Manu. He's offside, man. Oh, hold on. Who's that? Hand to ball? What's going on? Looks like there's loads going on there. All right, he's headed his thing onto his hand. So what are they saying? Handball? What? Penalty. Is that a pen? Hold on, family. Sorry. Oh, it's there for a pen. Right, so sorry about that. So, and that's one thing about the British. They're very good with keeping their records. So, for example, you got one here, case number 1, dated the 10th of the 1st, 1910. Place of offence, BlAcK. And the sentence is 8 years in jail with hard labour and 30 lashes. Another one is 12 years in jail with hard labour and 36 lashes. Another one here says 2 accused, 10 years jail with hard labour, 25 lashes each. There's one here on the, what's this, December 1906, death sentence and executed. So yeah, man, this just proves that, yeah, some real tainted love, boy.
But you know what? When it said that the white men were not punished for sexual relations with black Zimbabwe women, but the other way around, so it's just like it's just about the white man's ego. White man doesn't want to have to compete on a sexual level with black Zimbabwe men, and he just thinks he should have impunity to do whatever he wanted to do to black women in Zimbabwe. But I beg the black Zimbabwe man, don't feel like you can do the same, even though you're in your own fucking land.
Exactly.
And these white people have come there.
Exactly, in your own land. That is the depressing thing about it, man. For real. Ah, boy. History.
Where did you find this video? Where did you find this video? I'll drop the link at the end or put it in the description bar so I can have a look at it later on.
All right, bub. No problem, my Caribbean sister. No problem.
You say that.
I'll drop it in, no problem, man.
Okay, thank you, hon.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. Food time, man. Cooking.
What's for dinner today, bub? You doing some Saturday soup? What you dealing with?
No, so it's just in some lamb and some seasoned rice.
Yo, how do you do your seasoned rice, in fact?
What do you mean, sis? Yellow rice, you know I'm talking when I say seasoned rice. You know I'm talking about, right?
Okay. We have to talk to you about that. Because my mum used to do a wicked one. But anyway, all right, let me play this video anyway. See, you made me hungry now. You mentioned lamb. Oh, my God. You've been killing this lamb, man. I'm going to be a fat bitch, man. Oh, my God. Although enough people think I'm some mampy anyway, man. So I might as well go on, man. You know that, Betty. Anyway, you know that, Betty, innit? This are the oversized, mampy. Oversized. Beep.
Is that what they think? The way you sound is that you're what bigger than how you sound. Is that what they think?
It looks a virgin.
I didn't know that, man.
Yeah, you don't know, so we little but we talawa. You know that girl.
And then one white man, a white historian, American, said that slavery was the white man's sexual playground, and so was the colonists, his sexual playground. He was able to do what he wanted with impunity.
Yeah, man. Well, that ain't fucking happening again, mate. I can tell you that. You know what I mean? That not gonna happen again. Trust and believe that, man. And if there's no defense, I'm just killing people. Simple as, man.
Look at the sentences that they got. Well, the deaf and executed, 12 years in jail with hard labor and 36 last years. Why come there? Why bring your white woman there if you don't want to compete with black men sexually? And you know what? I on my old channel, I did a video about this type of thing where white women being sexually harassing black men, and especially when they're in a power position, and they force them to, or pressure them to have sexual relations, and then when unfortunately they do, that's when trouble starts. But yeah, I was. One of my subscribers saying that, he used to have a white female boss like that was always like sexually harassing him. I mean, I didn't even know that. That's what white women do to
man.
I think it happens more than we think, actually. But the man them just try to brush it off, and because of their ego, they won't call it out for what it is, man.
Yeah.
You get me?
And a lot of the times, because the unsynchronized black men chase them as well, so they automatically believe that you're supposed to like them. You know what I mean? So yeah,
it's a mad dichotomy in some way still. But that's why I always tell enough man, say, if you just have a good shape your hair, you know what I mean, fix yourself up, put on a nice suit, and you go to an interview with the right papers behind you, enough of you can get jobs, man. Even if you don't deserve it, just because enough of them just fancy you and they want a bit of totty in the office, man.
Yeah.
And the same thing for women, you get me? I don't lie me, I tell Virgin. I lie me, I tell.
No lie, I tell, man.
I'm sure enough girls out there, if they were to admit they got a job because one of the interviewers liked them.
Yeah.
But the important thing though is that because at the end of the day, you get a job interview because of your qualifications and paperwork, and you get the job because they like you. That is the science behind getting a job. You know what I mean? But obviously, in the first instance, you need something to get your foot through the door, as it were, and that's going to be your either your qualifications, your experience, etc., etc., etc. You get me? But yeah, man, definitely. I've told man that enough times, man. Definitely, there's enough, and there's obviously a lot of women now who are actual employers because we're out here doing stuff.
What's that film from the 90s, early 90s, man? With what's my man's name now? Michael Douglas and
what, with the bunny boiler one, or
nah, not what's it called again? Oh, Disclosure with what's that woman's name, man? What's her name? Is it Demi Moore?
Oh,
Demi Moore. Yeah, when she's like early 90s, man. She's his boss, manager, and that. Yeah.
Hold on. So what was it? Did she use her power over him or something?
Yeah, she was using her power over him, man. She's telling me you have to do this, you have to do that, man. Very deep film.
Yo, bless up yourself, Fee, man. Come on. But yeah, man, I'm sure there's definitely women that abuse their power. I'm quite sure of that, man. And like you said, whoops, because of the ego of some men, they won't even see it as abuse, man. So
yeah, it's true.
Still. All right, let's go and play this still.
Having attempted to rape the mistress. It is recorded that no less than 20 African men were charged and executed for sexual assault of white women, while approximately 200 others were either imprisoned or flogged between 1902 and 1935. In 1916, the Order in Council went on to enact the Immorality and Indecency Suppression Ordinance of 1916, further criminalizing the actions of African men. Despite all this legislation, the growing number of children of mixed race was testimony to the prevalence of white male and black female sexual relations over time. It was recorded that white males would call African women stinking kafirs, a derogatory term, but under the cover of darkness, have sexual relations with them. Though white settler women made several attempts to have legislation passed prohibiting these relations, they for the most part failed until the 1950s, because in doing so,
That's so true though. That's what they do. A lot of these white men, they'll be talking one thing, oh, I don't like black women finger, but under the cloak of darkness, they'll be with black women. That's what I'm saying. It's just very, very sneaky behaviour.
Very sneaky.
Yeah.
And then the
I
white girls
remember in the
get jealous. How many times
I
have
remember
you seen Jupiter get jealous when a white man defends any of the black women on the channel, even though she's got a black man? How many times does she get upset as a white woman that a white man got up to defend a black woman just in a bloody argument, for fuck's sake? Just a debate. Not even that the black women sleeping with the white men on the panel. But I noticed that she gets very triggered when she sees a white man defend any black woman on the panel and not her. White women's jealousy, man. White women can be very jealous. Even if they're not with a white man, they can get very jealous.
But does that also shout out to their sort of more, what would you call it? I don't know what it was, but I'll just use Kale's term in terms of synchronization, innit? Because basically she was saying that she gets upset when man gets unsynchronized by defending someone else, right? So it could be argued she's doing what she's supposed to do. It could be argued.
I don't know, because I noticed. I don't know if you remember
thing in because it could be argued that our thing's the opposite.
Yeah.
I don't know, she's not with a white man. That's the thing that sort of gets the irony of what she does. Do you remember when Isabella was with that Braden, the blonde guy?
Yeah.
And I noticed she bullied that girl for like 2 weeks on Real Show, screaming at her. Like, you should leave Braden alone. Stop using his Oyster card. She got really, she was really upset that a big brown girl could attract a white guy like Braden, even though she's got a black man. And obviously, that is what led up to Isabella, kicking off with Jupiter, because she was getting slagged off by Jupiter for 2 whole weeks. Yeah, on that Real Show. Yeah. And Jupiter knew what was going to happen when she came to the park anyway. And I remember when Isabella was backing away in it, and she's like, just leave me alone. And Jupiter was following her around like a fucking super fan. But that's what I'm saying, that many white women they might not even be with a white man, but they still believe that they own that white man. And don't you ever look. That's why don't you ever look at a black or brown woman like. That's why they're going crazy over Harry and all these white women. How dare you? We've given you money, we've given you power, we've given you finest education, we've given you palaces, and then you got left us for some brown woman. How dare you? And then you got the audacity to call us racist. Do you know what I mean? That's why the white girls, they believe that they're the most beautiful of them all, and they go crazy if they see one of their own go with a brown or black woman.
You know what? The fridge. Go and get that one piece out. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that that's what they're supposed to do, just like that's what we're supposed to do. And I'll just play.
So you like a game plan?
Well, no, because because even here in what we're watching, right, and like you even said, Betty, yeah, they've come and patterned themselves, got an all-else policy in someone else's country.
Yeah.
So that's how serious they are about their thing. You get me?
Yeah, true.
And I'm just saying that's how serious we got to be about our thing. If not, it'll just be an ever-ending story. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
The example that you gave is even a better because, like you said, my girl's out the fold, as it were, but she's still expecting the same
loyalty.
Exactly.
Yeah, she wants loyalty, but she's not loyal. She wants racial loyalty to white men, but she's not loyal.
Well, but I mean, again, that could be a whole different show. Have you heard of a book called White Skin, Brown Tears, or Brown Tears, White Skin?
You know about Francis Fenham? Francis Fenham, Black Skin, White Mask. You know about that one?
No. This one's by like an Arab lady.
White Tears.
The Algerian. I know what you're on about. Yeah.
Brown Star. White Tears, Brown Star summary.
It may even be that, you know, Betty. It may even be that.
How white feminism has been used as a weapon of white supremacy and patriarchy and deploys against Black and Indigenous women and women of color.
Right. That's the one, Betty. That's the one, love. That's actually the one. That book is actually a mad book, man. It's just. But anyway,
we're for read.
Huh?
I'll put it on the Kindle list then.
Yeah. All right, we'll press play. But yeah, just even in terms of what we were just speaking about there, and I guess the political science, quote unquote, as Kale would say, of certain situations.
The Census Suppression Ordinance of 1916, further criminalizing the actions of African men. Despite all this legislation, the growing number of children of mixed race was testimony to the prevalence of white male and black female sexual relations over time. It was recorded that white males would call African women stinking kafirs, a derogatory term, but under the cover of darkness, have sexual relations with them. Though white settler women made several attempts to have legislation passed prohibiting these relations, they for the most part failed. And
you see, now I find that bit interesting as well, right? Did you hear that? That the white ladies tried to make it be unlawful for that act. Yeah.
They tried to get rid of the competition, the sexual competition, isn't it?
But failed. Right, so okay, I'm telling you, nothing ain't changed since the plantation, brethren. Myth I tell you.
Until the 1950s, because in doing so, they were perceived to be challenging the authority of the white men who wielded most of the power in society. Initially, the shortage of white women was attributed to this phenomenon. In Bulawayo, for instance, in 1897, white male settlers outnumbered their female counterparts 6-1. Even after this disparity was eventually resolved, the male settler community continued having sexual relations with the local African women, with some going to the extent of marrying and having children with African women. Now, this phenomenon was not only reserved to the lower class white male settlers. Some very notable names in Rhodesia, including the big game hunter Frederick Courtney Selous, Willie Edwards, Stephanus Barnard, Peter Forrestal, among others, had African wives and children, though they never wanted it to be known publicly. The settlers went on to the extent of omitting this information in their publications. This also led to the neglect of many mixed-race children who were only left with African mothers who were oftentimes poor, whilst their fathers were known, but neglected taking care of them.
Yeah, well, even that guy, that nutcase guy, even he said that. That's one of the things he said, didn't he? He went, you white people have been dumping these mixed race kids in our community for years. You didn't want to acknowledge them, just left them. So that's why we embrace them and we see them as black. You never wanted to look after your little mixed race picking. And it's true, that's what they did, especially in Africa. They would just make all these babies and then just, take off running. And you see, he said that he was married to the woman, but he didn't want to acknowledge it. He didn't want to say. He obviously didn't tell these the people back home in Britain, maybe his superiors. He just kept it on the down low. Because I think I've heard of stories where some of these mixed race children tried to claim British passports. Do you know what I mean? And being denied.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And now in 2023, you understand me? We have products of such people trying to tell us as black women that we ain't shit.
Yeah,
imagine
exactly.
That.
I can imagine
that, and all we're doing is holding our little corner, talking about black love.
Yeah, this is it.
Troubling nobody. You understand me? But yet they're trying to done we out. You imagine, and this is what I'm trying to say. Man, them ain't got strength for the people that you're supposed to have strength for, man.
In Salisbury, which is modern-day Harare, there were 55 Europeans known to indulge in sexual intercourse with black women, resulting in 251 colored children, of whom 158 were not acknowledged or cared for by their.
Hold on, that sounds like the original scattershot. Did you hear that? Hold on a second. What the fuck? Let me play that again.
Poor, whilst their fathers were known, but neglected taking care of them. In Salisbury, which is modern-day Harare, there were 55 Europeans.
55 European men
known to indulge in sexual intercourse with black women, resulting in 251 colored children.
55, and from 55 they made 251.
Let's do the mathematics of that. So there was only 50 white men, and there was 200 mixed race kids. So, oh my god, what a burden!
If I hear certain people talk about baby father or baby mother again, you know, it's going to be problematic, you know. You understand me? Yeah.
Okay. It's very irresponsible. That's what they're doing. Many white people think that black people are just there to pick up their mistakes. You know,
that's
black people look at the kids, they
don't want to. See, I don't even want to know what the man them were doing when this is happening, you know. So let me just play the fucking video, man, because how come? Let me just
you know what?
158 were not.
Say that again.
Yeah, sorry, could you? Sorry, no. Some of these children might have been conceived through rape. Maybe some of these Zimbabwean women were working in the house of the white colonial master, and then they got raped, or they're walking down the street, because you know that's what they were used to do. These white men.
Yeah,
you know absolutely, man. Yeah. And I'm just thinking, how must the men have felt? You understand? You know?
Yeah, but remember, because we argue about where we're from and tribe and that, they exploited that and done that. So that's what happened to us, isn't it? That's why I'm not with the going against each other's tribes. It's very dangerous, man. Preserve it, protect it, but don't, have animosity in front of non-African people. This is the result.
I'm just thinking, to be a woman of that time going through that type of shit, and I'm trying to just work out if it's any fucking different. Obviously, it's different in terms of certain violations that can't take place now. But I guess I'm asking the question, like, are the women as unprotected? But anyway, let's press play, man. So that's about 4 per man anyway.
Or cared for by their fathers in 1930. There were numerous complaints against such. An example letter directed to the office of the Law Department by the Rhodesia Colored Society in 1929. The letter read, "We ask the government if the government can help us against our fathers. Of course, they don't look after us because they know that they are natives women. They are going to have children with them. We beg the government to put up the law against these Europeans who have native women. The thing that made us to ask this is because they still go forward, making more children and leave them again. The poor native women have to carry very hard to support these children." In the 1930s, after the Racist Land Apportionment Act was promulgated, Rhodesia was being purely shaped into a fully segregated society, with the distinction between black and white communities being clearly defined. Indians and mixed-race people found it.
Yo, my brethren, man, my 0121 brethren, talk to me, bro.
I just
I lie, John. You're lying to me, John. I know you're lying, bro. I know because I will come and fuck up the place, you know.
That was live.
I know you're lying.
It was that
I know John's lying. It can't be, man, because I was
bloody
just
hell.
Wait, are you saying that someone's live now, John? Don't play with me, bro.
Let's have a look.
Don't play with me, bro. Nah, they wouldn't even do that, man, because there's nothing here for them, man. What the?
So it's probably because of what I mentioned, how she treated, you know, what do you call it, Isabella, and because obviously you're doing the mixed race topic, you know, she's always on the mixed race topic, isn't it? Black and white unite, she's always on that.
She can't come over here though. Anyway, we could go on. Right, and this is exactly what I was questioning, Fee, man. That is a liar, tell, man. Nah. I lie. You lot are lying, man. I know you lot are lying. I just know you lot are lying, man. I know you lot are lying, man. Fuck that, man.
Where would they live on?
I don't know, man.
I type in the chat, she just... I don't know, but, you know, to tell you the truth, it's exactly like the white American scholar said, you know, the white men were using Africa and the Atlantic slave trade as a sexual playground. That's what they were doing. And they just left all their little mixed race picking everywhere. And they just left it for black people to deal with. Luckily, that black people accepted them and went on to have children with them. Do you know what I mean? But it's just wrong, isn't it? That they're so fucking irresponsible. They always want to come into the black community, come and be making children. They just see black people like a racial fetish, like they've got an entitlement to, you know, to experience, you know, the blackness. You know what I mean? Some of the white women I actually speak to and grown up with, the way they talk about brown and black men, it's just it's a fetish. It's not about liking black people. It's about they believe that you're there to satisfy them sexually because they grew up with them. Do you see what I mean? They don't care about you struggling it. What they care about is they want the brown baby. And they think it's cool to be around black and brown people until, you know, everybody wants to be black. Until the police show up, nobody wants to be black. But as shit hits the fan, you know, when shit hits the fan, you will see how these white women and white men treat black and brown people. There's so many of them that will have children with you, marry your ass. But when you get any kind of racial white supremacy problem, they're fucking gone. They're like, I saw one white woman, just on a YouTube comment, someone asked her, well, you with a black man, you got a brown child. Shouldn't you be fighting white supremacy? She went, look, at the end of the day, I ain't Martin Luther King. And I thought, that says it all, doesn't it? So all you care about is the brown baby and the black man. You don't actually care about their struggle, about you're not Martin Luther King. But a lot of black and brown people don't understand that. They may like you sexually. They may want to come with you, whatever festival you're having, celebrating the culture. But when shit hits the fan and their white cousins come for you, they're not gonna ride out for you. You were just a toy.
No. Sorry, Betty. Sorry to cut you, Betty. No. The finessing is real. Oh my God, man. Oh my God, man.
The white man is the original waste father.
Do you know what this old... this...
Remember, imitation is the biggest form of flattery. You're popping, that's why.
Yeah, Betty, because you know this old fucking bitch from long time, yeah? And there was a time when you and this old dog were friends, yeah? Yeah? Why is this old hog...
Associates, internet associates.
On my case, man, yeah? So listen to this here. This is how I'm saying this girl's so nasty. She's so disgusting. Yeah. She's so addicted. Yeah. This old fucking 10-belly dotty racist Ross, yes. Yeah. I told the bitch, don't blood clot review my things. Yeah. Right? Now the other day, yeah, Betty, okay, remember, she don't want, yeah, got what's her name? She got Empress Janet a strike, yeah, because Empress Janet was reviewing a show that she was on with this woman called Moon, yeah. So they struck her show, yeah. Yeah, that's why I one time called Strikeocracy and that. You understand what I'm saying to you, yeah? I've done told this old gummy reprobate lying piece of shit. Don't review my things, you know. Don't play my shit. Right? Yeah? Until the man was saying, you sent that week. No, I told Gummy, if you don't want to say you and her is one that are feeling the business. But you know what she's done, 0121? You know what the old dog's done, 0121? She's got fucking dickhead Dave. Yeah? Dickhead Dave, yeah, to come and review my things on his show.
That's how she is. Everybody knows what Jupiter's like. Look, at the end of the day, people, Jupiter. I remember when she was calling me. What did she call me? A mongrel. Fuck! I went to Greater Manchester Police, and Jupiter knows this. I reported this girl for racism, and when she doxed my address as well. So me and Jupiter are not friends. I was not going to put up with Jupiter, and now she's careful what she says in terms of race.
All right, Gummy. I noticed, Gummy. I noticed you didn't review my last show, Gummy. You fucking twat. Yeah, true. The whole of the white YouTubes on your case. They've got you as a liar. They've exposed you for being some type of CP fantasist and all type of thing. And the best you can do is come and review my streams. No. And Dave, listen, you're a dickhead already. We know that already, Dave. But you really made her come and play my thing on your thing. We you little right-wing racist fuckbaits, man. Like, yo, Gummy. Yo, stay away, man. You know what, Gummy? Man, give you something for review, man. Don't worry, man. Yeah, Dave, I'll give you lot something to fucking review. No problem, man. Always on my case. But anyway, we'll keep playing this for now. No problem. But thanks, Dave. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, the bitch can't done. Yeah, she just uses people as well, though. She just uses dope. Apparently, yeah, she got Dave, yeah, to say. So apparently, yeah, the story goes, and I have to bring up Wendy's thing, but this is the story goes, yeah. 0161, yeah. Apparently, her son, yeah, Gummy. I'm talking about your son, yeah, your son, Gummy. Apparently, he must have smoked some spice, found some spice. This is the story, innit? This is the story, yeah. Found some spice, smoked the spice, went home, fucked up his wife. You get me? And got put in Belmarsh. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. This is the story. And Dopey Dave apparently took the brunt and said that he came and he found some spice and he smoked it. You get me? Dopey Dave, that is. But yeah, that's the story, man. The story is that Gummy's son, one of her fucking 10 or 12, somehow got hold of some spice. Get me? Smoked it up and that. Went home, you know what I mean? Gave the fucking good wife a good going over and landed up in Belmarsh. Yeah.
Okay, now, man. To tell you the truth, for Dupes, she's never. Jupiter's a racist. What she has is a racial fetish. That's what it is. And she does something because, Uncle Hector's always saying, no, you can talk for black people, etc., etc. She just feels like she can just talk on black issues, etc., etc. But, I've said for a long time, Jupiter's a racist. I don't give a shit how often she tells people she's not. And that's why I reported you to the police, Dupes, because I think you're a racist. And the very fact that you were not brave enough to tell the police that you were calling me a mongrel and calling Ralph a mongrel, tells me who you are. She does lie. If she gets in trouble, if you could report to the police, if you don't have the physical evidence, and it's on the recording, she'll just lie through her teeth. Yeah, that's how she is in general. She's only got chat online, but in real life, she don't have that same energy because Isabella beat her with the slipper. Do you know what I mean? She don't have that same energy that she's got online, but she's never going to change. Just like these colonizers, in Zimbabwe, they were having sexual relations with black people and then fucking getting them sentenced or dumping the child. That's how she is. It's not love, it's just a racial fetish. She's got a superiority complex. Jupiter doesn't care about black people. She cares about her fucking ego. Yeah? She thinks she's got a white savior complex. That's how she's in general. Yeah? You know, she's arrogant. She's got a white savior complex. You know, she thinks just because she thinks she's the only one that's married to a black man. Oh, I've been married to a black man 20 years and all this bullshit. She wants a fucking medal for her being a white woman married to a black man. So fucking what? Do you know what I mean? I think it's almost like she thinks she can be a role model for black love. But, you know, Jupiter, you don't have a black family. You got a mixed race family because your ass is white. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, do you remember when she went, oh, Hector's pro-black? I remember when Hector was under pressure on, you know, the Lion's Den. She's like, yeah, he is pro-black. No, if you're not married to a black person, you're not with a black person, you're pro-humanity. That's not pro-blackness. And I'm not saying, even if you are with someone of a different race, you can still help the black community, but it's not pro-blackness, that's pro-humanity. Don't confuse the things. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, this is like sometimes I will be polite and civil to Jupiter, but what I won't have is that girl can never come and call me a mongrel again, because if she tries that again, I'm just going to open up that case again with Greater Manchester Police. You know what I mean? So Jupiter starts running their mouth with any racist shit. I'm there, innit? You know what I mean? Because it's not on. Hector shouldn't allow his wife to be going around calling people mongrels and black bastards and all that other bullshit. It's just wrong, isn't it? It's an ego thing with her. But in real life, she's not saying that. You don't think she's running around the Nigerian community calling them black bastard and think that she still keep their fucking teeth in her mouth. No, she's only doing that online because she's protected online. But we all saw what happened when she troubled that Isabella. She had no energy. Yeah? When Isabella's slipper came for her head, no energy. She's online. That's how Jupiter is. She's online. Yeah? No, whatever her name is, Michaela. Because that's what her name is anyway, Michaela. But that she's still got my address up on her channel. What she did is, she doxed me and then she put it on unlisted. But I'm like, you know what? She don't know my number, but to tell you the truth, I said let her keep it up and stuff like that. Because as long as I've got my case against her, yeah. Anytime she slips up with any racist shit towards black people, I can just add it and open the case. That's what I'll say to people. Like, don't bother with Michaela, but if she runs her mouth and starts being racist, go to the feds and you can't just marry into the black community, feel like you can start being racist and insulting people, black people, just because you got a bit of black dick at night. Like, who the fuck are you? Do you know what I mean? I am just so glad, fucking hell, she didn't marry into the Bibio community. Let the Edo people deal with Jupiter, but Jupiter's a fucking racist. End of. Yeah, all it is a racial fetish. Yeah, she's not a role model for black love or black relationships. The only role model that she could ever be is one for a black and white union. But no black person should be looking at her as a role model for how to get a black man. Yeah, you know what I mean? She's not a role model. Like, Hector sits there and incites racial hatred against his own. Do you know what I mean? So, like, what black woman would want a black man like Hector? Let's be honest. I only call him Uncle Hector because it's just a Nigerian thing, isn't it? We've got to call our elders, uncle, isn't it? But Hector is as big a problem as Michaela is. Do you know what I mean? That's why every time the Nigerians come on, there's another Nigerian arguing with Uncle Hector. Look at Aliri. He's arguing with Uncle Hector. All the Nigerians are always arguing with Uncle Hector because he's just making us look bad. But, everybody's got someone in their community that's wilding out. Everybody's always got...
I true that still. But, yeah, I just wanted to highlight the slyness, man. The finessing, man. This is why she's being done out. You understand me? Because she knows she can't review my team directly. Yeah, because she strokes out. She doesn't want other people to review things that she is in. But, yeah, you want to review other people's things? No. And now to get around that, you've gone to Dopey Dave. You understand what I'm saying to you? Dopey Dave. Oh, allow it, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, you just want to continuously, like, give your people them, like, give me to your people. Then why? You know what I mean? You got this fucking dickhead in here. Why? What is wrong with you, man? You're retarded, man. That's why I told you. You did not finish school, man. Yeah. You did not.
I thought they were arguing. I thought Jupiter and Dave had a fallout a couple of months ago. They made
it wasn't even because last week he threw his internet missus under the bus, but that's why Wendy calls him Dopey Dave, innit? Yeah.
Oh right, is that right? Oh, okay.
Dopey Dave, man, get me the minerals of a fucking dick. You know what I mean? Anyway, Dave. If you play my shit one more time, bro, you know what's coming, innit? If you're gonna let this idiot woman make you play my things, then you're really Dopey Dave, as Wendy calls you, man. Fucking dopey fucking Dave, man. Get me. You don't even ask, well, Jupiter, why do you want me to play this stuff? And this is the same thing she done to Wendy, yeah? When she can't, she don't, and this is the thing, this is exposed last week, yeah? When she took the foolishness over to Wendy's channel to play. And this is what she does. She just uses people. Yeah? These people are so dumb, they don't even see it, man.
Yeah.
Dave, you're a dickhead, man.
Heartless as well. When the lack of compassion she shows for mixed race people and black people in general, you just think, fucking hell. Like, how the hell did you manage to keep a black man for that long? That guy's got to be a doormat. You know what I mean? The real lack of compassion that she shows.
That's not even the Hector that came over here 20 years ago or whatever. That's a whole different person, man. I can tell you that, man. When he landed from Africa with all that naira in his pocket, he was a completely different person to who he is now, man. 100%, man. That's 100%. Anyway, we could go and play this still.
Intermediators in the Rhodesian racial hierarchy. And whilst Africans were relegated to the reserves in the rural areas, mixed race people were accommodated in the urban areas. Originally, the first black and colored neighborhood was on the south side area of the Salisbury Kopi and Pioneer Street, which is modern-day Kagovi Street. During the course of time, government and commercial buildings dominated central Harare, displacing blacks and coloreds into Highfield and Arcadia, respectively. The colonial government permitted colored and Indians to live with them in segregated neighborhoods reserved for Europeans. This is also evidenced by the number of buildings in Harare and Bulawayo, which were built by Indians, something that Africans were not able to do. Asians and coloreds also had access to white hospitals and schools and other amenities and had some voting powers, at least until the Rhodesian Front removed this right in its 1969 constitution. Those privileges also extended to the workplace, where 30% of the colored population was employed by the Rhodesian manufacturing sector, the remainder being tradesmen or engaged in service delivery, usually in roles that Africans could not access. Coloreds from African families were excluded from these privileges. The colored communities in southern Rhodesia mainly had emigrated as servants of Afrikaners and other white South African settlers from the Cape of Good Hope, and those who were offspring of the local white community and African mothers. During the Second Chimurenga, conscription was enforced on all male coloreds of military age who were expected to contribute 4 to 5 months of service to the Rhodesian security forces. In 1966, the Ministry of Defense gave notice that it would henceforth extend conscriptions to all foreigners with residency status, making coloreds of South African and other nationalities in Rhodesia also liable for military service. Most colored recruits were assigned to the Reinforcement Holding Unit, which was primarily concerned with transport and logistics. They were also tasked with providing convoy security and guarding installations targeted for sabotage by insurgents. In 1978, the Reinforcement Holding Unit was reorganized into the Rhodesian Defense Regiment. As the war intensified, colored personnel deployed to operational areas successfully petitioned to receive the same pay as white soldiers. On the advent of independence in 1980, following the triumph of Robert Mugabe, there were 20,000 coloreds living in the country. All coloreds who registered in the Rhodesian electoral system prior to 31 December 1979 were permitted to vote, and those that did overwhelmingly voted and endorsed the Rhodesian Front. Nonetheless, Robert Mugabe would later nominate Calverwell, a leading member of the colored community, to the Zimbabwean Senate as a conciliatory gesture. During the Second Chimurenga War, black nationalists frequently decried coloreds as having benefited unjustly from the colonial racial hierarchy. At the height of the land reform program in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwean Minister of Education and Culture, Enias Chigwedere, demanded that coloreds be excluded from the redistribution process on racial grounds, insisting that if we give them land, it will be giving it back to the white man.
I think that's a really good point, and this is what I've experienced myself, and this is what I say about King Gold, that many of those mixed race people are the buffer class, and they're talking in that video. They're talking about because they were like half white, they were receiving hospital treatment, receiving better privileges, better treatment because of their white blood than the black natives, and a lot of these mixed race people like to come on, especially online here, and like try and deny that, but that's a fact. That's what was going on. That's one of the reasons why I don't trust mixed race people, to tell you the honest truth. I don't trust my black people's liberation in the hands of mixed race people because of their historical behavior and stuff. So I can understand why they didn't want to give their mixed race people any land and stuff, because many times they're working for their white parent. Do you know what I mean? They're just a buffer class.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely established even in our last show when we was talking about the different sort of types of buffer classes throughout the islands and Africa, because there's definitely been more than one type of buffer class, right? Do you know what I mean? I think we've also, we can acknowledge that even certain Asians or Indians were buffer classes, definitely in Kenya, for example. I mean, I don't know if you've been to Kenya or know about Kenya, but boy. Yeah.
No, I just know about the Uganda. I just know about that the Asians with the buffer class, they owned a huge percentage of the shops and stuff like that. But I don't know about the Kenyan Asians.
Yeah, it's a similar thing in Kenya, I would say, Bab.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
The buffer class and stuff. But definitely. Yeah, that's why, it's divide and conquer and stuff like that. So, but for me, yeah, I just say just be careful when it comes to coloured people. You just got. I'm not saying that all the mixes and the Asians are against black people, but just watch which ones you align with. That's what I'm saying, isn't it? Because they're not all for us, isn't it? Some of them just want a better position in the system of white supremacy. They're not trying to help black people. They just want a position.
And it's just the highlight, because remember, Betty, this was in the early 1900s, so this wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, yeah. But I think it was even later, because Robert Mugabe. It's talking about Robert Mugabe as well. So it was,
exactly. Right.
Because Zimbabwe only got independence in the 80s. It's not like Nigeria. It was like 20 years before that. The white people really held on to Zimbabwe. They had to fight a war to get rid of white folk.
And I'm saying this picture here tells 1,000 stories, though, doesn't it? I mean, that's a mad picture still. Yeah, but we'll play through it not too much longer, but yeah, interesting.
Recently, some mixed race groupings have been trying to make overtures to the ZANU-PF government, seeking empowerment opportunities. They are claiming that they've been marginalized and deserve the same opportunities as Africans. That, in a nutshell, is the history of mixed race people in Zimbabwe. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a like. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so. Don't forget overtures to the ZANU-PF. Zimbabwean Minister of Education and the land, it will be giving it back to the white man. Recently, some mixed race groupings have been trying to make overtures to the ZANU-PF government, seeking empowerment opportunities. They are claiming that they've been marginalized and deserve the same opportunities as Africans.
I'm just glad in Nigeria we don't have these mixed race people running things in Nigeria. We don't have that problem. But I know like places like Ghana had that mixed race guy, didn't it? The one that had the Scottish father and there's Ghanaian mother. But that's the legacy in some African countries. Some African countries have a lot of these coloured people have a considerable amount of power, but thank God in Nigeria we don't have that type of issue.
Okay. So you heard what was said at the end there. They're basically saying that they deserve the same. Hold on, let me just play it one more time because that's a very scary statement, to be honest.
On racial grounds, insisting that if we give them land, it will be giving it back to the white man. Recently, some mixed race groupings have been trying to make overtures to the ZANU-PF government, seeking empowerment opportunities. They are claiming that they've been marginalized and deserve the same opportunities as Africans. That, in a nutshell, is the history of mixed race people in Zimbabwe. If you enjoyed the video, please give.
So they're saying that they should basically receive the same as the, yeah, that's scary, man. That is actually scary, man.
But they were already getting privileges. That is why they was started to be discriminated. That's why the Africans were discriminating against the colours, because they were happy when the black people weren't getting anything, and they were getting all this special privilege with the Asians. But now the black people are ruling. Now they're saying that now they remember that they're half black in it. Now they're talking about their indigenous African blood. But before they were riding out for their white European blood and enjoying the privileges.
Interesting still. Okay, so family, that was just a little bit of a mulatto quote unquote history in Zimbabwe, but I'm sure it was the same for many other African nations, and we know about the Caribbean already. I did have another one there still, but I think I'll leave that for another time still. But
that's the problem in North Africa as well. Don't forget North Africa, the mulatto class, all these Arab mulattoes, all these ones mixed with European, Asian, African. That's the problem there. They're those mixed race people that now call themselves Arabs. Yeah, and Berbers. They're the ones that are running things. You don't even see them. They look at any of their parliaments in North Africa. See if you see an indigenous black person there. No, it's the mulatto class that are running things. Yeah, it was the mulatto class that was lynching those black people in Libya, was it not?
Well,
those Libyans. It was the mulattoes, those Arab mulattoes that were doing the lynching. If you were black, you were getting lynched. That's why I'm saying that if you let them get too much power, before you know it, you as a black person, you becoming a minority in your own fucking land. They talk about they're indigenous. Be careful who you trust.
Do you think some of the African nations and even West, Caribbean ones to a lesser extent, only in terms of size, I mean that. Do you think that they're in danger of going down the same route as before, but just in a different way?
You mean in terms of the mixed race population?
Yeah, and just the different access that's allowed.
I think like if you look at countries like Dominica, that the mixed race, a lot of them got well too much power in countries like there's certain Caribbean nations that are like that, like North Africa, that where the mixed race seem to have bare power and the black people just seem to be at the bottom. So I think I can't say all of the Caribbean nations, because I know not all of the Caribbean nations are mixed, but a few of the Caribbean nations, yeah. Look at that Puerto Rico, that's another one like that, isn't it? All the mulattoes, the mixed race ones, they're almost to the point where they look white, yeah. But the indigenous black people they're at the bottom, isn't it? Even is it Cuba? They say even though they talk about communism and talk about how the healthcare's good, but they said black people are still at the bottom in Cuba. For all the communist talk and Cuba coming over to free Angola, they still put black people at the bottom. That's why I said that, what, black people, I don't trust my salvation in any mixed Africans, because they've got a really bad history of how they treat black people, black Africans, you know what I mean? So for me, I'm like, yeah, if they want to fight and help black people, fair enough, but I'll put my liberation in their hands, because all I see is I look at South Africa, innit? With how the coloured people carry on there, and North Africa, and the way look at just as King Gold is doing now, with the way he's talking to me, and he's insulting my hair, but he doesn't understand that he's insulting all black people that have hair like mine. Yeah, he don't understand that. But to go to North Africa, it's the same issue. The exact same issue is going on, but they call themselves Arab. But everybody knows that they're mixed. All the Mohammed hijabs, all of them. They're the ones you don't even see. How many times have you ever seen a black person represented as North African, even in their parliament? Why is it every time you look at a representative from their parliaments, whether it's Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Libya, or Egypt, when did they ever show you black people, black ones? They don't. But then the same mixed North Africans got the barefaced cheek to say that there's no racism there. We're all equal. Even some of them used to come and look at that white Berber. Do you remember Sia? Used to come on here and try and tell us that she was native Berber. I mean, she's a native, etc., etc. I mean, like, but she was white, isn't it? Let's be honest, she was white. Oh no, that either you're an offspring of white slaves or white Vandals or Greek or Roman, whatever, or whatever the Aryans, the Persian Aryans, whatever. But it's the indigenous black population of North Africa getting subjugated. Yeah, leave my hands, and no mixed race person come and free anybody in fucking Nigeria. I'll tell you that. I mean, we don't have that problem. I hope Nigeria doesn't become like that, because many of these mixed race people, like King Gold, they're only black part time. If they can get a bit of special privileges from their white family members, they'll throw you down the river. They'll sell you down the river. He does it on a regular basis. Every couple of months, King Gold has an outburst. And that's how he's symbolic of many of mixed race people. That's like, personally, I don't like to use the word TrAgIc MuLaTtO, but if you're going to insult my blackness, I'm going to have to throw insults back in it. Yeah? I will. If you want to start insulting my racial heritage, I'm going to insult you back in it. Fire with fire, in it. But he's just symbolic. There are many mixed race people like King Gold. That, you know, when you talk to them, go and see if you see something in the slave master's house. What they used to do in Africa is, you see these mixed race people, they will put them in higher positions. Yeah, they were like the buffer class. They would be the ones teaching English, teaching the English ways, because their father was white. Yeah, and they'd be teaching the natives. And when I was looking at Nigerian history, and they were talking about some of these returning slaves, some of the native, when they returned to Nigeria, many of they had to start becoming indigenous Nigerians, because the native Nigerians were getting fed up of their Anglophone ways. Because obviously some of them were returnee slaves that were black, but some of them were mixed race. They weren't all like, you know, black returnee slaves. But they had to adopt native Nigerian ways, because the native Nigerians were like, no, we're getting fed up of your Anglophone black arse and brown arse coming over here telling us what to do. So then they integrated, and then they rose up against the British rule, because that's what it says. I was reading about the Sierra Leone Creoles coming over. That's what happened. Do you know what I mean? And you have to pick a side when it comes to a race war. You got to pick a side, fam. I mean, this is a clash of civilizations. You can't play a defense. You can't be black 1 minute, white 1 minute. You got to pick a side. This is war, isn't it? I don't think there's any time for conscientious objectors. But I tell you what, I want to see another North Africa. I've been to North Africa. I've been to Egypt. Yeah. But black people complain about when they go to Egypt. You know, the amount of black people that complain about the racism that they're getting. And the really sad thing is, especially in North Africa, how many of them don't want to admit that they're African? Yeah? They don't want to, you know what I mean? We're Arab. But you're in Africa. Even if you're Arab, yeah? Arab is an Afro-Asiatic language anyway, and you can't be in Africa 1,000 years and never mixed with an African. But they talk about North Africa like it's not even connected to Africa.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, certain parts of North Africa definitely, yeah. But I don't know. Maybe we need to have some of that conquering spirit still. But anyway, that's a different story. But
this very interesting video, though. Very interesting video. Thank you for that video.
Yeah. I found it interesting myself still. I mean, and like I said, that was just last century, as it were, 1900s, and that in terms of, the first part that we saw in terms of lashings and executions and things like that. Do you know what I mean? So
just extreme. It's the extremism. Like,
well, it's an all else policy, Betty. You know what I mean? And it is extreme, yes, but these are policies that I think that we need to adopt, man.
Yeah.
Because all else policies keep power, because like you said, innit, they're doing all else policies on a whole different person's land.
Yes. Exactly. That's the audacity of it, that you can come and start mistreating people in their own land. That's why I never give them any credit for, ending the slave trade, because what's the point? You just came to enslave people in their own land instead. Do you know what I mean? So it's obviously you weren't wanting to end slavery, or you want to come and colonize. Do you know what I mean? But it's a mad thing. I think what they used to call these the buffer class, the coloured class. Is it the boule? In America, African Americans, they call it is the blue.
That was more the upper black class, though, isn't it? Weren't necessarily the mixed. It was just the black ones that.
I thought they were also mixed because you could see their blue veins. I don't think like the three colours. I don't think they were just like fully black naive. I think they were actually mixed. But obviously, the one drop rule in America is if you one drop of black blood, you're black. But I'm sure those boule people, they weren't just like, they were actually mixed. They weren't like,
I mean, they may be, but I'm just saying that the boule is more of a bourgeoisie thing, innit? It was more to separate the, it's like the white skull and bones type of thing.
Oh,
that's what boule is. It's more to do with, America's collegiate system and those that come from it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, black boule is supposed to be like a Illuminati equivalent, then, if I could say such a thing.
Okay. I thought it was the brown paper bag test. Is it not that one?
No, that's something else.
Oh, okay. That's
that boule. It's definitely ingrained in American collegiate. When you have to alpha fight, you know what I mean? All that pledging thing, and then it goes all the way through.
Those in
America, they
those societies.
Exactly.
But it's just like, but I think that video illustrated that you do have in Africa, there are certain countries where the buffer class, the coloureds, have power. But there's other countries like Nigeria that, like, nah. It might have like one or two in the government, but you can't just come and say just because you're half white or whatever that, you're going to run things and you're getting everything. You know what I mean?
I think in Nigeria, it's more the Muslim-y, isn't it? That's more where the class comes in.
It's more Muslims like Hausa, Fulani type of thing, dominant. But like places like, South Africa, that's where you see the coloureds, and obviously Zimbabwe and stuff. But if you've ever spoken to some of these, like, I remember when I was in Germany, I came across this white girl who was born in Tanzania, and they just have a superiority complex. When you meet those white people that are born in, like, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, they just have this superiority complex that will just piss you the fuck off. You know what I mean? They just sort of see black people as almost like servants. Like do you see what I mean? Like quite condescending to black people.
Yeah, definitely. And this is why I say that colonization and its sort of residue effect is real, man. Because this is all, and that's even when we spoke about colorism and texturism and all these isms. These are all These are unfortunately all direct, results of. Hold on, this means nothing. 1 second. I was just trying to find something.
I'm sure he will apologize later on, though. Good goat. Later on, he's going to be apologizing.
Nah, we're not even doing all of that, man. Seriously, man. Because we ain't people's, balling thingy bob. You get me? Nah, man. And come and tell us we ain't shit, man.
I guarantee he's like Triller, isn't it? He's like him, where they'll have their outbursts and then later on they're gonna apologize and say, "Oh, it was drink talking" or something like that.
They can hold it, man. Because like we've already established, they can't go and be sick with to other people like that. They can't do it, man.
But I think sometimes I wonder if it's his health condition. Oh, but you know what? I was that shot. I was cracking up. I was like, really? I was like this, because my mum told me a story of a mixed race woman that came to the Nigerian community centre in Manchester, and she was looking for her father. So the woman was in her 50s. So I think her dad was a Nigerian student in the 50s and had a baby with a white woman, and then obviously the Nigerian father had gone back to Nigeria. So she'd come in her 50s looking for her Nigerian father. And my mum was telling me the story that she was talking about how when she was raised by her grandma, and then when the white neighbours came round, they would put her in the cupboard because they didn't want them to see that the granddaughter was brown. Yeah. So that's something when King Kong started talking, I was like, yeah, like, were you one of those mixed race people that were put in the cupboard when the white neighbours came round? That's what they were doing, though, Naifa. That's generally what they were doing. Like, that's why I think sometimes it's the trauma, because, if you're from a black family, you're very lucky in it, because some of these mixed race people, they were classed as so dirty that when the white neighbours come round, they just got to put you in the cupboard.
Mad thing. That's actually crazy, man.
Yeah, that's what the woman was telling my mum, that when the white neighbours came round, they would put her in the cupboard, and then when the white neighbours left, they
came out. Nah. Oh my gosh, man. As you say that, have you heard of a book called Flowers in the Attic?
No.
By Virginia, and is it Virginia Andrews? Well, yeah, man. If you like to read, and as we talk about sort of putting people in cupboards, it's basically a book about a family that kept their children locked up in the attic. I don't see a part 2, Kushti. If there's a part 2, if you can drop a link, I'll play it still. Yeah, it's called Flowers. It's a trilogy: Flowers in the Attic, Petals in the Wind, and another one. But really, really good books, man. But yeah, man. So till the children became incestuous.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm sure it's based on a true story, man.
You got all those weird things going. Oh, Virginia Andrews. I think I remember this woman. She's prolific writer, isn't she?
Yeah, man. She's written loads of books, man. Definitely. But that trilogy, I would encourage anyone that likes to read and whatever, and it's got a bit of time on their hands to read it, because it's definitely interesting, man. There you go. Mel said they made a movie, Flowers in the Attic. I believe they did, actually, but I didn't watch it, man, because the movies are never as good as the books, man. And oftentimes I find them to be quite disappointing, man. So yeah,
it ruins it for you.
Yeah, because you can't, in a movie, you can only do so much in it. Obviously, in a book, they can be so descriptive and,
Yeah.
Describe the mood, the this, the that, the blah, blah, blah. Whereas, a TV can't really catch that. But yeah, big up yourself, Mel, man. But good book, man. And I've spoke about Angela's Ashes, another really good book. Hilarious, but depressing at the same time. And that's about the Irish struggle.
There you go. I've heard of that one, but I don't know. Sometimes I don't like to hear too much about the Irish struggle because sometimes I think it's a bit overplayed. I find sometimes that Irish people are like, I just feel like sometimes they seem to get more sympathy than fucking black people struggle.
Yeah, I hear you in that regard. I guess for myself, it was more interesting just to see, yeah, man, just how religion and being so dogmatic about certain things can, you know, put
Is
pressure
that the
on us.
one about the babies or the nuns?
Which one?
You know, the Irish one you're talking. Is that the one about the babies and the nuns or something?
Yeah, there are babies in it. So it's like a family with X amount of children and they're living in grave poverty, you know, in Ireland. And yeah, they got, it's just funny, man. It's not funny, but it is funny. The way it's written, it's funny, isn't it? But the situation is not funny because, you know what I mean? There's a hole in their roof, in it. So every time it rains, he said it's like, he says it's like Venice.
Oh, what does it say? Why does it say it was banned for obscenity and pornography? Is that the same? The right one?
What? Angela's Ashes?
Yeah, I'm just seeing something. Banned books week. I'm just seeing that. So it says a banned books.
I don't see why Angela's Ashes would be banned unless it was against religious whatever. But there was no nudity or nothing like that in there, man. So no. Kushti's saying Angela Ash's movie was miserable. Yeah, well, the book that's what I'm. It should be miserable. I mean, I haven't watched it. I didn't watch it, man, because I just know
it was banned from public schools and libraries by Florida Tea Party and the Florida Citizens Alliance. And it's one of the 100 books that was banned.
But yeah, man. But I haven't got another. I've got another one, but it talks about how more about the mulattoes in the Caribbean, etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
And again, I don't know, man. But I mean, yeah, the thing is, in terms of the colonization series, we can definitely see the residues, and even in America as well. So 1 second though. Still 2-1 City.
Is it 2-1? I'm just so glad. Thank God they're not playing in Manchester. I wouldn't be able to go to the gym with them people on the street. Because I always cycle to the gym. And then when you cycle to the gym when they're playing, it's just really hard. The whole road is chock-a-block.
Oh, you're taking this thing very serious, Betty.
Yeah, I've got to, you know what I mean?
Back home and that after all that legwork.
Yeah, this is it. But you know what? You know when you see your friends or people that you know of my age dying or getting ill, that's when you think I can't play with my health. Health is wealth.
No, I true to your talk, man. There's nothing you're saying there that's not true, man. To be fair, so can't say nothing there, boy. Right. Okay. All right. So this one is the mulattoes and Zambas of the Americas, part 1. Yeah. So again, it's just a little history regarding the mulattoes. Right. Hold on a sec. And I will be back. I have to get some more water, man. This one, there's probably going to be more Spanish influence as well. I tell you, boy. All right, let's see what I've got on this.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to my channel. It is your girl Christina, and today's video is part 1 of 2 videos where I'll be going over the mulattoes and sambos of the Americas. I did this video in 2 parts just because there was a lot of information and I figured it'd be better to just break it down. So in this first video, I'll be going over the mulattoes, and then in the second video over the sambos. Now, disclaimer. I know that not all of the Black groups in the Americas are mixed. I know there are certain pockets of people within the Americas where the Black people have still remained pretty pure. However, most Black people on this side of the world are mixed. Number 2, I'm speaking in very general terms in this video, okay, guys? 3, I know that there are also East Indian and Asian influences, especially in the Caribbean, but I will not be covering those in this video. That would probably have to be a separate video in itself. And lastly, when it comes to mulattoes, guys, some are very light and some are very dark. Genotype does not always match phenotype. You can literally be biracial and come out looking white like Mariah Carey or Black like Barack Obama. So just keep that in mind. All right, guys. And so with all that out the way, we shall now get on to the video. Mulatto is a historical racial classification used to describe a person of one white parent and one Black parent, as well as a mixed race person who is the result of generational mixture. Mulattoes represent a significant part of the populations of various Latin American and Caribbean countries. This
Bless up yourself, 9 ones, man. Yeah, I was just looking at those statistics still. Okay.
is especially true in countries like Brazil, the Dominican Republic, Belize, and Colombia, which are among the countries with the highest proportions of mulattoes.
What values were important to you in the work context when you were younger?
I just wanted to have fun. I wanted to enjoy what I did and it just be spontaneous.
So I'm going to begin this section focusing on the Spanish Caribbean first, and I'm going to begin with the Dominican Republic. DR is always among the first 2 or top 3 countries that are mentioned in this conversation of countries that have large mulatto populations. And I think it just has a lot to do with the history of the country. So the introduction of African blood into the island of Hispaniola.
I know oneness. She's got no content, bab. That's, get me? No content, man. No content. And when she tries to do content for herself, it's all dead, innit? So make her go on, man. Yeah, make her go on. She's got no content, man. If she's not talking about people, she's got no content, man. If she's not talking about flipping child porn and pedos and nonsense and all that type of shit, she's got no content. You get me? Yeah. 01618 spoken about her for a long time. She just happened to mention her a little bit today, and now she needs to build. She's gonna build a whole show on it, man. No content, man. Make it go on, man. And nobody's against you, man.
You know, when she's dead upset about like sexual exploitation of children and grooming gangs, I don't understand why she doesn't do things like, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, that type of exploitation of like teenage white girls, since she says that she's really upset about it.
But it's just content, man. Even with this whole CP thing, it's just all content, man. They don't take this shit seriously, man.
No.
You know what I mean? It's just content. And she can't make her own content. That's the problem. All she can do is review other people's, man. Bless her cotton socks. And even when I reviewed about the scummy side, that's my content. You get me? The fact that, anyway, let's go through with this, man. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, one. You know what I mean? They can't live without us, man. She literally cannot survive, man. I've come to the conclusion, man. But yeah. Remember, you know, I'll strike you, you know, my girl. Yeah, I know you're trying to do all kind of slick shit, but nah. I don't need your content. You don't need mine, man. Go and play someone else's, man. All right, let's get back to this anyway. But big up yourself, one. I know I'll go on, man. Thank you.
Hispaniola has a long history, and as many of you know, Santo Domingo was the first colony to import Black slaves. Over the course of a few centuries, African ancestry would not only be the result of the slaves brought into the eastern side of the island, but also from fugitive slaves from the colony of Saint-Domingue, which is now Haiti, And once slavery was abolished, African American freed people would arrive, which were called the Samana Americans, as well as Black laborers from the British West Indies, whose descendants are known today as Cocolos. Due to the prior establishments of slavery in Santo Domingo shifting from gold mining and sugar cultivation to cattle ranching, this allowed for a more lax relationship between whites and their slaves. A Frenchman who traveled from the colony of Saint Domingue to Santo Domingo recorded that the slaves, quote unquote, were fed as well as their masters and treated with a mildness unknown in the colonies of other nations. Now, rape and sexual abuse did occur, especially in the early days of slavery. However, there were also consensual relationships between white men and African women. This proximity and relationships between whites and Black people allowed for a large mulatto population to form, with the number of mixed race people of color matching those of white people at one point, and that number would only continue to increase. In 1871, American Samuel Hazard visited the Dominican Republic and stated that the majority were neither pure Black nor pure white. He said they seemed to be practically destitute of prejudice of color, race, and class. Currently, mixed race people make up 2/3 of the island's population, and almost 90% of the population possess varying degrees of African ancestry.
Dear man, I've been there, boy. That was a mad thing still. Well, I wouldn't even say a mad thing, but yeah. It's very Spanish in DR, boy. Nani, if you're going to do a DNA test. Yeah, this girl sounds a bit biased, so not sure what she's up to. And I'd know for my African and my heritage. All right, looks like who Betty used.
Yeah, I was just that one. That one was the one that told me the African American, African Caribbean one. That was really good. But I used my heritage DNA report and I just uploaded it to the other one, the Adno. That's the one. I uploaded it to and just paid, I think, about £30 or £20 to get a breakdown. That the Spanish one, it's a Spanish company that Adno. That one was better because that one really broke down my ancestry. My heritage just sort of like if you've got African American and African Caribbean, they won't let you know. What they'll do is they'll just say, "Oh, it's Yoruba or whatever." Do you know what I mean? But Adnan will say, "Oh, well, it came from America. It came from the Caribbean." You see what I mean? That's why I liked that one.
And that's all through a swab.
Yeah, just a cheek swab. Just 2 cheeks.
Betty, I'm just advising you to go and report the bitch. Yeah, just report her at this point.
Oh, what's she saying? Oh, she's just going in. You know, Jupiter's very nasty because, like, look how she doxed me. Didn't she dox? Who did she dox? She doxed Zebeda, didn't she? Do you remember when she doxed Zebeda?
This woman's been locked up for this shit and she doesn't learn. She clearly needs another lesson.
Oh, yeah, she did that with your son, didn't she?
Do you know what I mean, man? That's what I'm trying to say. The thing is, yeah, this is what I'm trying to say, innit? She's, she they went after Vodders. They tried to go after Dan. They threatened Wendy. You know what I mean? And people are just probably still there lapping up her bullshit, man. You get me? But it is what it is. I've done what I had to do, which is to prove that she's a lying scunt and all the rest of it. As says her own people, them. You know what I mean? So that's all I got to do. The rest she can entertain the people, them, because she's got no content, man. Her only content is reviewing people.
She got to get to tell you the truth because she don't have work.
Yeah, when her and Zebeda was doing her thing, she got locked up in it. This is what I'm trying to say.
This is disgusting. Hold on.
And not just said that, she also sent pictures to Ards. In fact, Ards.
Report her, Betty, now. Go over there and report it, Betty. Report it, Betty. Report it. Shut it down.
A video where she squirted.
She's just jealous as well, man. This is all she can do, man. This is all she can do. Yeah, but whatever Betty done wasn't hurting no one else. Yeah, what she does hurts other people, innit? Yeah.
Like
So
this,
she
like this squirting thing. Betty, there's no video of Betty squirting. This is just lies, man. It's just a wishful thinking. I was chatting shit about Betty squirting. I wish I could squirt people. Just some chatting shit, man. But the thing is, you have to ask yourself, why is this woman worried about what I'm doing with whatever man, whether it's us or whatever? She got a whole husband, and this is how she got into trouble with Isabella, where she got involved in Isabella's sex life. But if you've got so much time for my sex life, Jupiter, it's because you ain't getting it at home, isn't it? Because Hector don't satisfy you. That's why you're worried about what I'm doing in my bedroom. But I'm a.
That's what I'm saying. Like married women married women who they don't behave this way, man. So I totally agree with you, man. They're occupied. You know what I mean? They're in a nice place. You know what I mean?
He's such a cuckold that he's sitting there listening to this bullshit, man. And this is why people have no respect for him, man. This is why, as an African man, he cannot get any respect, man. No way. I don't know no African uncles that are like this, man. But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's not the same person that landed here with 20, 30, 40,000 naira 20 odd years ago. He's a whole different person, man. Do you understand me? But let her do it.
She's streaming on now because I can't see where she's streaming.
You need to respond to this.
Women you have in the whole of Nigeria, if not Africa, the BBO community. Hence, when she came up with all her funny hanging out in the air on YouTube over 3 years ago, I wasn't surprised. That is what they do. That is who they are. So she can shut her fucking mouth up, or else I'm going to expose her. What's she on about?
What? Listen, man. Listen. You do not take these people seriously. Remember, these are the people that have accused man of rape.
Yeah, I know.
To accuse a man of rape. Do you understand me? And told man, well, let's go to court and all this. He's a degenerate.
And he lied as well. He lied. Yeah, man, he lied, man.
Listen. Do you understand? Degenerate, so they can do what they gotta do, man. Yeah, they're just disgusting, and they know it right now.
Because they look at the end of the day, Michaela and Hector, let your wife say any more racist shit, and you know I've got you on tape recorder, and I'll just go to the police and open the case file. I mean, because I've always told you your wife is a racist, and you encourage the racism. And she's the one that hangs out with the far right, with Tommy Robinson supporters. I mean, the police already know who Michaela is. This is not news. Do you know what I mean? It's not hard to prove that she's a racist because she's proud to say that she's a Tommy Robinson supporter, and then that Jada Franson, racist Jada Franson. Do you know what I mean? So that's just not my problem. But if you Hector and Jupiter, if you want to spend your time worrying about Betty's sex life, what Betty's doing, that just tells me that you don't enjoy each other's company in the bedroom. You know what I mean? If you're really a happy married couple, you wouldn't spend hours chatting about who Betty's sleeping with. You know what I mean? You should be satisfying each other, not worrying about what I'm doing. I'm a grown woman. Anything I do in the bedroom, I do with people over the age of consent. But this is exactly what you did to Isabella. You spent 2 weeks insulting Isabella because you were sleeping with Raiden, because you got jealous. But Hector, you don't satisfy Michaela. Everyone knows you don't satisfy her. If you satisfied her, she wouldn't be worried about my fucking pussy and ours dick. You know what I mean? It's a sad state of affairs. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I'm saying, Betty, the thing is, right now, the other side of YouTube has got her in a headlock, innit? Yeah, and their only escape, this is her only escape. You understand me? Because the other side of YouTube has got her in a headlock. Yeah? So, as per normal, you get me.
Hold on.
With a wedding ring.
Let me go back a bit. Hold on.
I'm going.
And the other one didn't even have a sexual relationship.
She's talking about how black men desire her. Hold on.
Why are you saying this? He told us a few things.
She's reviewing us. You're not going to report her.
I don't want to hear it, man. Otherwise, I'd play it myself.
Most of these people have traveled.
Well, you're not going to report her.
Of Nigeria.
Stop playing this, man.
Yeah.
Hanifa, you're saying the girl mustn't play your streams, and she's playing your stream right now. But what are you actually going to do? What's the consequence consequence? The same question you got for Cal, got for you. What's the consequence? Have you
Yeah,
even
but
got evidence
Lady
to
D,
report it? No.
I know, but Lady, yeah, but sister, this, you know, this show, what Sister Knife is, this is gonna go down in history. You know, this is very important. You know, sis, very, very important, and that, you know what I mean. And they just come to cause confusion because it's about
Do
the
you know that they're
mulattoes, as you know.
telling Betty that
Mhm.
apparently black men desire her and want her and got down on bending knees? I just find this funny. Like, what is that got to do with Betty? Why is she telling Betty this? I don't understand. Why is she telling Betty
So
this?
they're in competition with the black woman. You know this. They're in
Yeah,
competition.
this
They
is
only
what
go
it
for
is.
black men to prove to the black woman that we can get them to. That's why I've never, I don't mean to be horrible, that's why I've never ever dated non-African. I know the political science, they don't want us sincerely. It's just to prove to the black woman that you are the first, but we can get them to. That's all it is. You know what I mean? And it's a shame, but they gotta learn. They gotta learn, man.
You know what? I'm just saying, like, you know what she's just put? This is the thing with Hector. Hector insulted my people. He basically said that Calabar people, my people, that they eat cats and dogs. But the thing is, you English people eat rabbits. So who are you, Hector, to talk about Calabar people eating cats and dogs when your English woman's people eat rabbits? What's the difference between a cat and dog? And a rabbit. That's what I mean. That you're just an unsynchronized African, Hector. You're a fool, fam. You just think you're white. To tell you honestly, Hector, you think because you got a white woman, you've been married to a white woman for several years, you got little white, half white babies. You think that you're white in it, but don't come here telling Calabar people what they can eat. If they want to eat cat and dogs, it got nothing to do with you. You worry about your wife's people eating goddamn rabbits, their pets. Do you know what I mean? But how the hell you, as a white English person, gonna try shots at Nigerians and Calabar people when you're eating rabbits?
I know.
Do you know what I
I
mean?
know.
It's the hypocrisy of it. The people in fucking Calabar, many of them don't even have 3 meals a day. The poverty is real in Nigeria. You think there's a welfare state? But don't come and tell people what to eat, innit? And so, you know, people, cats and dogs are eating all over Nigeria. It's not just Calabar. But why don't you worry about your wife's people eating rabbits? Who are you? Do you know what I mean? To tell people what to eat. It's just like the guys. I don't want to start insulting Hector because you know what? I'm a grown woman, innit? I've got nothing to prove to any man. But the fact of the matter is, Hector, you didn't marry a Nigerian woman. You sold out,
Exactly.
innit?
Exactly.
You're not trying to preserve
Exactly.
no African heritage. Even if you didn't marry Nigerian, you didn't marry a Ghanaian, you didn't marry a Moroccan, you didn't marry an Egyptian, you didn't marry a Rwandan, you didn't marry your own. Yeah? So don't worry about what I'm doing, innit? You seem to think that you own me as a Nigerian, but you did not marry a Nigerian woman. So you're not loyal to Nigerians. Concern yourself with your English woman. You wanted your English woman. You want to live in England. You said that you and your wife are going to settle down in England. Concern yourself with your English woman and how to season the rabbit that she's going to be eating. Her little pet rabbit, yeah? Concern yourself with that. Don't worry about what other Nigerian women are doing. Sorry, Kale. Say what you were going to say.
I was just laughing. It's ridiculous, Sister Betty, man. He married an overseer of white supremacy. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
He tells you what he thinks of himself, though, doesn't it?
For the smoking spice.
And talk about his pro-black.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what she said. She said it when she wanted to try and get some clout on Raspek's show. She said he's pro-black, and I was like,
one sec, man. Can we just play a couple of videos?
I just want another comment, sorry. 2 secs. Yeah, so I've recently not gone that day, but I've made a statement that how can you sound like Christian values, like the truth, when you, which he said was honourable in one way, like sticking up for Jupiter with that spy story with a family, well, with a son beating up his kids and his missus, going to Belmarsh. Like Dave took the rap for the smoking spice side of that story, which is honourable of him to defend the friend. But it does show that he's willing to do that and muddy his name and be trolled because he supposedly smoked spice when he actually never. And he's backed up Jupiter with that, and he's protected.
Oh, what? You stop the review now, my girl? Yeah? You stop the review now? Keep reviewing, man. Keep reviewing, my girl, man. Keep reviewing, because you got.
I'm not gonna lie, I've been reporting her the whole time because I'm not having it. I never gave consent for my fucking voice to be over there. So yeah, that's gonna happen every time.
Oh,
Yeah, man, big up to yeah.
Thank you for reporting her, but for me, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like, because she's already got my address up for like more than a year or so, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm fed up of reporting this bitch. You know what I mean?
I just report, man. Yeah, I will. Don't worry about that. Hold on a sec. Sorry. Go on anyway. Let me just play this because I got some more. Fuck that, man.
Still to this day.
Yeah. Talk about Let's talk about the spy story. Yeah. So you just heard Luke say, yeah, that Dopey Dave, yeah, took the fucking I wonder if she's listening to this. Let me see if she's listening to my little breakdown. The same thing she done to Wendy. Let's see. Yo, my girl, why do you have to listen to my thing? You're done out here. Absolutely done out here, man. Wendy's done exposed you. Base Luke's done exposed you. There's nothing more you can do, bub. Obviously, you can talk to your little minions and your little dickheads that listen to you. But the internet knows, man. Like, you are literally done. Bless your cotton socks.
Which he said was honourable in one way, like sticking up for Jupiter with that spy story with a family, well, with a son beating up his kids and his missus, going to BrUnCh. Like Dave took the rap for the smoking spice side of that story, which is honourable of him to defend the friend. But it does show that he's willing to do that and muddy his name and be trolled because he supposedly smoked spice when he actually never. And he's backed up Jupiter with that, and he's protected Jupiter still to this day. But Jupiter knows exactly what Moon said. Moon knows the implication what Moon's trying to imply is that it was Crystal who sent the messages to Jupiter saying that it was Plisco. When we all know it came from Moon in the first place. So why is Jupiter not defending Dave? And I believe Crystal's in relationship with Dave, isn't she? Why is Jupiter not defending Dave and Crystal? Dave has defended Jupiter massively. And if you're willing to throw Dave under the bus, then who else are you willing to throw under the bus, Jupiter? Times are changing, darling. Times are changing. I hope that pedestal's not too high, love, because the fall down is going to be fucking sore. Ciao.
And that's what's happening now. You understand me? That's why she's got to hang on over here, man. Look, what's this? Oh, God, not this foot. All right, Kushti, don't worry, Bab. Don't worry. But anyway, that's what I'm saying, man. You can get flipping sidetracked on that. Betty, you all right there, Bab?
Did you see the one with Esau done in her?
Yeah, I was just listening to what she was saying and stuff. I just wanted to say that stop that talking about Jupiter's sex life all the time. Stop being a weirdo, blah blah blah. I'm just looking at the comment section on her video. Look, but I don't know, like Jupiter, you are the one that spends a lot of time always going on about Betty's sex life, and if it wasn't my sex life, it was Zubayda's sex life as well. Then it was Isabella's sex life. Then it was Naifa's, and then it was Lady D's. You were always talking about everybody else's sex life but your own, innit? I just feel like you must not get it if you're so concerned with other women's sex life. I mean, in fact, she should be like start a YouTube channel, do a sex blog. There's lots of people that are making money, got a following, you know, reviewing sex toys or whatever in old age, you know, premenopausal. You know what I mean? You can get some new content for your channel. But I make no apologies. You were racist, and that is why I reported you, Jupiter, and I would do it again. I have no regrets on reporting you because you got involved in that argument I was having with fucking Nafisa. Had nothing to do with you, bitch. Yeah. But the day you drop my address and you put me and my family's life out in danger, I'm gonna fucking. Of course, I'm gonna report you, you bitch. But you did the same thing to Naiva. You doxed a child, didn't it? But you're lucky Naiva allowed you, because some people would have come and found you. And then another thing you did, Jupiter, was you did that drive-by on Rodney K, that mentally ill Irish guy, you and your husband. That's when I knew that this girl was an absolute nutcase and just a tramp. Like, how you you're in your 50s. How can you call your husband that is a roofer after a day's work? Come, let's go and do a drive-by. Let's go and find this Rodney K. For goodness sake, on internet beef. You honestly think I'm going to leave my yard, Michaela, to come and find your address? Go and call my partner, let's come and do a drive-by. Just leave the pickings at home. What's so special about you for me to do that? Nah, I use the full force of the British legal system and I call the police on your ass. And you still not learn. But I call the police on you, and Zebeda call the police on you. There's bare people that call the police on you, and you still not learn. But I tell you what, yeah, all this wicked girl talk that you do online, you only going to do it online. You don't do it in real life, sweetheart. But you're a filthy fucking racist, yeah? You promote racists like that fucking Jada Franson, fucking Britain's first gal. Yeah, that filthy fucking racist gal. You gave that girl a whole platform, Jupiter, innit? So how come when it came to the police, you didn't want to show that whole interview you did with Jada Franson? You made sure that Jada Franson interview went down, innit? You took it down, innit? Because you would have got in trouble with the police for promoting racial tension, innit? That's why she took it down. You give bare platforms to these far-right racist white folk, yeah? But then when you get the police called on you, then all of a sudden you're shook, innit? You start deleting videos, innit? Start putting videos on private. She must think, so I'm sure somebody must have that interview of her with that Jada Franson girl, yeah? But then Tommy Robinson comes to the park, you're up close and personal with this fucking far-right fucking cokehead, racist little Tommy Robinson, fucking fraud man. Yeah, you're always up close and personal, isn't it? You make sure you're like two people from him in his speaker's corner, but you're not a racist, isn't it? Weren't you the same one that said to Wendy's niece, that adopted his niece, go back to Nigeria, fuck off back to Nigeria, I'm going to report you to immigration? That was your words on Real's channel. You said bare racist shit, Michaela. Like, I don't owe you or Hector nothing. You're a seller, and I've told you that before. Your husband's a fucking sellout, yeah? I'm not shook of you. You don't like Nigerian women. You come online and tell everyone that Hector doesn't like Nigerian women, isn't it? But the fact of the matter is, he was born and raised in Nigeria. Where would he find a white woman to be with in Nigeria, in the Benin, for goodness sake? But you're so fucking insecure as a white woman. You had to get your husband to come online and say, oh, I don't like black women, etc. Like anybody's trying to go with your fucking husband. Your husband is a goddamn midget. Your husband fucking reaches my fucking shoulder. What can he do for a woman? He can't do anything. What's so special that you think that you've accused 4 different black women of chasing your midget husband, like this husband of yours is the only black man around? And you've accused me? I'm all the way in fucking Salford. What is so special about that midget husband of yours? Seriously, he's not even my type of black man. He ain't no Denzel. Do you know what I mean? He ain't no Denzel, is he? You just assume just because people are black, they're going to automatically be attracted to each other. But you as a white woman, I don't see you attracted to a white man. Where's your white husband? But you want to come and tell black people, black women, that we're just attracted to black men. All of them. We don't have any discernment. We don't get a chance to choose. You are jealous of black women, and you've always been jealous of black women. You're an op, innit? You come around black women and black people to feel superior and to feel like you can dominate the black narrative, even though you are Saint Black. That's what you do. You come here to create hatred and division. That is why you brought the far right round black people in it. That's why you brought that Jada Franson round. That's why you brought Tommy Robinson round. Because you want to create hatred and division, and you want to make black people shook and scared. Because you got far right racist people. That's why you were dropping my address in it. Because you think I'm going to be rolling around at night time, worrying about the far right coming to my fucking door. But I tell you, Jupiter, as God as my witness, any of your far right friends come to the door, I've got a beautiful kitchen knife ready for them. Yeah? Stay the fuck in your lane. I don't owe you anything. You're a racist, filthy pig. That is what you are. And your husband is a sellout. That's what he is. Sorry, Naifa. But yeah, I'm not her friend in it. You know, people keep saying that we're friends. We're not friends in it. You don't report people to the police for racism if you're a friend. Yeah, and I've told people that the most me and Michaela ever were was an associate online, in it. Yeah, I'm a grown-ass woman and I'm polite and I'm professional. Yeah, but if you overstep the mark, the day that girl dropped my fucking address, yeah, and was calling me a fucking mongrel, that's when I thought, now fuck it, man. Police, fam. That's why her little filthy fucking mouth don't say, watch what she says. She don't say no racist shit. Yeah? She won't say that shit now because she knows that I'm ready to open up that case. Yeah? You went in that police station with a fucking solicitor in it, Michaela. That's exactly what you did in it. And then when the screenshot was shown of you calling me a fucking mongrel, you told them that it was a troll, that you never did it. But I know for a fact you did it. Because there's a recording of you doing it. But I don't have time to be going through all different recorders to have you calling me a mongrel, yeah? But I'm telling you, just say that shit to my face, Michaela. You will see the woman that I am. You can say that shit online, innit, Michaela, yeah? Because you got the computer screen to keep you protected. But you're never going to say that shit to Betty's face, yeah? You only say your racist shit online, innit? Because you got that little fucking... sellout of a husband telling you to do it. But your husband is a disgrace to the Nigerian community. Yeah? He's a sellout. Yeah? And thank God you've taken him off the Nigerian community's hands because you're not in but a herpes spread. And you're the one with the herpes virus, isn't it, Michaela? Yeah? You want to come and bring that an incurable disease to the Nigerian community, into it? Like your forefathers, didn't it? When they came to Africa and spread all these sexual transmitted diseases. Yeah? You're no better than your forefathers. I tell you. And Hector, I hope you got a fucking cure for that herpes that your wife's giving you. You think that me Lady Divine Naifa, and the other sister are going to sit there to sleep with your herpes-ridden husband? What's so special? Why would we be so desperate to sleep with someone with a sexually transmitted disease? Yeah? Go and cure your herpes, you little fucking she-devil. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, don't want to spoil the thing, but it have to be said. I'm not a friend, people. The thing with me is I can be polite to anyone and professional. That's just how I am, innit? Because I'm a grown woman. But that girl, she's a racist. How do you, as a white woman with mixed-race children, you bring the far right to your children? Isn't that what Michaela and Hector are doing? How can you bring someone like Jada Franson to mixed-race Nigerian children? When she was interviewed with that Asian woman, she was asked, what do you think of mixed-race marriages? And the children conceived. That Jada Franson let that Asian woman know. She let her know what she thought of it. Yeah? But Michaela had the audacity to come and put Nigerian children's life at risk and bring the far right to them. I say, God forbid, I thank God they're not my children. But you should be ashamed of yourself, Hector. Was it not Michaela that doxed her own son? Of course she doxed her underage son. He was under 18. On Sarah Garvey's channel, she put her son's whole name on Sarah Garvey's channel. We all know that Sarah Garvey liked to flirt with the far right. She put her own mixed-race child in safety at risk. And you think that she likes black people. Michaela does not care what happens to her mixed-race child or black people. They're just a sacrificial lamb for her fucking ego. But it's a disgrace. Yeah, that's how you see so many of these mixed race children in the mental health wards, because they've got a racist, crazy ass white mothers like Michaela flirting with the far right. And you tell me that is this what they call a good mother? How can you bring your children around the far right and they're mixed? What type of person does that? God forbid you, God forgive you, Michaela. But all the devil, the work that you're doing, it will catch up with you one day. Believe me. You're a racist and you're a filthy pig. That is what you are. You don't care about anyone but yourself. You like to see black people and brown people afraid. That is why you bring the far right round them. Even your own child, for goodness sake. Yeah? That is a true hatred for black people, when you can bring the far right round your own child. Anyone heard about this Jada Fanson? Do you know how this girl's been convicted of hate crime and racial hate speech and religious hate speech over and over again? But Michaela gonna bring around her kids, her little brown kids. You know what I mean? Honestly, you're a joke. You're a disgusting little. Honestly. But there's nothing more I can say, but I just think it's disgusting and you're a disgrace. I'm glad. Take Hector. I know you're talking about we like Hector. I fancy Hector. What's the special? No one fancies Hector. It's you that fancy Hector. Hector was a desperate man. Passport bride, that's all you are, Michaela. How the hell a man with 2 degrees and masters and bachelor going to go to the gutter? Go and find an English fishwife in the fish market and go and marry with 6 picking. She have 6 picking before she marry Hector. You come and lower yourself to go and marry an English woman from the gutter, yeah? And then you ride around London looking for mentally ill Irishman, Rodney K, to come and terrorize and come and threaten, yeah? And you were stupid enough to stream that, yeah? But apparently you're mentally well, in it. You're all right, in it. But you're supposed to be a mother and a grandmother. You're a fucking disgrace. You're only lucky because Rodney K is not all about that life. But would you bet you do that to certain people, you would have had to sit with a knife under your bed. Yeah, you're lucky that what you did to the mentally ill. But it just tells you the type of woman that you are. That man is said all the time that he's not well. He's on antidepressants, but you went there to terrorize him. And so, what type of person are you? You're always dropping people's addresses left, right, and doxing people's children. Talk about what a good mother you are. Even your own child, 2:30 in the morning on Raspect Show, told you to shut up. They said that mum calmed down because the neighbours. I want to wake up in the morning to go to school, and you're waking up the neighbours. 2:30 in the morning when you were supposed to be sleeping in your husband's bed. You were avoiding to have sexual relations with your husband. Yeah, your own teenage son had to tell you to get offline. I mean, who is the parent here? Your son or you? You're a work and you're a lazy cow. That is what you are. You're a lazy cow. Yeah, you managed to find this desperate Nigerian man that's gonna work all the hour God sends to keep you chatting shit online, isn't it? Yeah, it's a disgrace. But you are doing us you doing Nigeria a community service. We don't need Nigerian men like that. Yeah, we don't need any sellouts, any little Nigerians that want to flirt with the far right, I just don't understand how you can bring the far right round mixed race children in particular. I just don't understand that. It is a disgusting act, and it really
That's
shows.
Not saying that, but he's not. I've got no love for that man. No respect or anything. However, I will definitely have to acknowledge that he's not the same person that landed here. From the motherland, man. That's a fact, man. Like being the only black man in a right wing, rally. Come on, man.
Like this, and this girl, she's convicted, isn't it? It's not like Jada Franson hasn't been convicted of hate crime. She has, but she wants to give this woman a platform. And then when she got reported to the police, Michaela made sure she deleted that video. If you are not promoting the far right, Michaela, put that Jada Franson video back up in it. But when she got reported for hate speech,
well, that's where how she even fell out with half the other people there, minute. So that's what I'm saying. She really ain't got no friends out here, man. She's got Moon, maybe Dopey Dave, I don't know. But you know, like I said, you do know that she tried to get Luke to look up Wendy's address, right?
Oh no, because I just saw that she was fighting. They're always fighting them lot, so I didn't even bother to finger. But
Yeah,
I'm not
man,
surprised.
Luke to look up Wendy.
Michaela she's a snake. She's a racist dog, and she's a coward as well. You see, all she'll be streaming for God knows how long now, like fucking like replaying old videos, yeah. But she's only going to do that online, innit? We all saw that she had no energy in real life. In fact, you should really play the slipper when she's getting beaten by Isabella with the slipper. Slippergate. So we can all have a laugh. You know what I mean? But yeah, nah, man.
See how the Nigerian brothers deal with her when she pisses them off. That's more exciting. That's more interesting. And she can't blame the black women that way. I can't blame
She's
myself.
jealous of black women. She's jealous of us. She sees
Wendy
us.
told us, man. Wendy done tell us, man. Enough people have told us, man. We know.
Oh, did Wendy say it? Oh,
yeah,
right.
man. That's what I'm saying. When friends become enemies, innit? So yeah, man. Wendy let out the thing, man. But let's see what I
Go relax, though. These are the races. Play it again, Jets, man.
You know what?
I'm loving it.
Do you know what,
Mackie
Matthew?
Donald.
You're a cunt. Do you know what, Matthew? You're a cunt.
I need that for my show.
Do you know
Intro.
why?
Someone pause that shit, bro. Yo, Hector,
No, allow me to speak because I've allowed you to speak and I've allowed my husband to speak.
I got the fire. I got the flame.
Do you know what? I hate what you are about because you're fucking racist yourself.
Thank you.
I'm not including Jedi in this because he's
No, Jed's not racist.
he's actually said that he wants to stay out of this.
Oh.
Oh my god!
I thought that was wasn't that clarification that you're not racist, Jed?
I'm not including Jedi.
Yeah. Thank you.
Stay out, yeah. You're not gonna leave me out alone, though, could you? You're
gonna backtrack on your shit. You're gonna backtrack in what? In less than a week. You're gonna backtrack.
Yeah, good. That's what she ever does.
She always
inconsistency. We're gonna prove that, man. We're gonna prove that.
Do you know why?
Someone pause that shit, bro. Yo, Hector,
No, allow me to speak because I've allowed you to speak and I've allowed my husband to speak. Do you know what? I hate what you are about because you're fucking racist yourself. I'm not including Jedi in this because he's actually said that he wants to stay out of this. Maku, let me tell you something. Yeah? I've been married to my husband who's black for a long time. We've been together.
Fake tears. But have you noticed, like, she's the only, like, no one talks about color like her. Nobody talks about color like her. Even now, when she's chatting shit to her people, then she's gonna do it on color.
Yeah, but you know, she always like, she wants a medal for being married to a black man, but there are some black people here that are in interracial relationships with white people, but you don't hear them go on about how they need a medal for being in an interracial relationship. It's just
it's her access, isn't it? It's her only access, man.
Yeah.
It's
She
like,
wants
you know,
to get a
Little Britain, that skit. Was it The Only Gay in the Village? Is it Little Britain? The only gay in the village, innit? She's like that, man, but she thinks she's the only mixed race relationship in the village. I know, Bunga. I know, bro. I know, man. I know she's done that, man. They don't. I know the other side of YouTube. I've torn her a new one. Yeah, they don't trust her. They don't believe her. They know her to be a liar. You understand what I'm saying to you? Which obviously we've been exposing for years. So I know, Bunga, man. All she can do now is review.
And she lies though, don't she? She's trying to say that she never called me a mongrel, yeah, and that it was a clone, but it wasn't. It was her. Because she said it on
worse than that, man.
Yeah.
That's the least of her crimes. Yeah, they
And
get
then
me.
told
And then
that
when
people
it
black
gets too hot,
bastard.
people are like, my husband's black, I can't be racist, and all that bullshit, man. But people have seen through it now, thankfully. Thankfully. And like I said, the guy Base Luke, he used to be her top shotter. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
know.
now they're enemies, you get me? So yeah, they're letting that all the tea, man. She's done, man. For me,
What happened between her and Luke? They used to ride hard together.
Well, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. When friends become enemies, it's a mazza.
Yeah, because we found out about how she is.
Yeah, man, because she dashed him under the bus, innit?
So right.
Yeah, she does to everyone, right? Dashed him under the bus, man. So a new play toy is one thing called Moon.
Oh yeah.
She's probably as bright as the anyway.
That's the one with the transgender child in it.
Yeah. Apparently so, but
Yeah, bro, over 20 years. Show me any couple on these panels that have been together 20 years.
This one, she's going on like 20 years. Is like amazing. So mad thing.
Can't.
There's a good reason why we can't. Because you've been alive a lot longer than any of us.
Anyone else to come on here and tell people their business, man. God damn.
Alive for a long time. A long time you've been alive. Please stop that. It's stupidness. The reason why you and your man have got the longest standing relationship in terms of YouTube live streams is because you're probably the oldest couple on YouTube live streaming. You get it? People your age, yeah, are doing some other stuff. Taking the grandkids out, doing some other things.
Go ahead, man.
Was
right. You know, they're doing other stuff. You, on the other hand, I mean, this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Hold on. Listen, man. Yeah, man, I've got time today. Man.
Just to chime in, like, because I'm going into work and I know what people go, we just drop off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't had the chance to speak to Jupiter, even on her own show. I just don't know. Why she'd do it. Like, to be fair.
Come on.
I can sort of understand why she says she'd do it, but I don't. It doesn't have the effect that she thinks it has.
It doesn't.
Yeah, not on me. Definitely not on me. But what I'm saying is, even, yeah, you was witness last time.
I was going to say, this is what the oldest. Members of our YouTube community are on, right? Getting drunk, calling people nigger in front of their black husbands, and this type of shit. This is what you're on. This is all that matters to you. Attention, right? You don't give a fuck. There's no pride. There's no dignity. Yeah? It's mutton just as lamb. Obviously, it's nice weather. And, you know, no one can stop you from getting your body out and doing your thing. I can't comment on that. That's between you and your husband. But when we're talking about, oh, you've been in a 20-year relationship and rare, and show me anyone else, there's other things that you do that no one else does too. Yeah? Like being a mother or maybe even a grandmother and just, you know, getting your bits out for the titillation of YouTube perverts. This is what you're on. You've been on that. You've been on, like, trying to put that side of yourself out there, innit? So I don't know, man. It's hard to respect you because one, you're not honest, and two, you seem to have very little dignity.
Wow.
No lies told.
This is what you're putting.
Not
out there.
honest.
And
No.
I'd say that's one of Jupiter's. I'd say that's one of Jupiter's tactics. Like, what's it called? Provoking. You know, like provocateur sort of. You know what I mean? That's what sort of.
I can see it on the big screen on my big TV right now, boy. It doesn't look like what it looks like on YouTube. You get me on this screen here, right? On the StreamYard stream. But when you see it on the big screen, oh my fucking god!
Remember, yeah, don't be fooled, yeah. BlAcK is very slimming.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hiding.
And just remember the edges, yeah,
Mhm.
the edges of the
Are being
flesh is
hidden.
still underneath that too. Yeah, it's not that slim, that slim section of belly that and whatever she showed you. The stuff she's got her hands on her hips. Put it that way. If you could call them hips, yeah, HIP negative. Ma! Hepatitis. But yeah, so I'm just saying, innit, like because you're gonna try talking as Queen's English and that, like, oh yes, and I'm such a proper person and that, but you're just trash. You're just trash, man. You're a fucking tramp. Yeah. Any man that married you is a fucking tramp too. Do you know what I mean? You're a fucking tramp, Jupiter. That's what you are. You're low. You're literally low class.
I bet you're not reviewing this, Gummy.
Yeah. The electromagnetic pulses that you emit are low frequency, man. Low frequency. They're sickening. Yeah, you are repugnant, abhorrent, walrus of a racist bitch. Yeah, lost and forgotten in some little time warp somewhere in Southeast London, where you think that you're some kind of fucking gangster or some kind of intelligent fucking speaker, voice of anyone. You're not a voice of no one. You go on to tell people that Jedi and Maku cannot be a voice of Nigeria because they're not even really Nigerian. Well, I mean, they're not even culturally Nigerian. But you think you have the monopoly on what culturally Nigerian is because you got yourself a little fucking slave boy nigger to stand by your side while you racially abuse other black men.
That's right.
Well, I mean, they're not even culturally Nigerian. But you think you have the monopoly on what culturally Nigerian is because you got yourself a little fucking slave boy nigger. Well, I mean, they're not even culturally Nigerian. But you think you have the monopoly on what culturally Nigerian is because you got yourself a little fucking slave boy nigger to stand by your side while you racially abuse other black men.
That's right.
But I'm here to tell you no, mate. No. No. No.
Me
No,
too.
no.
Me too. Me
Well,
too.
Can I have Mackie? Can I hear Mackie? You can't again, please. I don't know.
Because a lot of women fuck off and they are disloyal and they cheat.
Us.
I love my husband regardless of colour.
man.
No. I actually hate you bastards for what you do.
Oh. Yeah, regardless of height either, though.
Maku, you can enjoy the tears, okay? The tears
Well,
I
talk
cry
about
for
them
Hector,
now,
not
kids.
you. Shut up.
Yes, I'm back. What did I miss?
Tears I cry for Hector, not you.
Is I
so
gonna
sad.
speak, or are they gonna speak over me?
Where's Hector? Unconscious.
No.
I left him in the
Right,
fetal
I'm
position.
The tears I cry for Hector is disloyal and they
At some point, you know, I might have to do a review of the book I was talking about. White Tears, Brown Scars. Yeah, man, because this is it in action right here, man. This is it in action right here. The finessing is real, family. Don't take this thing for joke. And as you can see from our colonization series, it's historical, man. It's actually historical, man. Jupiter's father was a BNP member. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, man. Do you know what I mean? I think the only reason why she married Hector was to piss. She probably done it. This is what I'm saying, because back in the day, yeah, enough for the girls, them, to piss off their dads who were actually racist, this, that, and the other, they would just get with a black man. Or to piss off their dads, if their dad pissed them off, they would do such things, man. That's a fact, man. And I'm sure even you can testify to that in Birmingham, Kale.
I love my husband regardless of colour.
Oh man.
I actually hate you bastards for what you do.
Whoa.
Yeah, regardless of height, either though.
Luckily, you can enjoy the tears. Okay? The
What,
tears
them
I cry
crocodiles,
for
them
Hector,
Nile
not
tears?
you. Shut up.
Yes, I'm back. What? What did I miss?
I'm
The
talking
acting
now.
is real, you know.
How did
Yes,
them
I
tears
cannot
come upon
speak,
request?
so I
Tearful,
make
then
them
a big
speak
shut
over
up.
me.
Yeah, man.
Where's Hector? Unconscious.
No.
I left him in the
Right,
fetal
I'm gonna
position
shut up.
in the background behind the
Yeah.
sofa. Mad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Mhm.
engage with them.
Well, some
They
people say
can't.
turn your camera on, Juke. Juke, so a lot of people don't think this is real. So if you could, Juke, the people want you to turn the camera on.
Yeah.
Why?
Why ain't Hector controlling your ass?
Listen, Marco, I don't tell you, Marco. I'm gonna say it in pidgin English. Listen, I go talk her for
Tell your
pidgin
wife.
English.
Tell your wife in pidgin English. Yeah. That she needs to calm down on her racism. That's all you got to do as a big man. Otherwise, we ain't got
Marco,
nothing to talk about.
Marco,
You get
Marco,
me? The
all this
only
one
thing
you
that's
talk
coming
about.
your way is triple slaps for being
I
such a
hope
fucking
so.
Uncle Tom.
Bring it, you cunt.
Yeah?
Hold on,
Bring
Look
it.
at that.
I thought you was
From
crying.
lying,
Sniper.
yeah, to giving you
Shit
death
out
threats.
of him. You know
Sniper,
what I
she
mean?
was
I'm
just
like,
crying.
I'm
Hold on.
disappointed.
Sniper, no, Sniper, this shit is really what y'all call EastEnders. So while you
Yeah.
was gone, Jupiter unmuted the mic and she was crying. She was like she was really crying. So I kind of want to hear what Jupiter was saying. She was crying, saying you're racist.
They don't want to hear, though.
But how do you stop crying that you fast, Jupiter? You're not crying anymore. What happened?
Cause he can bring.
All right. Yeah, man. Just a quick down memory lane, because you know people like to review and that.
Yeah.
Something to go on review, man.
But I think that's, it wouldn't surprise me if her father was a BNP member, allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember she's, originally MuLaTtO girl. She's, originally from the East End of London, blah blah blah. Back in the day, that was quite a racist part of town. This, that, and the other. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not gonna allay that without any proof still. But
I think, like you said, that there was a certain type of white woman that would go with a black man in order to upset their racist fathers or their racist family members.
Definitely. Or even if they weren't fully racist, just to piss them off, innit? Because they know that that's what they want their daughters to do. So there was definitely a lot of that when I was coming up, I would say.
But I don't think she's happy in her interracial relationship because that seems to be her only talking point. I've noticed she always overemphasizes, "Oh, I'm in a mixed race relationship. Oh, I got a ring. He put a ring on it." Like, you know what? It's like, what, you the only one that's married? And another thing is, like, fucking hell, you had, like, this guy, he did not go for an educated woman. He went for a woman that is undereducated, teenage mum, gym slip mum, yeah, teen mum. That's who Michaela was. And 6 kids. I said it last time anyway, because there's not many white men that want to marry a woman that's got 6 kids and undereducated. Let's be honest. That's why you went for the Nigerian, innit, that needed a passport. He needed to stay in it. Because I'm sorry, I don't see white men chasing white women that got 6 kids and undereducated, that didn't even finish high school. They're not exactly the pick of the litter, are they? They're not exactly, chasing those type of white
As
women.
a Nigerian, yeah, Betty, and obviously that we know that Nigerians have got very strong philosophies in certain things, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think his family at home, what would you say, accepted the union?
But according to him, he comes from a family of sellouts because the brother is married to a German woman.
Right, yeah.
So I think
that there are some families that actually just like that, innit? That's we can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know yourself anyway. There's always people that will do anything to progress, and even if they have to marry someone that doesn't respect them, that's racist to them, they'll do it, innit? It's an economic thing, isn't it? To get out of Nigeria.
Yeah.
But I don't. You know what I don't think she says all this racist shit to the family members, because she says herself that Hector and her don't go back to Nigeria a lot, and they're not going to retire there.
I mean, if I was going to be honest, from some of the things that I've heard her speak in the past, I don't really think that she herself, I don't know about him, but I don't think she's got much interpersonal stuff with the Nigerian side, to be honest. I don't think so.
I don't even think she has black friends, because she spends so much time online, and she seems like she's really desperate for black people's online acceptance. She wants us all to accept her and say that she's not a racist. But even all the Nigerians like Maku and Jedi, they think she's racist. There's lots of people that believe that she's a racist. It's not just me hating. You think she's a racist. There's so many people that think she's racist.
That's why I like to, you know, when the man them are doing it, because, you know, when we do it, she can say, you know, jealousy and all this other different type of shit. But when the man them do it, like when Big Age and them man, she can't say nothing, because no one, you know, she can't say that they are jealous of her.
Yeah, this is it. But I think what she doesn't understand is, what I see in most of the black people, they're polite in the sense of they will allow her on the channel, you know, to talk her shit. Do you know what I mean? But she assumes that means that they like her and don't think she's racist. It's not that. They just are just being respectful and being adult and just wanting content. Do you know what I mean? But
I think the last bit is the important bit, because they've always said that she brings in numbers. Although I'm not sure if that's still the case, to be fair. But they always say she brings in numbers, so regardless, she can get through in it.
Yeah, so she doesn't seem to understand that.
I think she does, actually, to be fair, and that's why I think she knows that she can push the envelope, because, you know,
she provided so much content for Prospect, didn't she, with the sulfur in the belly gate?
Right. Exactly. So very much, but you know, history, man, history. So yeah, man. So bam. Even if we just try to wrap up what we started, or she wants control, she can't listen. She can't even control her own. Let her deal with the white side of YouTube. You get me? Before she even talks to us. But in terms of the mix, hold on, because I was playing a video. Where is it?
That was true. We know that there are white women that call their own children the N-word. Yeah, that's Michaela, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and you know, unfortunately, you know, we've heard a lot of sort of biracial people on TikTok, you know, giving their testimonies as to the racism that they've experienced within, you know, one side of their family, which I do find to be quite sad, to be fair.
Yeah, but it
is. They are sad. You know what I mean, in 2023, to be fair. And I don't know, man. I just think that, like I said, when people are going into some unions, in it, just definitely think about the children, man. That's all I would say, because
think about who you're having children with, though, as well, isn't it?
I agree, man. Totally agree. Totally, man.
Because these people don't just get racist after the children. They had children with them. These people were racist before, but some people just don't seem to notice.
What I find strange as well is that they never teach their kids about the system of white supremacy as well, how it works, how it operates towards black people. I find that very suspicious, because if you love your kids and you're in that relationship, shouldn't you teach them how, you know, how they are perceived and how, you know, black people are? But they never seem to do it. In fact, I've asked them many times, and the answer what I got from them is that why would I teach them to be subservient and inferior? You know, so, and then listening to what you were saying, Sister Betty, is that you know, bringing your kids around far right, which, you know, how I was raised in that, you know, the all practice unethical code of conduct. They ain't even give up their beneficial status. But that's very strange, man. Like, dangerous people around your kids. Wow.
To me, it speaks to I think she's ashamed to have mixed race children, to tell the truth, and that's why she continuously puts their lives in dangers by bringing far right people around them. I think
Yeah.
I think she feels like a sellout, obviously. Because who else? Do you remember that guy? Oh, yeah, you weren't there. There was a white guy called Vinny Sullivan, and she said something on Rio's channel, and he went to her, "Your husband's a foreigner." And he literally wanted to say, "You're a sellout, Michaela." That's what he wanted to say. But he had to be
Yeah.
polite. He went, "Your husband's a foreigner anyway." Do you know what I mean? So she constantly hangs around with white nationalists. And obviously, they tell her that you're a sellout, in it. But she still wants that respect from them. Because I don't think she's comfortable where she is. I don't think if she could turn back the clock, I don't think she would have had those children. I don't think she would have been with a black man. I think she was just kind of desperate. It's out of desperation.
But and they like the biggest weapon though, sister. But and they like the biggest weapon for the unethical code of conduct system. The fact that you can, be in that particular relationship and to confuse black people and get the economics and they're the most dangerous ones. Would you say?
Yeah, Kale, to tell you the honest truth, they are, because people will judge face value. I mean, there's like that Manny Cinder that's always saying, "Well, Betty, how can she be racist? She's married to a black man." And I said, but there were lots of slave owners and colonial masters that were having sexual relations and raping, and they still enslaved their own children. You know what I mean? They didn't care about them being half black. You know what I mean? They still did it. It wasn't out of love. But some people don't understand how powerful a sexual fetish is, and the need to dominate. Just like Ghost Speaker Corner says, she wants to control black people online.
Oh yeah, that's most definitely, man. Yeah.
Like I said, think about how the children feel when she's screaming the N-word. Yeah, she's definitely one of those that calls her kids the N-word. She probably calls Hector the N-word as well. But Hector's in a sunken place, as people have said before. The guy is, I've met him in Speaker's Corner. He's a very quiet, placid man. Like there's some men that are quiet and placid. I know he's not online, but when you meet him, you can tell he takes a back seat in the relationship. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But I think one of the reasons why he wouldn't stand up to her, because he's got to think about his kids, and she's the type of woman that will take the kids away from him. You don't.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of these, I'm sure you heard it yourself, Kale. You've seen these, there've been some brothers that have got themselves into relationships with racist white women. And then when they've seen the light, they split up. And then those white women have refused to let them see the kids.
Yeah, that's what happens as well. You're absolutely right, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So I think that's what it is. I think he's motivated by the love for his children, that he'd rather put up with it.
So then that would explain, then, Sister Betty, that they do exercise more power than the black man who is in that position. So it does add up then, because why would they need to behave a certain way if it was an equal relationship? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's an equal relationship. You only have to see them interact in person. She's the dominant one. Do you know what I mean? I think Hector's got I think another thing with Hector, he has a lot of hatred for his own people, and I don't think it's just about her. He grew up in a very colonial period. What my mum's told me of colonial Nigeria is when you go to boarding school, and the white people used to beat you if you didn't speak English. If you spoke your native language in school, you get beaten by the nuns. And I think I think he's probably had some traumatic things happen to him in Nigeria that's made him think, oh, black people are weak, the Nigerians are weak, or I don't know. I don't think he was part of the Civil War. His area was not part of the Civil War, but he might have gone through things in the Nigerian Civil War that we don't know about. There's a lot of, do you know what I mean? So, but he might not want to talk about it, but I think there's a lot more to him that meets the eye, and I think that is why he does what he does. And I think she exploits that hatred. She knows that he hates himself and hates black people, and she just exploits it because she hates black people too.
No, I totally agree, man.
But I pray for her children. I pray for her children because I thank God that I had two black parents. I didn't have to put up, because I know I had the best friend that was mixed race guy. but his Caribbean father had died in an industrial accident when he was
Right.
even born, so he was raised by his white mother. But his white mother was like, you know, she was like a world around. She had some racist ideologies, and she was from Salford and stuff. And he used to tell me that his cousins used to call him nigger and all types of stuff. And you just think to yourself, I never met his white family members. You know, that type of mixed race family that, you know, the white family
Yeah.
members around. And the mum got disowned for having mixed race children. So for me, I just think, I thank God that I know my father and stuff, because some of these, as much as I sometimes I don't trust mixed race people, part of me does feel sorry for them. It's not nice to be in a race war.
Yeah,
Do you
it's
know what I mean?
not. It's not, man.
You
It's
know,
not.
a class of civilizations where you got to pick a side. Do you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
it's not nice.
But I don't think it's fair how they kind of, the way they treat us who has been there for them. You know, because obviously politically that's how I don't class them as that label because I know it's a made up. But the way they treat us though, man, you know what I mean? And just kind of don't do to the same as the opposition. I don't think that's fair. You know what I mean? That's not fair at all, man.
No,
You
it's
know?
not. It's one of them, and everybody wants to be on the winning side, and I think
Yeah.
that's what they do because the you know the dominant culture is, you know, white mainstream culture. I think quite often they just pick the winning side. No, even if it's the wrong thing to do, they want to be on the winning side. But yeah, you just got to be careful which mixed race people you rely on around your youngins, because like me and this guy fell out because he had too much hatred towards black people. You know what I mean? It was just like, nah, I can't with this. You know what I mean? I can't with you with this type of thing and stuff.
But you know the interesting thing is, sorry to cut in, yeah. But you see, when we talk about our thing, yeah, we're generally talking about the system, right? And the system of white supremacy, this, that, and the other. All right. When when they're doing their thing, it's always just, you know, very just black based, this, that, and the other, without the context of why we may be saying what we're saying. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's why I just know it's just straight racism. You understand me? You know, but at the end of the day, we're not stop chat, man, because yeah, certain people want us to silence our talking it, and it's not happening, man.
But she's always like, she's always competing with. I remember when she used to mock black women's hair. She used to mock. She said black women want to be white for wearing hair extensions, for having eyelashes and nails. And then I brought up, hang on here, but I know white people. I did a perm for a white guy, teenage boy that wanted a perm. Does he want it to be black? And then when I started showing the lips and the tanning injections, do they want to be black? So she wants one rule for white women and another rule for
Big
black
up your
women.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely, man. Because that they have a problem when they have a problem. They have a problem when you say that. So when you say like, "Oh, your self-esteem is based upon the characteristic of the black woman," they really get angry with them things, man. They don't like it, but it's true though.
It
You know,
is.
and they haven't done anything collectively to destroy that. I just don't understand. Like, if you are for the black woman, why haven't you kind of gone against the narrative of what the Iceman has done? Why haven't you done that systematically? And they don't do it. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Because, sorry to cut in, but because these videos,
Yeah.
even that we just watched, right, and even when
Right.
again I keep speaking about this book, Brown Scars, White Tears, right? What it is that, because remember, you know, because it could be argued, yeah, when we even talk about the word buffer class, it could be argued that we were like a buffer class for the women. Yeah, so let me try my point. Because even here, if you watch this, if you I know you were doing your families, which I gotta go and do very shortly, to be fair. But in the video that we played, Kale, right, there was in there the situation in Zimbabwe was one whereby the women, the white women, tried to bring in legislation, yeah, for the white men not to be able to access the black women. Do you understand? But it failed. You understand? Yeah. So the white women in Zimbabwe at that time, that's right, isn't it, Betty? Anyway, So the white women at that time, they
Yeah.
didn't want their men to be able to access the black women, and then brought in legislation as such. But on the reverse side, Kel, that's what I'm talking about, the all else policy. On their team, the black men could not access their women. Right? Okay, this is all legislation. But what I'm saying now is because obviously the white woman will still be pissed that the man is still going over to that black woman, right?
Right.
Because in the thing it was saying like in the daytime they were calling them dirty kaffa, and at nighttime doing whatever else. Yeah. So it's quite an interesting dichotomy, because as I'm thinking about it, yeah, I'm thinking about how both sets of women may have even felt at that time. You know what I mean? Because there's me like, I don't want this guy, you know, like I do not want him coming in the dead of night doing the most maddest things to me. You understand what I'm saying to you? You're over there, you don't want him over here. it's all, do you know what I mean? If you think about the psychology of it, man, it's a mad thing still.
Yeah, but I don't have no sympathy for the non-African woman though, because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's,
No, it's not about sympathy, but to tie it up now, because remember, all that we're speaking about is residue effects of these things, right? So let us not be naive to believe that there still isn't residue effects till now, right? Because so in fact, let me ask you a question then. So you just saw the laws that they had in place in Zimbabwe. So in England now, what do you think that the white persons think when their children leave the tribe? What do you think the conversations are? Do you think it's one whereby, oh, it's all good, welcome?
I'm picking him up from you now. So sis, what was that, sis?
All right, I'm gonna ask the question afterwards, right? But let me just play this video.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask the question again still.
Kids to listen in real quick. I'm gonna give you fair warning, this might be an uncomfortable conversation, but it's necessary. A lot of y'all's kids have complexes and identity issues, and it's not because they have a white parent. It's because a lot of y'all chose to have biracial kids before you unpacked your internalized racism and anti-blackness. It's because a lot of y'all have biracial children without learning enough about the Black experience to guide your child through a Black experience, to guide them through a world that is inherently anti-Black. Cutting off your racist family members is not all it takes to raise a biracial kid. In fact, that doesn't even come close to the bare minimum. You can have the best intentions for your children while still causing them collective harm. And you know, I first noticed this when my daughter was an infant and I started joining Facebook groups for parents of biracial kids. These white moms would have the best intentions, yet end up on Facebook crying about how their child was saying they didn't want to be Black and they hated being Black. And because these parents did not take the time to educate themselves whatsoever on systemic racism and anti-Blackness on a level that they would be able to appropriately raise a biracial child, they were on the internet crying for help instead of helping their kid. You cannot shield your child from experiencing anti-Blackness in the world, but you can equip them to deal with it. I get told pretty frequently that my daughter will be mistaken for a Black mom biracial. Now I'm going to explain to you why. First and foremost, she is not raised in an anti-Black environment. A lot of Black men, white women relationships are inherently anti-Black due to the fact that the relationship is based on fetishization and the hatred of Black women instead of mutual love. The way that I look at it, the world is constantly going to
Yeah, that one there.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I don't even know how to all up on the TikTok, man. Sure. Hold on. Oh no. Mother, man. All right, sorry. But yeah, we heard that one, but I'm gonna have to come back again because I don't know how to.
I'm gonna need y'all white parents of biracial kids to listen in real quick. I'm gonna give you fair warning, this might be an uncomfortable conversation, but it's necessary. A lot of y'all's kids have complexes and identity issues, and it's not because they have a white parent. It's because a lot of y'all chose to have biracial kids before you unpacked your internalized racism and anti-Blackness. It's because a lot of y'all have biracial children without learning enough about the black. It's because a lot of
Oh,
y'all
how
have
you
biracial
pause on
children
this issue,
without
man?
learning enough about the black experience to guide your child through a black experience. To guidance. It's because a lot of y'all have biracial
There's a
children
way, you know,
without
you gotta
learning
find it.
enough about the
Just
black
press on the
experience.
screen, sis.
No, it's not the screen. I had to do it on my computer, man. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because you know the computer's got. Yeah, man, that was an interesting statement. Still, yeah, I'm in it, Mel. I tell you, man. I'm telling you, bars for real, man. And this is what we know. But yeah, it's good when someone else will say it, man. Come on, man.
Wait till you play the other one I put in the back, because I've seen them all already. But wait till you play the other one.
Okay. Is it on Toxic?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But you know what? Just before you play it, you know what? I know one or two black women with white men. I don't get this sense of hatred and a racial hatred that the white people don't show that type of racial hatred. But saying that the white people that I know that are with black people, they're quite they school themselves on African history and Western colonization. Then you know what I mean. They're not ignorant white people, but I don't get that sense of hatred when I'm around them. But when Michaela comes around, I just get this sense of hatred that she has for black people. She don't like anybody really. I think she's got a chip on her shoulder. I feel like she came around black people expecting to be praised for marrying a black man. But
Sister Betty, would you say like the hatred, sensing the hatred kind of clouds our mind? Because, if I'm waiting to see hateful words, does that really determine that, the person is racist? Is it because of the hateful type of words or energy?
You'd have to break that down. I'm not quite understanding what you're trying to say.
Because the thing is, right, is that what I've noticed with non-African people and that, they have a good way of kind of expressing their unethical code without sometimes even using the N-word. The fact that using certain statements or mannerism or body language to just control the situation, deny it, that is like a form that is racism. Do you understand? Not necessarily using the N-word, but could we get confused by, are we waiting to hear, hatred words instead of kind of assessing the situation?
You mean like
we're not doing that though. Not at all for us though, Kel, because if you notice something, because the sisters pick up on it very fast, we can see the actions before we see the words. Where the man them notes, they have to hear the words to detect the racism. We don't need that. That's the difference.
Here's why I disagree, right? Because, for example, when we say, nationalism is the cure for black people, a lot of people will attack you for that. They think you're showing hatred. You know what I mean? When in actuality, all you're doing, you're having a guard up towards things that will kind of oppress you or exploit you. So when it comes to the feminist movement, there's been a lot of black women that have co-signed that, and they think that it's for them. In actuality, it's for the white woman. So I don't believe that it's easy to be detected, even though we have proof and evidence that they seem to go along with it.
You've lost me now, Bab.
I think there's two different issues. I think this historical black male toxicity, like if you know the Queen Zinga, where obviously her brother killed her newborn child because she didn't want, he didn't want her son to be a threat to him being an heir to the throne. And you have to separate the toxic black masculinity and them oppressing black women, and then black people moving location and being in the white man's world. And there's two different issues. They are toxic black men that are oppressing black women, but then they're also black women are oppressed because they're women and because they're black. They're two different issues, and I think sometimes brothers conflate them issues. You can't ignore the toxic black men that are oppressing black women, and then those black women seeking refuge in white women's what you call it, feminist movement, because if black men dealt with the black men that are oppressing black women, those black women wouldn't seek refuge in the white women's feminism. That's the issue. Because I remember when we played that film, when we mentioned that film of Queen Zinga, I think her name was, there were a few black men that were like, oh, they got really upset because they didn't want to think that a black man would kill his own nephew. And do you know what I mean? And started, saying I was a feminist and stuff like that. Instead of them to deal with the wrongful acts of that prince and admit that there are black men that are toxic and mistreat and oppress black women and children, it all became about, bashing feminism and why black women were into feminism. They're two separate issues.
But the reason why I say that for is because remember the white woman was fighting the white man because he was oppressing her with the rights, made in Dagenham. And if it wasn't for Marcus Garvey and Charlotte Bass, who showed African unity and traditions that, this is how you're supposed to be when it comes to men and women's rights, it allowed for the power structure, particularly Margaret Sanger in the US, which was brought over here, to kind of allow them to maneuver the white woman with that kind of privilege. So that's what I was saying, is like putting the black woman to fight things which is not really their cause is very unethical, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Because it's like we're not fighting the white man's war for them. We're supposed to be fighting it for ourselves.
No, but you know what? I'm going to disagree with you because, for one, we don't. If we lived in a black society, you could say that. But the fact of the matter is, they are black men that have been toxic, either been beating black women and killing them, whatever, and not paying for child support. And those black women had sought help from mainstream society, whether it's the police, the women's refuge. If the black community and the black men that were not toxic dealt with the black men that were toxic, the black women wouldn't go out of the community. But you cannot have black people as a minority being black women as a minority getting beaten up, terrorized, and killed, and then telling them don't go and seek help from mainstream society, or white feminists, because they are black women that they what do you call it, femicide. That the rate of black men killing black women and children, you can't expect black women to just put up with that.
No, I agree. I totally agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
What is the constructive black man doing about the femicide and the attacks on black women by toxic black men? That is something that
I agree.
constructive black men don't deal with. They're not dealing with it enough, because where are the black women refugees? Have they set up any black women refugees for the black women that are under oppression and being terrorized by toxic black men? I don't know any black men that set up any refugees in the UK or the US.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree, man. I totally agree. You know what I mean? And this is something that we have to collectively sort out. So I don't disagree with that. It's just that we need to kind of just remember, and it, like, as long as we're not getting exploited by other people's agenda. But I totally agree, man. You know what I mean? Totally agree.
Yeah, because you've got that charity Sister Space, but it tends to be, these type of things tend to be set up by black women to help other black women, and constructive black men need
That's
to
gone now as well, I think, Betty. I think they lost.
Because of the racist. Yeah, but constructive black men need to think about setting up those type of things. So, because if you see it in your own community as a black woman,
you just use the term constructive black men, Betty. Jeez.
Say that again.
You just use the term constructive black men, yeah?
Yeah, you got
that's what you call codifying. Yeah. Listen, Betty, go on.
For even like, it's the very fact that system's gone now. How many black women and children are going to be without the resources now, the racists have managed to drive that sister underground with all the threats that they were giving her. But how many constructive black men as a collective, how many of them have come together to make sure that didn't happen? How many of them were standing next at the door at Sister Space to make sure that she was safe? I don't think, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't think many constructive black men were prepared to provide protection for Sister Space. But they spend a lot of time, you know, doing like, what do you call it? Like, what did you call it? That thing for the young black boys, 100 black men, mentoring.
Yeah.
But what about the
Black
black
man.
women, the
Oh, it's
refugees?
still going. No, the chair of Sister Space, isn't it? Oh, okay, my bad, Fiona, if I got it wrong. Sorry, Betty.
Okay,
Guys,
but
chat, get on code, chat, and deal with the troll in the chat. Come on, chat, do better.
yeah, but you just these are the things that constructive black men need to think about. Protection for these women and the charities that are doing things to help the vulnerable women in the community. And I don't think often constructive men think about that enough. I'm not saying they don't all. I'm sure they are black men supporting Sister Space.
Yeah,
But I
there's a small amount, but you're right, it's a small amount. Because there are some other, you got the manhood for the girls as well, and there's an organization in Birmingham that's linked to that as well. So there is only a little bit, but I do agree with you, son, sisters, man. You're right, man. If we'd have kind of sorted all that out, then there'll be no need to go in the non-African people's institution. So yeah, man.
They wouldn't, because look, isn't that what the Black Panthers did? They started their own schools. I think they had a healthcare system going on,
Yeah.
so you didn't have to go out. And then obviously the white people made sure they got rid of that. But at least they tried to be self-reliant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to stop trolling us, man. Allow it, man. This is black people. Stop trolling, man.
Oh, the mountain man's back.
Yeah, Mountain Man's back, man. He's gonna come on and like, thank God he's not coming on to start screaming. He's a chatterbox. They don't let anyone talk, man. But yeah, so that's what we've really got to do. We've got to, as black people, we've got to
You
take.
know what, Betty? I agree with Ghost in the chat. Yeah, 100% Ghost. I 100% agree.
That she wants to control. And we need to work as a team and have the same priorities, children and family. Yeah, it's true. But I think sometimes they're not working together, innit? Some of us are just not unsynchronized, as Raven says, unsynchronized. Because there's some very sad stories of black women being killed and murdered. Even like there's one sister. What was that law that Sister Space was trying to get? And the sister, she left the man. Yeah, she had a baby with him, a toddler, and he came back and murdered her. I can't remember what's.
Is that the one that was on that BBC? I think I watched that with my wife at that time. The light
I'm gonna
skinned
need y'all
sister.
white parents of biracial kids to listen in real quick. I'm gonna give you fair warning. This might be an uncomfortable conversation, but it's necessary. A lot of y'all's kids have complexes and identity issues, and it's not because they have a white parent. It's because a lot of y'all chose to have biracial kids before you unpacked your internalized racism and anti-blackness. It's because a lot of y'all have.
I think that's the really important point there, yeah. Where people are having children without or before unpacking their internalized racism and bias.
Yeah, but yeah,
have biracial children without learning enough about the Black experience to guide your child through a Black experience, to guide them through a world that is inherently anti-Black. Cutting off your racist family members is not all it takes to raise a biracial kid. In fact, that doesn't even come close to the bare minimum. You can have the best intentions for your children while still causing them collective harm. And I first noticed this when my daughter was an infant and I started joining Facebook groups for parents of biracial kids. These white moms would have the best intentions, yet end up on Facebook crying about how their child was saying they didn't want to be black and they hated being black. And because these parents did not take the time to educate themselves whatsoever on systemic racism and anti-blackness on a level that they would be able to appropriately raise a biracial child, they were on the internet crying for help instead of helping their kid. You cannot shield your child from experiencing anti-blackness in the world, but you can equip them to deal with it. I get told pretty frequently that my daughter will be mistaken for a black mom biracial, and I'm going to explain to you why. First and foremost, she is not raised in an anti-black environment. A lot of black men, white women relationships are inherently anti-black due to the fact that the relationship is based on fetishization and the hatred of black women instead of mutual love. The way that I look at it, the world is constantly going to be hurling anti-blackness at my child. And instead of acting like it does not exist, I have been equipping my child since birth to be able to handle said anti-blackness through radical self-love and positive identity. My child has at a young age told me that she wanted to be white to match her family. Right then and there, we had a very long conversation about anti-blackness and racism at 4 years old, and how her blackness was the most beautiful part of her. She made a comment one time about her baby doll, her black baby with coily hair, being ugly. Again, we had a long discussion about colorism, texturism, and racism. After that day, that baby did not leave her hip. You cannot just be not teaching your kid to be anti-black. You have to be preparing them for an anti-black world. You have to ensure that you are not feeding your child a complex towards other black people, that you're showing them how to cherish and uplift their community. See, biracial kids with white parents can be raised to be pro-black, but many aren't. And that is because their environment and their role models are not pro-black. If you don't want your child to have identity issues, it starts with you. It is wholeheartedly possible for you to educate yourself. A lot of y'all simply choose not to. Do better. I'm gonna need y'all white parents of biracial kids to listen in real quick. I'm gonna give you fair warning, this might be an uncomfortable conversation.
Yeah, man, good couple hard hitting points there. Whoops. What's that? Oh.
Yeah,
Right.
Fiona's talked about this. Yeah, thank you, Fiona, for mentioning Sister Valerie. Yeah, this is what I mean. That the partner came back, he killed her and his own child. Now, a black woman, you cannot just let the black people deal with that. Yeah, you have to go to mainstream society because that type of man that is prepared to kill his own 22-month-old daughter and the mother, his former partner, that type of man, you've got to be able to disarm him. You probably have to go and have weapons. This is not a type of man a black man that you can allow to just roam the streets and think that you can deal with it in house. Do you know what I mean? It's a serious thing when you've got a toxic, murderous man that would murder his own child, not just the woman, but his own child. What did he do? He with a hammer, a screwdriver, and a machete.
You know that's on the rise, right? What do they call it? Not woman.
Femicide.
What's it? Which one?
Is it femicide, isn't it?
Yeah, the one where they kill off women, right?
Yeah, femicide.
Yeah, that's on the rise, man.
That's
on the rise. It's
You're like black women or women.
Well, I'm talking about black women right now. I don't know.
Okay, right. Yeah.
He was. To be honest,
I would say all women. To be honest, yeah, I would say all women, man.
Yeah, well, they said because of COVID as well. You know, when they did the lockdown, did you see all the billboards saying women were getting abused and if you're getting abused, contact. I remember when we went into lockdown, they started putting all the billboards because obviously a lot of women and a lot of people were getting abused because they couldn't.
The stats definitely went up after COVID of an increase in not only female abuse but child abuse also.
Yeah, this guy, the worst thing about Valerie, I'm sure she left him, the ex-partner. And this is what they say, that a lot of these domestic violence cases where women die, they've actually left the partner. Not that they've stayed with them, they've left them.
Mm.
But he was given 35 years. So as a constructive black man, KO, you have to think about how would you deal with that if you don't want black women to go to the mainstream society. Black people have to think about how would constructive black man deal with a type of man like that.
Yeah, but we're not. You know what I mean? Some of these things is not put online, you know, because some people they get a bit carried away and they start mentioning certain things. There's always ways, you know. As I said, growing up in the collective, you know what I mean? You think that some unsynchronized black people ain't been dealt with in certain ways, you know what I mean? And we're not talking about gang violence, we're talking about other stuff. So it's just for the community to rely on that and make sure that we're funding certain things so we don't have to go out. But I do agree with you though, sis. You know what I mean? We're not doing a great job in creating these institutions, man. So, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
I can't.
on a serious one, yeah. Sorry to cut in here, but on a serious one, and using I'm going to try and use your terminology now, also, right, in terms of political science, and you know, amalgamating that with my colonization series, right, which is obviously talk about historical residues, right? Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Nah, not you, Bab.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry, Bab. Sorry. Sorry, Bab. So what I was saying is, right. So you know, even before, right?
Right.
Okay, and this even goes back to a couple other conversations that we've had now. So we've got to get our nuggets in, right, in terms of past conversations, yeah. So you know, even in the last video that we played, right, we were speaking about how over Dessel, the women are being dealt with, right? Okay, and unfortunately, for one reason or another, man them can't help, yeah, for whatever reason, yeah,
right,
yeah. Whereby we even had a situation in this video where in a particular part of Zimbabwe, I think it was called Mawumba or something like that, where you had 50 guys, right? 50 guys made 221 children or 230 odd children, right? In Zimbabwe, right? So I'm saying that to say, well, bam, obviously that couldn't be easy for the mandem to see anyway, innit? Because obviously mandem are violating your women,
right?
Because that's not going to be done like unseen, is it? You get me? And you know, you've got these 50 men, and boom, they've created 200 odd children, this, that, and the other, right? So the point I'm making is that I would presume that there would be a feeling of helplessness, whatever. I'm hoping that, at least, anyway. I'm hoping that. But I guess what I'm really saying is, do you think that same feeling has actually just transcended into the 21st century? Whereby the easiest thing or the automatic thing to do is just not to react.
Yeah, because we spoke about this before. You know, there is a psychological.
Right. Okay, cool. We don't even say nothing else. Big up yourself, Mel. Welcome, sis. Happy Saturday and all that good stuff.
Big up yourself. Big up Lady D, Kill, Betty, Lady D, everyone in the chat.
Big up, sis.
I put something in the chat, Kill. Because big up yourself. Because when Nines asked you that question, it kind of sounded like you was like, oh, you know, you got to be careful what you say online, and I'm just a little frustrated with that approach, Kel, because this is not 1984. It's not 1996. It's 2023, and it's getting more and more online, right? So movements are created online, right? Hashtags are create movements. it's a way for organizing. So if there is no other way to get messages out right now in 2023 if it's not online. If you have a product and you want to sell the product, are you going to like stand up in the street and just be like, I got this product? Like, you're going to have a limited amount of customers. If you're trying to talk about a particular message and you're not online, then you really don't got a message, not in 2023. So when she's asking you about like something around men addressing things that impact women, for you to have the approach like that, for your comeback to be, we got to be careful what we say online, and then you divert it to, I don't even know what you started talking about, like colorism and something else. I don't even know. Instead of talking about Black women being harmed by Black men and the thing, and she specifically asked you about what Black men, their response to that. That shouldn't be a secret to the global Black woman world. We that shouldn't be, because if you're saying things are being done behind the scenes, then I'm saying no, you're not. That's not true. They're not being done, and I would like the evidence that it's being done. There isn't an outpour of men speaking out on it. There isn't an outpour of men checking other men about it. There aren't an outpour of organizations being started, right? And if so, you should be able to list those organizations. They're not secret, right? So I just am a little frustrated at, if the men are leaders and we want them to be in that leading position of our community, then us making these comments is not criticism. It is healthy pressure. It is a way of, if you want women to start being accountable, we need to see the men being accountable, and they should be able to answer questions. So it just was a little like, come on, Kel, like, please. We're on an internet platform right now. We're online, right? We're not in a secret conversation booth, or I don't know. We're online. It's a live show. So how could some things be able to talk about, and then it's just, I don't know. It's frustrating.
Here's the thing, right, sis, right, is that some things, right, people, they interpretate things in the wrong way, even though it's for the best interest, right? I'm saying, right, is that where there's political science, there's military science as well. So some of these organizations and that, right, if certain people do certain things, there's always a penalty. Do you understand? Right? But I can't go online and start talking certain things, because, you know, if I start doing that, that's going to be problematic, because some things are in secret.
There's no penalty.
You know what I mean?
Your men are not facing
I can't do
penalties
it,
by
sis.
other
I
men.
can't do it, sis, because
Honest.
I'm
You're
being
not
very
being
honest.
fair. No, you're not.
I
You're not.
am being
Men,
very honest.
listen, that Black man
Right.
who killed his Black
Right.
woman, there's no,
Right.
other Black men are not holding them accountable. That's not happening. Other Black men are not pulling up. There is no underground, Black man holding his community down. That does not exist. The Black Panthers, they got the new Black Panthers, and they still not even doing it. So I'm just saying, right? Our kids would not be getting hemmed up, beat down, kicked, their asses kicked. Women would not be beat up in these stores. Them Asian stores are still open. What I'm saying is that this quote unquote like Black, that's not happening. It's not. I don't, and all of you're saying is, yes, it is, but I have no proof, no evidence. I
No,
can't talk about it.
I
My
never
lips are
said that.
sealed.
I never said that. You know, you're not listening, beloved. What I said was, I agreed with Sister Betty that constructive Black men, you know, they need to be kind of creating certain institutions, but there's certain organizations, right, that if you are a Black individual and you do things to the community, and that they're going to take things into according to the code of conduct. Now, I'm not going to go online, sister, and mention certain things, you understand? Because as I
And I'm
said to you
saying that
before,
those organizations
hold,
aren't making a
hold
dent.
on,
They're not making a dent.
hold on, because we're dealing with a government under a government. You see, people like to rely on the system. Okay, fair enough. You understand? But we got to have our own particular type of way how we deal with things. But when you start speaking a certain way online, people start to interpret it military and all these kind of things. When in actuality, some people do need to be checked in, and it may have to go beyond ways that we believe. But I'm not going to mention that online. I
Yeah,
know the
but you're
reality.
speaking about you're not, but you're definitely not speaking about. You're not even speaking about. Forget about majority. You're not speaking about 1/3. You're not speaking about 1/5 of what happens when a woman experience a black woman experiences some sort of physical threat or harm. That's you're telling me, oh well, it does happen. 1 out of 5,000 is 1 out of 5,000. What I'm telling you is that it's barely happening. I think that's there shouldn't be any pushback on your end. We cannot do better until we accept where we are. As long as we stay
But
in
but
fantasy
I
world,
never
like what you're
negated that
saying.
though. But I've never negated that though. That's why I said we gotta listen, beloved. I've never
So
negated
why
that.
would you
What I
speak?
said
Why
was
would you speak about why would you speak about? Why would you speak about the exceptions as if? Why is that important? Who cares if it
no,
happens
because
one out of
no,
five
because
thousand times?
this, because
That's
you
not
asked
often enough.
what are the repercussions. You see, you're
There
asking
are
what are the
barely
and I'm
any. There
telling you
aren't
that
any.
I'm telling you that there's certain repercussions that I know what happens. You see what I'm saying in that? So I'm not
Listen.
gonna go online and mention certain things. That'd be foolish of me. Why?
Do your
Because
kids have repercussions when they misbehave?
not everybody, hold on, not everybody believes in certain ways how people are supposed to be dealt with. Not everyone. You see, people come
But
online and
do
they'll
your
report
kids
gang.
experience repercussions when they misbehave?
Hold on,
Yes,
because
they do.
I'm not here to argue with you, beloved. I'm trying to be very sincere. Some things I'm not gonna mention online. I'm not gonna do it. Do you understand? And there's a reason why. Because I said to you before, right? A lot of us are affiliated. A lot of us use that affiliation to sort certain things. I know this. But when it comes to are we all doing it to collectively, you're right. It's only a small, but I'm not gonna mention repercussions and penalties what happened to certain people. Because that's online. You got enemies online that will use that and then they'll try and solve up certain things because collectively we don't have that power and then mash up certain authorities that we have. I'm not gonna do that. Do you
Yeah,
understand? I'm totally not
can
gonna do
I
that.
take over for you, KO? And I understand Sister MeLaTtO Goddess's frustration. I think one of the things that we talk about, obviously, Jupiter, she's an op in it. Man, not talk operation things online in it because there's 100 ears listening. But one of the things that I would say to Kale, and I'm sure he's got many constructive black men that are friends, that like some of the organizations that black women set up, like Destiny Violence or Children's, like Breakfast Club or something like that, just that to make sure that the brothers, maybe if they have a couple of hours a week to donate a bit of time, so there's a male presence there, so the women feel safe. Do you know what I mean? You don't even have to go into detail, but just to let your brothers know that try and donate time to those charities. If you can't set one up yourself, try and donate the time, because I think sometimes the brothers forget that they need to be there as well, and that gonna make a whole load of difference, brother KO. But
Yeah,
you can.
I totally agree, sis. I totally agree, right? And what you're saying is correct. And it's just that we were talking about repercussions. You see, where
And
I'm
you can have
from
a
and that.
conversation. Sister MeLaTtO Goddess Kale will donate some time offline in it where we ain't got ears listening. You know what I mean? Because we
No,
all
but
know
I
who
think
are the people that listen.
no,
We
I
do it
think that
online, offline.
I think that that's a that's I think with all due respect, as Kale loves to say, all due respect, I think that is a little bit of a cop out because nowhere was melanated saying, "Oh yeah, we gonna kick down the door, wave in the 4-4." Like you don't have to get into detail talking about yeah, we're going to do home invasions and yeah, we're going to set off rocket launchers into like no, like that's a bit extreme. But when repercussions, you can be creative on what repercussions are.
But
Repercussions
this, but
can
you
be
just said that's extreme, beloved.
brother. Let me finish so you can know
Okay, go on,
what I'm
beloved.
saying.
All right, all right.
Repercussions, you can be creative on what repercussions are, right? What I'm saying is that the fact that these repercussions are secret and imaginary means that they're secret to everyone else except for these black men who are providing these repercussions. So that means that anybody, anybody who wants to cause harm to a black woman, they're ignorant to any repercussions existed. What I'm saying is that the same way, if you know, if somebody was to do something, they see a woman in her hijab and they just slap the shit out of her, there's repercussions, right? Everybody knows there's repercussions. I don't have to list what they are. What I'm saying is that the men of that community have made it very clear that there's repercussions. I don't have to say it. The people want to, the Muslims don't, they don't got to say it. We already know. What I'm saying is that it's known there's no repercussions when you fuck with a black woman. That's all I'm trying to say. You don't have to spell out how it ain't addressed enough. The point ain't clear because it keeps happening, right? If you tell you either you'll give your child repercussions, you jump on the bed, it's going to be problems. If they think you a joke, you know what they're going to do? Keep jumping on the bed. But children that believe their parent, there's a repercussion. They don't know what the repercussion is, but they know it's there because their parent has made a stern effort. They don't jump on the bed. What I'm saying is that when it comes to the black woman, people feel they could do whatever they want to because there's no repercussions from the black man. I don't know how else I could spell that out. And I'm saying that you're saying that that's not true. And I'm like, where's the evidence of that not being
No,
true?
beloved, I never said it's not true. You know, I never
So
said
then
that. As I said, I
acknowledge there
agree
is
with the
no
sister.
repercussions. So acknowledge
No,
there
but
is no
sister,
repercussions.
we
Kale,
we just spoke
can I
about
just
this
ask
already.
this
You know,
contest
but
a question? You know, I hear your passion, sister. But are we talking about, because this case that I brought up, Valerie, we're talking about a black man that was with Valerie that murdered her and the children. Are you talking about black men that are murdering and killing their partners? Or are you talking about Chinese people that are
Absolutely.
beating up
No,
black
no,
women?
I'm talking about even so the repercussions are not coming from within or external.
No, but
Yes, the repercussions come from within too,
but
meaning
which
black
abuser
men
are you
don't.
talking about? Are you talking about the black man that's the abuser, or the Chinese man, or the white man? Which abusers are you talking about that are attacking
Who
black women?
I'm including the black man as an abuser
Okay.
towards black women. Yes, I put that
Okay.
in the chat. I said that black women, the femicide, black women are being killed by black men and white women are being killed by white men. They're being killed by most of the time it's their partners, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I'm definitely including the black man in being a perpetrator against the black woman, and it becoming resulting in a fatality. But I'm saying that even amongst, so you think the way Kale is saying it, as if in present time, Betty, the way how things are, you get with a black man, and somehow this black man feels that no matter what he does, the community is gonna protect you. No, that's all I'm trying to say is that that's not that message isn't clear to the community. It's not.
I think Brother Kale he misconstrued his words. I don't think he articulated himself in the right way and understand the gravity of what I was trying to convey, and us us as sisters were trying to convey. But he agrees that if you have an unconstructed black man like this, Roland that killed Valerie, that we've got to deal with it. But the issue for us in Britain, because since you're in the US, we got ops like Michaela. And Kale is worried about this type of Michaela, who is known for reporting people to the police. If he says anything that she dislikes
But
or thinks, she will do her very best to try and get this channel shut down and make our lives a misery. Because she's already doxed Naifa's son. She's already doxed my address. You see what I mean? So I think that's where Kale's coming from. It's not. I don't think it's not that Kale doesn't want to talk, but he just doesn't want it to be for everybody. Because there's people that generally want to get rid of us, like Michaela. You understand that she's far right.
So do you think
understand that this woman is with the far right? She's not. Michaela's not on a plaything. She can dox Naifa's son, what else do you think she can do? She doxed her own child. What else do you think that she can do? Kale only has to mention a finger, and this woman's ready to record and shit. Pull up videos. You see what I'm saying? I think that's that you need to understand that there are people that listen to this show that have very bad malice towards us as black people. And I think he would have that conversation offline with you. Because all you've got to do is end the show and you can have it offline and they can't hear. Do you see what I mean? And Kale, if you have the time to be able to answer Sister Melanated Goddess's, questions offline, if you have the time, I'm sure she would appreciate it.
He really don't even have to answer my questions. It's to me, it's more so pointing out so he could talk to his brothers, and that whatever efforts they feel that they are doing, they definitely need to, it's not no offense, but I'm just letting them know that the impact isn't being felt.
Because Kale's here, he's going to have limited impact on the African American community. Have you had this conversation with BrUnCh or any of the African American brothers in relation to what they do to protect black women from femicide?
I'm talking about globally.
Yeah, we've had.
I'm talking about globally. I'm talking about like even on Clubhouse, women in the UK aren't like they're so protected either. So like that's all I'm saying is that it's not just talking to Born. I definitely talk to BrUnCh and God of Jacob, they hear me, Brother Chemo, all of my American brothers, EIE, all of them, right?
What did they say, though?
It's no different.
What did they
probably
say?
They would say they're not protected. They wouldn't try to pretend as if they are doing stuff, and no, they wouldn't.
Okay.
I mean, that's God of Jacob would say that's why his daughters, know how to operate a weapon, because these dudes out here, he can't put, rely on them. See what I'm saying? Like it's the truth. No sense in pretending.
And I don't disagree with anything what you're saying, but the point is that I tried to codify things right with political science as military science. So military science, those will know that you have to anyway. Do you understand? You have to.
Can I ask you a question though, yeah, on a real one, yeah, because I understand the vibration of codifying, right?
Right.
But do you think it helps in the long run? Because the problem that we have, right, is because like the internet is the new frontier, right? You would agree with that, yes?
Right.
Yeah, the digital age, this, that, and the other. Yeah. So no matter how much we want to run from it, yeah, and say it's not real, this, that, and the other, yeah. This is the new reality, okay? And whether we believe it or not, people are spending millions of pounds and this and that in terms of getting their spot, then, as it were, in this digital world, right?
Right.
So are we? Yeah, you know what it is. Like I hear what you're saying in it, but the online offline thing, I think that there needs to be a definite online presence though, and a online how would you call it? Sure, it's all right. I've lost my train of thought. Sorry, I'll be back.
Here's the thing, Sister Knife, right? Sometimes the foolish will put themselves in situation and then they'll end up from their own demise, right? I'm very rational when it comes to these things. Do you understand? A lot of us, I said this before, right? A lot of us go up in movements. A lot of us are affiliated. Do you understand? Now, you have people online and they'll behave a certain way, but when it comes to certain...
You do know that most people are not affiliated,
right?
Though, right?
And this is the thing, this is the problem, right? Is because most of them are not.
Wait. You acknowledge that though, Bab.
Right. So that means those who are affiliated must use their contacts to protect the community. I've spoke about this with Brother Born many times. All those them who are connected to certain things, you have to form a unity with them. Do you understand? And help them if they do anything that goes against, for example, if they go here or there, codifying it, right, and make sure that they're looked after. That's the solution. That's like an army. That's a security thing. But the problem is that you're going to get people saying things like this, but end that too extreme. and that to military, because it's not for you. I understand the thing. You understand? That's why when I come online, I'm humble. I don't need to be able to say, because I know the reality when it comes to these things. But I can't go online and break down certain things because the foolish will put themselves in danger. Do you
No,
understand? And then I'm right.
but okay. So okay then, Kel, yeah. Let's even use that in terms of political science as a working example, right? Yeah. So
Right.
I know certain settings are which part you're there, right? All right then, cool. Yeah. We know there's certain, Rare and Jono and Rare and all that. Yeah. All right then, cool. So let me ask you a question. Has that discipline, because I'm using political science now, Kel, right?
Right.
And I'm trying to use your kind of philosophy, right? Has
Okay.
that discipline, has it gone out to the macro of the community?
It has many times. The only thing is that the black community, first of all, doesn't assure that those who understand military science, that if anything was to happen, that their family will be taken care of and funding at the same time. This is the issue. This is why I know what I'm talking about. Do you understand? That's what I said before. If we were to kind of, fund every month, right, and pay for certain things for certain people who is going to go and do, street policing and that's the solution. I know about these things, but because people will say things like this, oh, we're not, you're going to go in someone's house and do all these things and that, right? Some people find that extreme, but at the same time, people are going against the best interests and attacking black people, right? Then anything goes. Do you understand?
Oh, and I
Now,
hear that, right? Because I think sorry to cut you, Bab, but I think where you are is so interesting, right? In terms of what we speak about, right? Because I'm a woman like this, yeah. I've said from I've come online, I've said everything is tribal, right? Tribalism runs the thing, right? So, and I know like I said, we know how your thing's set, right? And I know there's even been examples whereby, a few years ago where there was a situation in Perry Bar with the hair shop and blah 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 blah, right? And
right,
other
right.
little things like that to say, just to say that, all right, then we can see that examples where people can get activated, if you want to call it that. You get me?
Right.
Would that be a fair statement, Kel?
Okay. What you're saying there, yes. I'd just say it has to be codified because you know what happened after that. And that's what I was trying to say is that when you have affiliation of certain families and that, right, and you assure the community in the area that you're at, it's going to happen. The only thing is that we don't need people not funding or looking out. This is the problem. You know what I mean? Because we can do all them things. It's not an issue. You know what I mean? We can formulate something now, right? Like what used to happen in the 90s and even later. Is that, okay, you touch anyone and it's what's going to happen. Now, I don't have a problem with that because I understand, right? Political military science. The problem is it's people. You understand? No, that's to this, that's to that. But non-African people don't think that way because they understand in order for the best interests, we're going to go to extreme lengths. And this is the problem with us as a people. And that's why something online has to be codified. I agree with everything what Sister Melanated Goddess was saying, and that is not enough for the black woman. She's absolutely right. Do you understand? And I can't, answer back to that. It's just that with other stuff, I gotta fall back. You know what I mean? Because people put themselves in danger, Sister Knife. I've noticed that
I
online.
understand what you're saying,
So,
but I'm gonna try and bring it back to what we
yeah.
talked about before, right? And even historically, because God knows, I really do understand, and I think as ladies, we're definitely listening, right? But yeah, I'm just gonna say that, I can just definitely see how how our experiences are different, man. That's the best I can say, man. I hear you in it.
What you mean, sis, by the situation experiences are different?
Yeah, because okay, so Brother Kel's talking about codifying, right? Okay, but whilst man them are codifying and planning, the violation over this side continues. You get me? So even if we take it back to the historical one, whereby we go back to this video, you see what I'm saying to you? Whereby there's, 50 men breeded, got 250 odd children. And I'm gonna be tongue in cheek, slightly facetious of me, but I'm saying whilst that was happening, man them were codifying and planning. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's my whole like. And I agree with you with that assessment that while that's happening, men is codifying and strategizing, and then when a woman be like, "Hey, do you guys recognize that this is a problem? It's just stop being unsynchronized. There is a strategy. We're not telling you about the strategy to handle it. As a matter of fact, please start bringing up the problem because people are listening." That's the response. Like when a woman is saying, "Hey, this is a problem." It's like we're doing something about it. Really? When did that start? We've been doing something. Nah, you haven't because it's a problem. And like that is where that's the part that's like if you guys were handling it, then we wouldn't have anything to talk about because we would feel safe.
And that's the thing, not to even try to be divisional about it, Brother Kel, right? Because obviously with this reasoning, right? But in terms of more recent times, if we're talking about developing, A, B, and C, I don't woman them, Yeah, man, I don't woman them, man. Well, at least in England, anyway.
Listen, sis, I'm gonna get and I can say this on the internet. I'm gonna get my concealed carry. You know what I'm saying? So I can protect myself because even if the way things is going now, you getting an issue with somebody and black man is like, well, I don't know what she did to deserve this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need somebody hesitating on providing protection because they don't know what I did to deserve it. And unfortunately, that's where we are. And I'm not gonna just not say that, not to hurt people's feelings.
Yeah, you know what as well, Kel, as I suck on something called Holland cookie, but it's probably haram, yeah. But anyway, right? Hey,
you funny, Nines. You funny, Nines.
Smiley, bring it come, but I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna go on mute though, right? But I'm saying it from my heart. I swear to God, right? Because one, I love my man, them, yeah, I do. But you know what? I get to overstand and realize a lot of them are scared, man.
That is true.
You're scared.
It is true.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. So that's why when certain people do certain things, it shocks the community because it's like the origin that we are scared. You know what I mean? We are scared. You know what I mean? Because
that leaves the women in a very precarious situation, right?
Of course, I understand. You know what I mean? That's why I haven't disagreed. I'm just saying is that when things are in process, man, to change certain things, right? Not everything has to be mentioned. You know what I mean? And that, but I do understand it puts them in a precarious situation. You know what I mean? Do I believe that
it's only
need to arm themselves up? Of course.
Let me just add to that still, right? Because it's only because because we are hearing what you're saying, yeah. So that's the first thing I want to say, yeah. But I'm saying it's only precarious because, like, I understand you're saying plans, blah 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 blah, offer, but I think the problem is that regardless of it being online or offline, I think we ain't feeling it or seeing it. You get me? Feeling it at least, even not seeing it, feeling it. And I think that's probably the more significant point.
Yeah.
Said, do you get me? Because it's not even dismissing what you're saying, in it. Because we overstand the politics, in it. We overstand, I get that. But I think because we're probably not feeling that, regardless, you know what I mean? Even offline, as it were, it could be argued. That's probably why you're not getting the, the response that you may feel.
feeling it in the sense of the repercussions of
No,
what's going
of
on,
the
or the
plan,
fact
of
that
the
it hasn't
plan,
been
of the
implemented.
plan.
It hasn't been implemented. Is that what you're referring to?
Not even
It
of the
hasn't.
implementation, but just of it, of said thing. You get me? Because, like I said, we understand the political science of not saying and this and that online and blah 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 blah. We get that, but I think
Right.
you know, because maybe we're not feeling it outside of the online thing. I think that may be the more significant point.
Well, I've gave you a clue and proof in that, right? Is that those who are associated with affiliations and that know this. The reason why certain mandem won't do certain things, because if they do get caught, are their families going to be provided for? I've just made that perfectly clear. You understand? That's why when you
Yeah,
look at the other affiliation,
So,
that's what yeah. If we're funding, right? You see, putting £10 a month. You understand? For those who are going to police the areas and that, if you was to do that and make sure and make sure their family is going to be taken care of, there'll be no problem in that. Because those who know about affiliation and that, man, them will go and do certain things and get locked up.
right.
Do
So let
a
me
bird, and there's
something
things waiting for them. Go on.
that's fine, and I agree with that, right? But sorry, Mel, I'm gonna let you go, right? But like, just
No, go
one
ahead.
thing, Kel, right? But Kel, right? If Mandem, right, can create, you know, protection rackets and this and that, and you know what I mean? If you don't wear this, you can't trade wrong, yes, sir. Then surely they can collect £10 from the community, quote unquote, to provide whatever, right?
Of course, most definitely, yeah.
Right.
I've never
So
been
then,
propositioned to donate towards any proud father who was incarcerated for defending, you know, his children. No one, I've never seen a link on WhatsApp, on social media, on Facebook, hey, donate to this. The one time I saw something where I want to say there was a dude, I think he assaulted Kyle Rittenhouse, not Kyle Rittenhouse. He assaulted Dylan Roof in jail. I don't know if this was a real people. I put $10 on the dude books. They put his information on Facebook and they said, let's show this dude some love or whatever. And people was donating to put money on him to take care of him while he in jail. So I don't think it's fair to say the community is not doing it. Nines, have you ever been solicited? Have you ever been asked to contribute to take care of a freedom fighter who's incarcerated on behalf of the community?
no,
Oh,
in
so
that
what I'm
regard.
saying, Kale, that cannot be the excuse that we run to. Is people would do stuff, but they just gotta don't. No, that can't be the excuse. That cannot
And can I
be
also
the
quickly add
excuse.
something as well, right, Kale? Sorry to cut you, Mel, yeah?
Go ahead, sis.
Kale, you know about gang, right?
Gang in what in Birmingham?
No, well,
Bir-
you know that was in the park, you know, guiding the new generation, blah, 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 right?
oh, that yeah. I thought he was yeah.
So there was a time when they had something that they called ride outs where they would go to certain ends and try to talk to the youth, them, and you know what I mean? Calm
Right.
things down, this, that, and the other, yeah? And I went on that.
Okay.
You get me? And also that wasn't even a monetary thing.
Right.
Right. So I'm just saying that as a blueprint, if people really want to do it, it can be done. You get me? Because gang actually showed me that. Yeah. I left my yard. I even got X amount of parking tickets because I was up in anyway, that's a whole different story. But the point being is that in terms of a blueprint and a what would you call it, like a schematic or whatever, it can happen if people want to do it. And in that respect, you know, I'll give respect and, you know, their man their credit in that regard because, you know, and I went out with, it was, who was it? It was Beefy. And yeah, and a couple of other man anyway. But, you know, just in terms of what you're saying, Brother Kelvin, that it can be done, man, in terms of policing the community because that's really what it was about.
Right, but we have
And
to
what about
pay.
the rest of the people? What about the rest of the people who are?
This is the thing that you're not understanding, though, right? Is that I'm talking about securing the neighborhood, right, by paying for protection. You see,
Yeah, I
when you know,
agree. I hear
hold
that.
on, hold on, because when you know about affiliations, right? I said this before. When you know about affiliations, a lot of the time it's economics. You understand what I'm saying? And that. So the black community, if they fund, right, those who are affiliated that can supply the security, etc., and that, right, and then put it into a more illegal way. You understand? That
I
would be
do,
more
but my
right.
point that I'm making, sorry, the point that I'm making is that I don't think that that's been put in place in the first place, because if Mandem, can raise money from protection rackets, this, that, and the other, yeah, then you can do that in the community. Come on, man. That's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm hearing what you're saying, Brother Kel, and I believe it's a viable solution, as it were. Yeah, but it's just not being put in place.
Collectively, no, it's not.
No,
I'm
I
not
know.
saying collectively it's not. However, there are certain things that happens. So what I'm
I
saying is
understand that.
that even a
I do
clue,
understand that.
if
I
that
do
we don't
understand
need
Yeah,
that.
to
but
go
that's not
online,
enough. That's not enough.
we
We
don't
don't
need to
need
go
it
No,
to
but
back it
online
up.
and
no, I get
publicize
you.
it.
No, I
We
get you.
go to those who are affiliated with certain people, and then
Yeah.
they do, because the ones who are
But if
affiliated,
you go online and
they've
publicize it,
got
you
the
might get more
connection.
people getting involved. You might
Yeah,
get
but
more
Why am I
people
gonna
I
involved.
why am I
get
gonna go online and talk? Here's what you gotta understand,
Yeah,
Francis,
forget
that
that. Forget that.
I'm
But
gonna
Kel,
go online and talk about certain affiliations
You do
that
need to
certain man
promote.
them
You need the
are
promotion. You
doing,
do
etc. and that online.
no, but
to
Nah,
Kel,
I'm
get
not
more
listen.
gonna do
money.
that.
Kel, listen.
Go on, Francis.
Well,
Can you hear me?
I could hear you. I couldn't hear Nines.
Oh, shame. Sorry. I'm saying,
Right,
Kel, right? I can hear what you're
right,
saying, right? I hear
right.
you very, very well, right? But one, not everyone's affiliated, Kel. Okay.
That's what I was saying to you. So you go to
So,
the one who are
so wait,
connected.
no, but wait, Kel. But wait though, because it's not as easy as that, man. Because one, okay, where you are, it might be slightly different. It's a smaller town, this, that, and the other. In London town, it's completely different, bro. You get me? And
Sister,
that's why when 1 second, Bob, when
go on.
man used to shout cops to the ops, I was completely
Right.
against that, because I'm like, we are not in a position whereby
Mhm.
we can police ourselves. Yeah? Get me? So okay, in where you are now, do you think, and we're just being levels now, and I won't even go too deep in it because I know we're online,
Yeah,
but
yeah, right.
in fact, I know the answer, but do you think we can police ourselves, bro?
Of course we can, because I'll tell you why, right?
Okay,
Without
go on.
going in depth,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You see what happened in Perivara and that, right? That
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
Now that, you see Perivara and all them areas, that's families, you know. You do understand that, don't you? And that it's families. You understand? You can call whatever. That's a one entire family. So touching one of those is peak for you. Do you understand?
But
So
one
a
touching
lot of
what?
hold on. A lot of us also migrated into London. So you see the mandem in London and that who people know about, etc. Right? We're related to them. I'm not going to mention them online and that. So if
No,
we
that's
have a
fine. That's fine.
coalition,
That's fine.
hold on, just like the mandem in Manchester, you see. So those who are connected by blood talks to them, come up with that thing. Why would you not think police in the area would work out if they're being provided for, and security and reassurance that if anything happens, your family will be taken care of? Why would
Okay,
they not want
then,
to do that?
Gail. Then why aren't these systems being put in place? So, for example, okay, let me just quickly say something here. You know, several years ago, in terms of the you remember the riots that kicked off after Cadogan, right? After Duggan, sorry, not Cadogan. After the, you remember that, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Now, when all that looting and that was going on, yeah, what I saw, okay, all right, is that different ends, yeah, which basically means different nations, if I'm going to be real, defended their ends, right? Do you remember seeing anything like that? Like people coming out because obviously certain shops were getting robbed and this and that, blah 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 blah. Do you remember all of that, bro?
Yeah, but sister, that wasn't organized properly, though. This is what I'm saying. There was no coalition on that particular thing. What happened? As I said, I'm not promoting any form of looting, but what I'm saying is that.
But I'm
Go
not
on,
even
go on,
talking about
go
the
on,
looting
go on.
side, you know. To be fair, I'm talking about the defense of their ting side, yeah, whereby the organization just came in. You get me? I don't know how it was up where you are, but down here, anyway, you know what? Forget that. I hear you, bub. I hear you, man. I hear you.
You see the thing, sister, right? When our elders, right, our elders in Handsworth was trying to explain to the council that black women, black men, black boys are getting racially beaten up around King's Standing and Perry Rock. They didn't do nothing. So who do you think sorted all that out? Affiliations. Do you understand? Affiliations and that. We the one that done all that. So I know when you are affiliated, right, you can sort them things out. All it is reassuring other affiliations that when you do this, we'll take care of that and that. Now the problem with us as a people, when it comes to funding our liberation or funding our protection, some people are going to start saying, but why would I need to do that? I got the police. Okay, but the police are not doing as much as we need for them to do. So taking things out of our own hands, a government over a government, frightens people. Do you understand? But that's the only way you're going to get protected. So putting that in order and getting everyone together and that is possible as long as people don't try and make excuses for it. Do you understand what I'm saying in that? And if you're looking at the ad pack, and big up to brother Dino Kai, there's certain things where there's institutions where that is provided for anyway. If people would only go and seek out, etc., it's all there. And that whole ad pack movement caters all those things. Do you understand? However, it's going to take those who are affiliated. Now, people get scared of affiliation. Oh, he's a gangster. I'm not no gangster in that. You understand? But what I do know is myself and others is that when you're in certain movements and unfortunately gangs, etc., and that's how it is. So why can't we use our affiliation for the right way instead of the bad way? There's nothing wrong with that.
I agree with that. So that just takes organization, right?
It does, but not everyone should have their say on it, because people, when it comes to violence, people start to scratch their head and they'll say things like, oh, if that's going to happen, that's too gruesome. We're not promoting these things. However, penalties must be put in place. You understand?
So that actually sounds like an all else policy, Kel.
It is. Well, it is an all else policy. It is. Do you understand? And those who understand that is the only way. The problem is that you'll have foolish people who will misinterpret that and try and cause problems. So things have to be codified. That's why I'll say certain things in segments, because put it all together is problematic. But those who are affiliated, they're the key to get policing all the areas and that. Do you understand? Because everybody knows, right, is that when it came to the black community, yes, it was the Pan-Africanists, but at the same time, it was those them who people like to put down, right, who were codified were our securities, all them gang members that people had to put down. They used to protect the freedom fighters. All of them used to do it. Do you understand? And I know this. Do you understand? But if you're going to put them down and not secure things for them, they're not going to want to help us. So we've got to say to ourselves, you know what? Let's take care of them the correct way. You understand? And then they'll put their life on the line.
And I think Mel sort of alluded to the same thing, is that we ain't getting that link, bro. You get me? So that's why I think it may come back to you, the organization, because trust and believe, if there's a hot rave going on, I get the link. You know, like that.
Okay, here's the thing, sister, right? You see, when it comes to organization, You can promote certain security, but some security cannot be promoted because the law will say to themselves, okay, do you have license for this? You understand what I'm saying in that? Oh, are you authorized for that? You see, that's still following the law. So what I'm saying is some things, yes, and other things, no. Do you understand? And we have to understand these things.
Understood, Bab.
Right. But we have to be careful.
I get a message.
Hold
Hold
on.
on. Everyone take a breather. Get a drink of water. I'm gonna quickly play this and we come back again. Because I want to come back at a couple of things you said as well, Kel, isn't it? But it's not no combative thing, it's just a reasoning thing, yeah. But
sister, anything to do with the affiliation, I'm not going to be talking about that. As I said to you, I'm coming from the
forget that, man. Because I've already said my point in that regard is that most people are not affiliated anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying to you. So I mean, if you want to just round off that particular segment, like I said in it, most people I don't believe are affiliated in that regard, right?
Right.
What it would need, yeah, to go down that, you know, line in which we're kind of discussing is a way to sort of, like I said in it, I don't want to say get a database or whatever, but you just get the people them to come and donate to the thing, tell them why it is and this and that, whatever. You get me? But what I am saying is that those systems are not yet in place. That's what I'm saying. And I think Mel's saying the same thing, to be honest. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. So we can't say it's not being done, right? When people aren't putting in systems in place to have it being done. And those systems should keep in line with present day technology. Like I don't want people to ask me for money and say, oh, do you have cash? You need to stay with the times. Nowadays people don't have cash. Where is the link? What do I need to click? Is it PayPal? What like make it stay with the times. So,
and the thing is as well, Kel, sorry to cut you, Mel. One thing with women in particular, you know that they donate to causes, even bad causes. Like you got man like young Pharaoh that's got a whole, you know what I mean, a whole fucking living of black women donating to his cause. You see what I'm
right.
saying?
So saying that it's not the people don't want to. And when we ask you, okay, well, where's the evidence that you guys try to get donations? And it's, oh well, sister, that's a secret. I can't. That's not gonna fly all the
But
time. Like
it
because
can't be
hold
online, though. Can't be online.
on, brother. Listen, hold on, brother. Listen.
Go on.
They raffled off, right? There's so many ways to be creative at funding this mission. They raffled off the gun that was used to kill Trayvon Martin, right? He raised over $1 million for that gun, right? We could raffle off a freaking L Cool J record. Only we have to know what the hell that money is going to be used for, right? So miss me with all of these excuses and these reasons. I would appreciate it if you just stick and you stop at, yo, you got to do better. It ain't being done. All of these other reasons, there's a reason around that reason. So why haven't we explored that? Like I don't like. That's why I like to listen to Pan Africanism Strikes Back. He's helped me as a black woman just be more freaking accountable. We just gotta say we fucked up. We're not there. We messed up. We da 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 da. We gotta stop saying all of these excuses, like donating the funding of it when there's ways to get it funded. You know, he have a thing where if he texts people when he's going live, he don't rely on the YouTube algorithm, right? So he pays for a subscription and he can type whatever he wants to and it mass text to everyone else. Imagine if your organization says, everybody, yo, we're gonna need $5 to buy book bags. Let's call it book bags for supporting families, right? Everybody who get the link could pay $5. Like we gotta stop. We gotta stop making excuses, brother. That's all I'm trying to say. It is ways around hiding and being synchronized. Like let's stop. Let's just stop it.
Well, first of all, big up to brother Brandon. He's doing great works. However, we're not going to be going
You getting
online.
the Texas?
We're not
Are
going
you
to.
getting his Texas?
I'd put Brother Brandon good. As I said to you, we're not going to be going on alliances and funding to protecting black people where non-African people will shut that down and say things like this. Oh, they're going to fund themselves, or they're creating an army. We're going to do that in secret.
Did you just hear
There's
me say
ways
that?
where you can
I
pay
didn't
for
say
that
none of
without
that.
online. We're not doing that kind of thing there. We don't do them things there, but we're not doing that.
I didn't say none of that.
We're not doing all that.
But you responded to something I didn't say. That's what you always do. You respond to something that I did not say. I said we could do whatever we want to with the money. We could we could send kids to college and make them be our engineers and our lawyers and our politicians. We could do whatever we want to. You're the one who took what I said and made it that we're gonna be funding to protect black people and da 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 da. Which it sounded on one case that you were saying we should fund the protection of black people, but now it sounds like you're saying we shouldn't. Or maybe you're saying we shouldn't go online and say that, but I didn't say to go online and say that. I said that there could be an understanding
Each
that
thing
that's
done.
supposed to be. Yeah,
I
you twisted.
I don't disagree when it comes to paying for certain things online, but when it comes to protecting black people and that, we're not going to be doing that online.
But you're twisting
Absolutely.
what I'm saying. You're twisting what I'm saying to make your own point for whatever reason. I don't know why you needed to do that. I did not say that. But you okay, you're saying you're not going online doing that. I'm only giving my money to people who go online and say that. How about that? So it might be could be millions of black people that think like me, and you're gonna say that's millions of dollars on the table because I don't want to be flexible in my approach. That's stubbornness.
It's just that you're not politically educated when it comes to these things. Why are we going to go online and get everyone to fund? Oh, we're going to pay you to protect the black community, right? Openly, that's never going to work out. That has to be done in private.
That's
We can
not
go.
what I said. Could you stop putting words in my mouth?
We can go to a
No, you
place.
hold on. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Go to a
Stop
place
it.
and we can
Stop it.
say
That's not
this
what I
is how
said.
much this is going to be for that, and then that's how we're going to do it.
That's not
Other
what I
things
said.
we can
That's
fund
not what I
online, but not when
said.
it comes to protection. We're not doing
That's
that.
not what I said. That's not what I said. Stop twisting my words. That's not cool. I don't know why you continue to do that. It's like your ears is clogged up or something. It's like your ears is clogged up. Thank goodness for people like Marcus Garvey who don't sit around wait and wait and wait. He had action and people saw action and then they joined. Thank goodness. Because this waiting business, good luck with it, brother Kale. For real. Good luck with it.
Kale, can I just say something to Kale? I want to, brother, you've really impressed me today. I can see that you're my brother in arms and you got my back. I want to apologize for any misunderstandings or anything I might have said to offend you. My heart was in the right place, but I can see to hear that you're talking about you've got some system where you're protecting black people. I have to commend that, and I wish you well in it. And I hope we can go to a more productive online convo. But thank you, brother, for protecting the community and hearing what
And
the black stripes.
I appreciate that, sister, because as I said, it's not just myself; it's a collective. But as I said to you, you know what I mean? These things have to be tackled carefully. We want to make this a global movement. We want to make it a global movement. Do you understand? With our brothers and sisters in America, so they can do the same thing. We want to make that a global thing, but it takes all of us to kind of understand. Don't think of it, oh, violence. If we forget all that and fund it, then we can protect the black woman, no problem. You don't need the police and the law. We can create our own government under a government until we can overthrow it. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So big up to those. You know what I mean?
I think, sorry to bring it back to Sister Space, I do think that Sister, I don't know if your affiliations have anything to do or know anything about Sister Space, that domestic violence charity, but the very fact that she had to step down tells you that charity doesn't have enough protection, yeah? Because it may still be running, but the fact that she had to step down because of these violent the negrophobia, as they call it, these far right, these white people that don't like black people, yeah, managed to let her step down from one of her own charities. I'm sure she was the founder of that charity. So I think just things like that, charities like that need protection because they're doing good work to stop vulnerable black children and mothers from being attacked and having a place to go when they need to flee.
Hello? Where everybody go?
Oh yeah, me. Melanie, did you want to say something? I don't know. I think maybe we're doing something.
I wanted to say something a minute ago. I'm trying to think of what it was. I just got a piece of turkey bacon. I can't recall what it was, but yeah, I wish the community all the best. Everybody do their part, you know, and guess we'll meet in the middle, you know. Everybody do their part, you know.
Yeah, but I think Brother Kale made a good point that if brothers are providing protection, or if something happens to the brothers, or the families are going to be provided for while they're on lockdown, and that's a very good point because he's talking about community, like accountability that you can't
I
demand
think that initially the
from
people that are in those movements,
look after his family.
I think initially the people that are in those movements, they support it, and then as the movement, you know, becomes more like gains traction, more people join it, so therefore they have more support, and then once it gets to a certain size, like when you think about some of the other movements, they definitely just, I guess you could say like the more affluent group of part of our, oh shit, my dad going, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Oh
hear you,
damn.
babe.
Wait, hold on 1 second. My whole joint just my audio just messed up.
Did I just hear melanated sounding like an American for once in her life?
Shut up! Shut
Did
up!
she just say joint? No.
I said joint. Listen, I'm all mixed up. Because when I talk to Americans, they be like, yeah, she ain't one of us. Yeah, when I talk to y'all like, yo, she American. Siggy's like, I'm a mix up. You know, this is what I'm a first generation. This happens when you're first generation. You got a little bit of everything. But yeah, I was saying like the initial movement, the people who are poor, they don't have the resources to support. You see what I'm saying? Like when the Black Panther Party they was providing food to people who needed food. They weren't asking them for money. They were just people combining their resources and helping. And then when people saw like, oh, they need our help, once they got a name for themselves, then people started supporting. I'm saying, y'all know the saying, if you build it, they will come. You gotta create it. You gotta move it. And then you gotta get online and tell people about what you built. I don't understand how this thing gonna take off any other way. If I want to sell cakes, I don't open up and go online talking about I'm selling cakes and I ain't never built a cake. I might have to start selling cakes from my house first. Build a name for myself, right? Ain't that how that work?
But isn't the downfall of the Black Panther Party the fact that someone was able to come in, they got a name for themselves, and someone's able to come in and be a double agent and bring it down?
Yeah. Oh,
so,
okay. So now you're talking about how you can make whatever it is that you create. How can you make it better? But I think that the first step would be
I'm not
create
talking about
it,
making
right?
it better.
Because I wasn't talking about how to make it.
No, I'm not talking about making it better. The downfall of the Black Panther Party was a black person that was a double agent. Yeah, if you create another party like that, yeah, and then another black person is able to come in and be a double agent, you do not want history to repeat itself and end up
I get that.
breaking up a good organization. That is why Kale is saying that he don't want to talk the thing
But that
on a
doesn't mean.
public
I mean,
platform.
you're still going to need membership. No, but Betty, you're still going to need membership, right? So whatever movement that they use the political strategy and military understanding, whatever organization they start with that, they're still going to need membership, and whatever members they allow, there is a chance that that person could be a double agent. I don't think that means you don't create something. So I wasn't speaking about that there's no possibility now. The coast is clear. There won't be any secret agents. I'm just saying that in the conversation around like what consequences exist current today when there's harm coming to women, there isn't much consequences to that. And if we want to create those consequences, then we need to create the structures that could enforce consequences in an organized way and accept that there's a chance that that could get infiltrated. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I agree with your point.
Okay, I'm here, you know, guys. Sorry, I've just got a lot going on here. But where are we at with the conversation now? Oh, nine. Are you saying something?
Sorry, I just wanted to reply to what she said. Look, you know what? I feel like Kale is saying, and forgive me for talking for you, Kale. I just feel like there's a saying that they say, move in silence. That's what they say, move in silence. When you do battle and you're ready to do a battle and make war, yeah, you don't let the whole world know your battle strategy. And I think that's what Kale is saying, and I agree with him. I think that's one of the mistakes of the Black Panther Party when you let people know what you're doing.
Do you know what, Becky? You know, I think I'm hearing here. I'm hearing both sides of the argument. Yeah. So obviously we already know you never tell your right hand what your left hand is doing. We get that, yeah. But also the sisters need to know what is the plan of action. So how does she go about getting the information? Like, how do we get around that then?
I don't know, like my mum is part of she has a little Bibio group, and they're not online, tell everybody what they're doing. They just come together as people, have their monthly meeting, they pay their tithe, like Kale is saying, and then that thing goes towards helping BBO children and the people in need in Akwa Ibom State in Nigeria, but they didn't need online to let people know, and they're not waiting for outsiders to look after the BBO people. They do it themselves. But there's a code of conduct you have to agree to and make sure that you pay your offering. Do you know what I mean? To facilitate the work that needs to be done. But you don't need online to spread the word. There's plenty of ways to spread the
Sorry,
word.
Betty, I know this has got nothing to do with whatever we're talking about, and I know we're in a deep of our own conversation. But Nine, did you want to address that?
Which bit, Bab?
Base. You see him in the chat, yeah? Because I don't know if you wanted to address that or not. I know she was showing it, so.
No, but I know because obviously I've used some of Base Luke stuff to done her. You know what I mean? Base Luke's over there done in her dance. You get me? And obviously he was one of her top shotters. So yeah, he's obviously just coming to let me know, innit? Get me? But this is nothing we don't know over yet, so Beast. You know what I mean? But it's just nice to know that the other people are seeing the thing for what it is. You want to say anything, D?
No, I'm just going to say, basically, if you've got a twat like that over there trying to coerce you to get yourself locked up online, and you should never be listening to that or want to partake in any of that. The woman's sick, and for her to even try to get you to go and get information on her friend is disgusting. That should tell you what type of person you're dealing with, Luke. That should be your only warning and your last warning. Stop dealing with that woman.
Yeah, but I know she dash you under the bus, Luke. Manure, man. You know, so line E for reports the scummy side, man. We know the thing already, man. So yeah, man. But thank you for confirming, like I said, what we already knew. And because I said, like, I know you're the inner circle, we know so what you're saying is 100% truth, man.
Oh,
Get
but
me?
so is that why she's going mad? Because so her son is allegedly on illicit drugs, and did you say that allegedly he beat up the wife
And kids, yeah.
Oh, and kids! Oh shit!
Yeah, and ended up in Belmarsh. Remember, this ain't tittle tattle, you know. This is what they told each other. And like I said, when friends become enemies, it's peak.
Oh, no wonder she was going on the channel going crazy. Oh shit!
And you know it's true because Top G's upset now. Look, that's how you know it's true, man. You get me? Yeah.
Oh, no wonder she's going. She's having a meltdown. That it makes sense now.
That's what I'm saying, Betty, man. Yeah. Whilst Luke and the rest of them are over there on the other side done in her dance, yeah, she wants to come and review me.
He took a funny turn and beat the kids, and the missus has spent time in Belmarsh. But you know what? The mother is a thug. Michaela's like, she just reminds me of those old time gangsters. Like the Pat Butchers, the Peggy Mitchell's type vibe. That's the vibe that you get with her. I remember she was running around doing a drive-by on Rodney and streaming it. And you just think, why would you, as a grandmother, why would you do that and be stupid enough to stream it unless that's the type of life that you've led? It's a very strange thing to do, and call your husband to come and do it. And I just thought, you know what I mean? So I'm not surprised that the son is like that, really, because he's like his mother, innit?
I tell you, boy, tell you, man. Oh, look at Top G. Oh, Top G. Top G's not having it. Look, yeah, you see? The truth shall set you free.
And Belmarsh is quite, isn't it a high security prison? You've got to do something bad to get in Belmarsh. It's not really a place where normal criminals go. And isn't it quite a high security prison, that Belmarsh?
Yeah, man, Luke. Keep putting in that work, man. You keep putting in that work, man.
I can't lie. I am the little bit of clips that you sent me, Nine. I have enjoyed those. Keep going, please. Keep going. Who's the Cam lady? That Cam. I want to hear. Is it Cam?
The Irish one.
The Irish lady. That one. I want to hear more from her, Luke. Luke, we are asking, give her more airtime. Thank you very much. We are listening. Give her more airtime. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. They're all done in her dance, man. But because she can't done their dance because they're dealing with absolute truth and rights, with evidence and receipts and whatever. Car. I told you, these people clip every fucking thing, man. Screenshots, rare of this, rare of that. You get me? She's seeking sanctuary with my Brentford supporter. Big up yourself, easy, but don't let people play you, man. Yeah, man, we know about Cam, man. Cam let the people know that she ducks my son for sure, for real. You get me? Yeah, you fucking did, you cunt. You cunt. Loved it. But yeah, man. That's why I say when friends become enemies, man.
Anger, what did Cam do?
She gave her a good G check-in. Oh, but should we play a little bit? I wonder if Luke will mind us playing the Betty needs to be put in the loop of what's been going down, man.
Yeah. I didn't hear. I stopped watching her channel a bit because she was always arguing with the other random English folk. I was arguing with them. It was getting a bit tiring with all the arguments.
There's a little pattern to the thing, yeah. So what she does, she go over there, she'll get random ones over there, she'll pick them out, get them, try to align herself with them, get them to do all the dirty, grimy, stinking work, yeah, make them look like shits in these streets, and then she'll fall back and say, well, I've not a part of this, I've got nothing to do. Even though she's the one that's told them, ordered them, and gave them instructions on what to do, then she'll come back over to our side, onto the black side, causing a whole load of trouble and leaving them all over there arguing. That's what's been going. She's been doing that for years. We tried to warn Wendy about her years ago. Wendy refused. She refused. Then she listened. And then she went back over there. And I was like, oh, God. But now Wendy's seen her for what she is. And now the rest of them are seeing her for what she is. Grimy, fucking disgusting. Just, she's a beast. I can't stand her.
She's a real jobs worth, isn't she? What they call like housewives. It's like the real housewives of YouTube. Yeah, she's just. I'm not. You know what? It'd be interesting to know about her life as a young mother and stuff like that, because you just think like she's high school dropout, teenage mom. She must have a criminal record. That one. She must have some type of trouble and social services, because she just seems to love to cause trouble, and she'll drag her husband into it, and it's just not normal for a grandma to be doing all that. If she's really as constructive as
You
she
know
claims.
what it is? I just thought about it as
Yo,
well.
Betty
Right?
is funny, yo. Betty said, for a grandma.
But you know what it is? I just thought about it, right? It's another way of reliving her youth, innit? You get me?
Yeah.
Because obviously she was a mum from early, blah 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 blah. Yeah. And yeah, man, because obviously, many people have stated the amount of time she spends on YouTube and blah blah blah, So it may be
Who's coming
why.
to doorstep who? What's going on, Nine?
What do you mean?
Do you not see what Luke just put in the chat?
I don't know, Luke, jump on, man. Come bring that fucking northern.
They want to try and doorstep
Northern
because
chatting
obviously
with
the
you.
doorstep brought decay, isn't it? So I'm not
That's
surprised
how-
they'd be threatening Luke, threatening to come and doorstep him. And this is the type of woman that would probably try and do it as well. After I knew who.
90 for one, mate. Come and tell us what go on, man. We can turn this to 90 for reports at any time. Get me. Oh, let's have a look here. Told them to make sure Hector knocks because it'll be a base.
But brother Ken, I want you to understand, yeah. Notice you'll never see none of us doing any of that shit. The amount of shit they accuse us of online, yeah, you'll never catch one of us doing any of this kind of. This is just madness.
No, I've heard Luke say he lives in an estate, mate, and if they could get near him, they'd have done well. I've heard it, mate. I've heard it, mate. Luke said bare rearrangement of face. Yeah, man. Come on, fuck up the Saturday soup.
I'll do.
I'll do, mate. I'll do.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever graced your panel before.
Nah.
Well,
welcome.
welcome.
You came against me defending Auntie Jupes and Auntie Wendy, but
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, we're all guilty of that, aren't we? Jumping in.
Yeah, we get it, man.
Jumping in deep
Big
end.
up yourself still, because you know that I've been reporting your thing on 90 for reports. You get me?
Yeah, I watched one of your lives back the other day when you was going through like reviewing Jupiter and whatnot. But yeah, I've never seen fall from grace as graceless as what this is. Usually people recognise when the time's coming to an end and they either step back a little bit or they adapt the behaviours or change certain things to try and adapt. But Jupiter's just gone full fucking dream team now. She's like, fucking hell. She's everything
Right,
like.
yeah, I heard, but I watched, is it this morning actually? This morning I saw, is it Gem Catcher?
Yeah.
Somebody catcher put up a video and it was an Esau video. It looks like her and Esau's falling out again, right?
2 days ago they did, yeah.
Something about her lying, something with Brian Harvey or something. Is that a replay or is that a new video?
No, so it was a replay from years ago. I don't think it was a big deal. From what I could gather, Esau was right and Jupiter was wrong. But Jupiter wasn't willing to admit she was wrong and she wasn't graceful in the accepting that she's wrong. And you know what Esau's like, then Esau's just started giving it to her, and the one thing I've learned about Jupiter is she can never be wrong. She's always got to be right. And even when she is wrong, like she says that she's easy to offer apologies and stuff like that, but I've never heard an apology come from her mouth.
I've never heard that in my day in my life.
No, never. And like so I mean the reason why I thought it was, you know what happened with this child abuse shit that got dropped in her Discord.
Yeah.
she was just so quick to put it onto an innocent man. And like Plisco, I'm not sure whether you know much about Plisco, but it's certainly not innocent in the sense where like there's people like Violet Sky, for instance, who are fucking Christians and do you know what I mean, and won't do anything. Plisco, well, yeah, he might fucking dox you if you piss him off, kind of thing, but he's not gonna do shit like drop child abuse. And the fact that she just labelled him instantly and was like, yeah, it's him, he's done it, and then 48 hours later said, oh, well, it might not actually be Plisco now, but it might be Bops, it might be Seven. And then they started weaponising it and using it as a weapon to people. I thought, what? It's one of the most fucking slanderous, one of the most dangerous things you could call it as. If you get that label around my estate, you're getting fucking your house set on fire within minutes.
But this is the thing, basically. This is why I have to call you out a little bit, yeah, because she's done this many a times on our side. And I never saw none of you lot complain about it when she was going around labelling men pedophiles and rapists and all sorts. Nobody complained. But now she's doing it to you guys. I guess you kind of see what we've been saying for the longest.
Yeah. Well, they say, don't they, hindsight is 2020. So I've only heard one story where she said that she's accused somebody. Is it a guy called, I don't know, you have to mention the guy.
She's done it to three guys. Hold on, she says she's done it to 3 people. She's done it to Zikos, she's done it to Atticus, and she's done it to Motion. 3 times she's done this. Yeah,
Motion's the one that I've heard of, and she said that whenever it gets brought up, she's like, because it's other people who bring it up, like maybe Aduki Gold, for instance, or Ghost Speaker's Corner. And she's like, yeah, you can't. Me and Motion, we've apologised for that. Me and Hector have apologised to Motion, and we're okay now. So she quickly just buries it. So she's never discussed what happened there. It's only other people who know about it that obviously have talked about it. But yeah, like the likes of Ghost Speaker's Corner who might come over and say, no, you've done this, Jupiter. Like he'll get silenced. Do you know what I mean? He won't. Nobody will listen to him. And I remember like 9ether from so I first came around like Reel's channel. I remember 9ether. So at that time, I'd see it as like 2 sides. There was our side and there was their side, and I feel like everybody. I don't know. Like I can't describe what sides there were or who was on each side. But I seen like 2 sides to YouTube, and I always seen like 9ether as the other side, not as a bad person. But as the other side, and maybe that's not quite the case.
No, and I acknowledge that. That's why I said I know initially when we first feeble, you would come out defending your 2 auntie them, innit? And that's fine, innit? I get it. You get me? But now, you know, it's all come out in the wash, as it were, and now you see what it is, innit? So yeah.
I guess that's just one of my characteristics, though. Like if I'm friendly with you, I mean, I've got your back. It's one of my downfalls as well because I do get myself involved in things.
We get it. Don't get it twisted.
We argue
like when we're trying to point out our side, we would just like appreciate you take more notice to what we're saying too, because it's not just lies. We're not just plucking shit out the ear and just throwing it. You know, I'm hoping it sticks. This is literal things she has actually done and been recorded doing. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it was all from
Mother Carol's terminology. You were just being synchronized. You get me? If he's gonna keep it 100, you get me? Yeah, because I remember you.
And I've only been here for probably about 2.5 years now. So you have to gauge people, don't you? And you got to come from like so. From where I've come from, so I've come from a Brexit stance, and I've then.
Remember, you're one of Wasp's boys as well. So come on, let's get it.
No. So Wasp, I was Wasp after Rio. So first I was based Amy. I used to. So I went to like 2 or 3. I went to like 2 or 3 rallies, and I helped to like record the shit for her and that. And then I kind of backed away. I kind of seen Amy was a bit of a nut job. But obviously, so my excuse for that is that. I was very passionate about Brexit. I live up north. Do you know what I mean? We don't have marches and that up north. We don't do fucking rallies and that up here.
So hold on, do you still agree with Brexit?
I saw. Well, not with necessarily how it's gone or how it's going, but the idea of having our sovereignty and not being controlled by unelected officials in Brussels. I was all for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but Luke, you must know that you was lied to, right?
Yeah, we're always. Yeah, politics is always about lies. I mean, we're never going to be told the truth.
But I'm talking about in terms of Brexit, though.
In what sense?
Well, do you see any advantages from Brexit currently?
Well, no, that's what I mean. It's not. It's certainly not been dealt with. So the way that it was painted to us and the way that it was offered to us and promoted to us is certainly not the way that it's panned out.
Okay.
So the idea of Brexit is what I was for, like our own sovereignty, being in control of our own rules and regulations, and One of the things that I weren't happy about is that they had like Supreme Courts in the EU that could override our courts. It's like, well, what's the point? We waste all this money from to go through all these systems, and then at the very end, they'll just appeal to the EU law that we could just override it. So I weren't for somebody else being in control of us. I feel like Britain is a quite a strong power, and we can do more if we don't allow other people to hold us back. I think once we're on our own, I think we can do a lot better for other countries. And
no, I get that.
We can choose words to know that foreign aid.
How
Like,
did you feel when all the man them started to resign after? How did you feel about that?
What, as in like who? Maybe like are you talking about like Nigel Farage?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
even
that's
now,
right.
he's like saying that it's a failure, it's a flop, which
I think he's.
get me.
I think I see him as an opportunist, Nigel Farage.
Right. Because as you said, I think that the whole of Brexit was an opportunist. You know.
Yeah.
Because
the people.
As a working class man, Luke, right? How did you think that Brexit was going to be beneficial to you?
Because I've worked in fields where there's a lot of like Eastern Europeans working for us and that, and different European nationals, and there is a difference there, and you certainly can feel the difference. And as much as like the Polish may try and want to integrate, it's natural for the Polish to create their own community at work. Do you know what I mean? If there's more than 5 Polish, they'll create their own community. I feel like there was just too much of it, and I think when it happened, like mainly like the Polish, they started like going back and that, and like I'm a son of an immigrant, well, a grandchild of an immigrant. My grandparents were Italian and that, so I'm certainly not against like immigrants coming here. I just feel like it just needs to be controlled, and we can't just be held like, you can't just be called racist because you can't allow people from Calais like to come over. Like there's got to be a middle ground somewhere. And I feel like when we were in the EU, we were just getting we were like, I don't know what word it.
Doors wide open, people just flooding in.
Yeah, the doors wide open, and we was like, so imagine it like a relationship where a man and a woman, and a man's going to work 7 days a week to provide, and the woman's at home gambling all day. It was like, well, what we're doing all this for? I mean,
it's increased since Brexit, though, don't you, Bob?
What's increased? Yeah, immigration. Yeah. So people are seeing it as like a final play, aren't they? A final the chance to get
in. Is
that
true? Has the immigration increased since Brexit has happened?
Yeah, a lot more like Albanians and that now. Yeah, EU migration, no, but outside of the EU, yeah.
Good question. So, at what point is the UK going to understand this is an island, and we might sink?
Yeah, that's what I mean, and you got to be able to have those.
I think the more important thing here, right, and maybe things like this, we can sort of maybe find some commonality, right? Because like I know that obviously certain people blame certain people for certain things, right? But I'm saying, Luke, by now, even persons like yourself must know that it's not even about the people them in the bottom echelons. You get me? Like the people at the top are basically just wanking everyone off, mate. Like simply put. That's me.
So I get that. Wherever there's genuine like plight and people who are in genuine need, there's always somebody there to exploit them, and that's why I'm not for like.
That's we can take color out of it. Do you know what I'm saying?
The main reason for that. So, like, there's a story that I got right. I spoke to who we call like lucky men when you go to a beef and that the guys who sell the sunglasses and the watches. He told me a story that he was heading to Britain, and a people smuggler was going to take him. Say, for instance, the money was like $5,000. He didn't have the $5,000 up front, and he was told that he can go on like a buy now, pay later kind of scheme where he can work and he can pay a bit back, blah blah blah. And he got shipped off to a beef fair, and like they see this passport, and now these people smugglers are basically enslaved him. So I feel like while we're trying to like say yes, we want this person, or it's bad for this not to say yes to this person coming over, like the shit that they have to go through to do it illegally. It's inhumane as fuck, and like there's people benefiting from that. So a lot of people look at like people who are against like immigration or want immigration to be minimized or whatever, or to be reduced. They instantly see like them as racist. But like one of my have you watched? There's not a documentary. It's like a little on stage like talk. He's doing a speech, and it's the guy with the gumballs in America. and it's a really good. I'll send you the video link. It's really good. But basically, he's got a big jar. He's got like 3 jars full of gumballs, and he's got 2 jars there that are empty. And he says the 2 jars here that are empty represent like the United States, for example, and the 3 jars here that are full represent the poorest of the population of the world. He says, and what we do as Americans is think that we're making a difference by taking 1 million. So he takes 1 gumball, which represents 1 million, and he pops it into this empty dish. And he says, and now we're looking at this, these 3 jars of gumballs, and it's not making a difference. He said, but what we are taking is 1 million of the best people, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers. And while we're taking the 1 million of them people, the other people are now, having children and giving birth at like 6 million people a year. So no matter how many we take, even if it takes 6 million, it's not going to change what's happening in those countries.
Argument, right?
Well, yeah, and if we carry on taking the best of the best, then who are we leaving there to help build up those countries? So then people don't come from those countries. I feel like we're taking, and that's why I feel like once we leave, if and when we leave fucking Brexit, then maybe our foreign aid can go and stuff like that, or maybe we can introduce like an immigration system where we pay for you to come over here and we educate you and you work here. On, say for instance, if somebody wants to be a doctor, well, we'll pay for you to come over.
1 second.
Yeah,
One
second.
That is, but 1 second, Bab. That is where the not missing link is, right? But that's what I'm saying, because they don't, what you think that they want, they don't want. Yeah, the upper echelons don't want what you want, Bab.
No.
You get me?
No, the upper echelons, they want what? I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, but I do believe they want some form of like one system, one government, one like not one government, but it's definitely looking like that way.
What we definitely say is that they don't want what you want, right? Because I know you're up. I know you're up north, right? I don't know exactly where. I could say where I believe it is, but I believe it begins with P, right? Exactly. Okay, cool. Right. So you know about how the different industries have been diminished up north, right? You know, Thatcherism, blah 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 blah, right? And you know that they didn't even try to put anything in place to substitute that, right?
Yeah.
Which they could have done quite easily, in it, like quite easily if they wanted to, in it, because in that time we've seen the amount of money they've put into 2 Iraq wars, fucking Syria, but you know what I mean, and bailing out bankers and all sorts of shit, Luke. You get me? Where they could have spent that money building back up the areas that they fucked up from way back when. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
All right then. So what I'm saying is, that Brexit, like all of that, it was, to me anyway, it was a scam, in it. You get me? And as the poor people, we're going to feel it, bro. Yeah. That's me and you. Yeah. Like I know you got a couple baseball bats in your yard. I'm gonna need a few too, because people them are getting hungry. But I'm being slightly facetious, but obviously I'm making a point that like Brexit, I think, was a massive scam, right? And
it was, and I think what made if for instance, like I didn't like the way that they tried to implement that everybody who voted to leave were uneducated, ill-informed, racist. And I think that it was when I say scary, that I'm not saying like fucking cowardly scary, but it was scary as to how the government was so close to overturning a democratic vote. And I thought, no, and that's the only time that I thought I'm going to have to go and I'll have to rally. I'll have to show my voice, even though I'm one person. It's not going to make a difference. Like that's one thing that I was strong against, and it weren't necessarily for Brexit a lot. It was more for the fact that we voted for it, and now you're willing to overturn it, and that to me is just beyond fucking dangerous for a democratic country.
I hear that, bub. Yeah, but the reason why is because they know they fucked up. Because trust me, Luke, they didn't think they was gonna win. You know.
No, yeah.
Remember,
no, yeah.
Started on a bet.
And a lot of people voted as a fuck you to the system.
Exactly, and now they're feeling it. Are you vaccinated, Luke?
No, I won't. No.
Right.
I worked all the way through it. I don't think like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe getting the vaccination will kill me. But I worked all the way through it. I never got ill, so I probably got herd immunity, which I'm fine with.
All right, fair play. So back to your auntie Jukes now, yeah?
Ex-auntie.
All right, fair enough. Ex-auntie.
Just on there. Yeah,
So
I just
yeah,
think she's
man, you know, she dash you under the bus and that. I saw that.
Mhm.
You get me?
Yeah.
And got you to go and look for Auntie Wendy and that. That's a bit low,
She
isn't it?
did. Wait, well, so the main reason, so I fell out with Dave first, and that was because I was in Dave's chat and he was on a whinge like he always fucking is, and he said, "Oh look, you can't say anything. You go down fucking people's Facebooks as well." Which let me just clarify something, right? I don't. So you know, I don't even know your first or your last name. I've got no reason to look down your Facebook for anything. But if I was to look down somebody's Facebook, there's Facebook's public. What are you complaining about? Something like if you don't want people to see something, fucking hide it, you mongs. So don't blame me for doing something that comes natural, and that's fucking what Facebook's made for. But anyway, Dave said that, oh, you can't say much. You can't say anything. Look, you go on people's Facebooks. I thought, what the fuck? Where the fuck has this come from? So I said, well, Dave, I said, you weren't complaining when you was all right using my services. And I didn't even mention Wendy's name at this point. But then Jupiter got fucking paranoid and came out. Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Blah blah blah, and they started mentioning everything about Wendy. But Jupiter's one of the first people to
So
say.
she hotted up herself. So nobody knew that that's what Dave was talking about, and she went out there and got.
She went
paranoid.
out there. That's twice she's done it with me.
You see
So the most
guilty
recent,
conscience. You see the
100%,
guilty conscience.
100%. She has to get in there first. So the most recent time is, so Bleeding Heart and Esau, they always use pictures of my family, right? And they've used a picture of me uncle for fucking about a year. And there was this picture of a shit that Skits made, and there was a picture of me uncle at the bottom that Bleeding Heart have all recently added. And Jupiter says, "Oh, is that a bottom?" And then she tells him that, oh, it's Luke's uncle. She goes, oh, he's a bit weird looking, isn't he? But before this, like, anytime she'd jump on and his picture would be there, she'd be like, oh, take that down. I'm not being on here. When we were friends, she'd always say, take that picture down. But then the second that we fell out, she was saying how weird and ugly he was. So I thought, you're a fucking little snaky bitch and know exactly what you're playing at. And she forgot that she sent me a picture of all the family at a wedding. So I snipped just her and Hector out, and I put it on YouTube. I said, you want to fucking grow up, Jupiter? I said, because if you want, I'll start going through all your family members and commenting on their looks, shall I? Grow the fuck up. She got paranoid and put a picture out and doxed all the kids.
Yeah.
What's good for fucking gays, though? It's good for gander. Don't comment on my family when I can very easily comment on yours. Grow the fuck up. You're a 56-year-old woman, man. 56-year-old fucking woman thinking that she's going to bring change to humanity via YouTube. What the fuck is she from? She's deluded. Beyond deluded. She admitted to having 4 accents, one of them being a Nigerian one. But what the fuck? How do you get a Nigerian accent? You've never been to Nigeria. That's Jupiter for you. And then the story with the son and the Belmore, she told me that. So she told me that, basically, she told me that when we was on this StreamYard or whatever, it was a private StreamYard, she told me she was crying. She was like, Luke, that story that Wendy's, yeah, it's true. So I do believe that Wendy's going to use it against me and blah, blah. But she told me all the story. She told me how he was outside an ATM machine and he found a 10 bag of weed outside of him. Took it home and smoked it. Ended up being laced with spice. So he ended up having a fucking meltdown or whatever, funny turn. And he beat his partner and young children. And spent time in Belmarsh for that.
And she came online and said this shit.
No, just so there was only me and Dave in the StreamYard. It was private. Instead of having like a Google Meets call and it was just a StreamYard. Dave's not denied it. I don't think Dave would be able to deny it because of his Christian values. But he certainly hasn't told the truth. I've said to Dave, I said, what are you going to do? You're going to stand on the values of somebody who's on the side of Tommy Robinson? Because, he loves Tommy Robinson. He's a massive fan of him. But you shouldn't choose the side of Tommy Robinson or the Christian values.
Why did you take that though?
That's what I've got no idea. I have no idea. So the story where Dave supposedly smoked spice, that's not true. Dave never smoked spice. He 100% took the back for the Jupiter, and I do not know why. Loyalty, I get it.
Pick up yourself,
I'd do that.
Jump on.
I'd definitely do that.
When he took the rap, was the story already public though?
No, I don't believe it was. I believe that it was rumoured, and then to shut it down, he threw himself in the mix.
Okay.
All right, big up yourself, Dopey Dave, as Wendy calls you.
Dopey Dave.
Wendy's words, not mine, man. But yeah, all right, that's a big thing.
Hold
still.
on. Wendy's got the one for giving people names, you know. That bitch. Wendy used to call. Do you remember when she used to call Chantal? What was the one she had for Chantal? Wendy. What was the name she had for Chantal when Chantal? To something nurse. It was a something nurse. I forgot.
Oh, nurse Ratchet was it? Oh,
Nurse Ratchet. But wait, Luke here. I say that Gummy can't be done. Yeah, like if there was a nuclear explosion, her and the cockroaches would survive. What do you say?
No, I see a difference. I see a different meltdown than what I've seen before. I don't want to blow my fucking own trumpet, but I do believe that.
Blow that shit, Northerner man. Come on, man.
I do believe that. I'm not I shouldn't have been the one that she fell out with.
I agree, man. I fucking love it, man. I agree, man.
One thing I do is I'll stand on the truth. I won't back fucking down. I won't. I don't. I want to see you as like she's getting the heat piled on her now. So no, like you're gonna speak the truth, and if you're gonna threaten me with your entire fucking family, you either follow through with it, or I'll fucking make you want to follow through with it.
Well, what are you gonna do if she brings the tears, though, Bab?
Tears? She's already tried that.
Oh.
Tears? What? Oh, you mean like tears as in like going on a live and crying about me?
Yeah. What if she does that, man? Because that's still in her back pocket and that.
Yeah, I'll restream it and laugh.
Oh, okay. Say nothing.
I'll restream it. I'll review it, and 100 like there'll be countless lies in there that can say no, that's not the case. That's not the case. Like people, Jupiter might have fallen out with other people before, but me and Jupiter we were quite friendly, and again, like I'm not blowing my trumpet, but I'm quite popular around that community. Do you know what I mean? Like people will jump on my panel and that, they'll watch my show. So if you have to choose sides, I feel like they are picking my side, not Jupiter's.
No, I hear you, Bub, because the point being, right, when you was done in her dance, she's over here complaining about me and Divine and other women. You get me?
Yeah.
I'm saying,
we're not even interested in this woman. When we cancelled her in 2000 and flipping, what was it? 2021 we cancelled her. That like this is what we did. We cancelled her and let it be known. So what we do now, when she comes on the panel, she'll still, as she always does, trying to insert herself into our conversations, trying to get in where she can fit in. We just talk around her, above her, around it. We just go all around it. When she talks, we just talk over her. We literally cancelled her, but she will still try to find a way to. That's just what she does at this point.
Oh, yeah,
it's cat and mouse. It's cat and mouse at this point, and we can see who's the cat and who's the mouse. It's crazy.
She's a typical narcissist. She's not going to give up unless somebody forces her off.
Agreed. But yeah, man, I'm glad that at least I'm glad that you've noticed how one weaponizes certain issues or subjects. You get me?
Well, she's more recently. She's jumped on. I don't know if you know about the fucking fake King of Scotland.
Yeah, sure.
And his fucking coercive suicide threats. I said if he was in a relationship with somebody, if we was the partner and he was, and well, say for instance, if you're in a relationship with him, you're his partner, and he's doing this to you, it'll be done for fucking domestic abuse for coercive suicide threats. It's domestic abuse. You've got no intent of fucking killing yourself. You want to do it to either shut people up, to silence people. You just do it to manipulate people. I've seen people like you fucking time after fucking time, and I'm not buying it. Certainly not buying it. But Jupiter. So, for instance, when Sean was on the phone to the police saying, "Now this guy's going to turn up to his house and that," you'd hear Jupiter in the background saying, "Don't forget to tell him that you were suicidal last week." And I thought, "Oh wait." So somebody who says autistic and is vulnerable, you're all right reminding them that they're also suicidal. Do you see the fucking games that you're playing, Jupiter, and how you use anybody just to? And this is all because Sean hates me and the Hive. She's now fully took him under his wing.
It's all lights, clicks, and giggles. So you see that whole CP thing? Is it gone to the police or is that just a ruse and that? Because I heard my girl Moons, took off all the evidence and this and that and blah blah. Yeah.
So she said that the other day. She said that she's removed herself from the case. She's removed she's withdrawn all evidence, so she can now speak on it. And then 2 days later, when that Dan Terrigan went to Sean's house, for some reason she rang the police and said that this is all threatening her for her to give information because she's a witness. But 48 hours prior to that, she said that she's no longer a witness. But basically, what I was told, so I got a 40-minute conversation, maybe the night or 2 nights after it happened, and Jupiter called me, and she said that she never saw it. Crystal had messaged her on Discord, and
This
she
is
basically,
Dave's online bird, yeah.
Dave's online bird, and she said that Plisco dropped it, blah blah. So then Jupiter's gone onto Discord, not gone onto the group or looked at the message, but has gone straight to like the settings or something and has like deleted the server. And she said because she didn't see anything, this was on the Wednesday, for example, because she didn't see anything and Moon seen everything and got it screenshotted and she knows it's Plisco, she's what the police are calling Moon back on the Friday. And Jupiter at that point told me she's having no involvement with the investigation. That soon changed because she wants to be relevant.
Mad. So she actually dropped her mate in it initially then.
Which one, Moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, she talked. Yeah, that's why even Dave's had to come out recently and said, I don't know what games you two are fucking playing, Moon and Jupiter, but Moon, you did say it was basically Dave's now in a relationship with this Crystal, and the evidence that Jupiter sent me of the CP happening was just a thread of messages from that Crystal saying that it happened. There was no proof that it happened, and there was certainly no proof that it was fucking Plisco. So that got put out. And if we was then to believe what Moon and Jupiter were saying, that none of them two have said that it was Plisco, the only evidence we've got to say that somebody said it was Plisco was Crystal, saying Crystal's going to get thrown on the bus. So then Dave's like, well, no, because she fucking did say it, Moon. So Dave's come out and has called Moon a liar because she did say it.
But you know why Dave's a dopey cunt, though? That's according to Wendy, because, so, I don't know if you know, yeah, but Gummy's got a habit of streaming my shit, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And so I told her to stop, right? Because the other day, when Empress Janet was streaming something that her and Moon was on, she got Moon to strike Janet, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, nah, that's just purely hypocritical.
Hypocrite. Yeah.
All right.
I call her a hypocritopotamus. That's my new nickname for her. Hypocritopotamus.
Right then, there you go. So you know what she's done? She got Dopey Dave, to stream my live.
Ain't she a fucking player?
You get me? So you see, she just uses and abuses people, man. It's a mad thing, man. Yeah, man. So yeah.
She knows exactly. So on her channel, she'll act all nuanced, and she wants to talk about the Book of Ashkenazi and that. But when she's on other panels, mate, she's fucking going in deep like the rest of them. And she said that everybody, like one thing I picked up on recently, like she says how we're all incels and we talk about like we're constantly referencing sex. We fucking don't. I'm quite a prude, to be fair. But she'll end the panel saying how she's going to go and ride fucking Hector. I think, what are you, a 56-year-old woman?
Why is she telling you this?
56-year-old woman, like probably the same equivalent in Storm, and you're saying you're going to ride your fucking husband? Like, don't talk to me about fucking talking about sex all the time. Like, you fucking do it yourself.
Exactly.
Honestly,
so are you telling me you've only just noticed this now? Like, for real, for real?
Right,
this is what I'm saying. This is a madness because these are things she's been doing for time. She'll be running around saying that everybody else is this and that, and everyone's slags and hoes and whatever. Meanwhile, she's the only one out here strip teasing. She's the only one out here got DP pics and bikinis and shit. She's the. Do you know what I mean? Like, this has been going on for years. And when I say these things, people think, oh, she's just being spiteful. She can't stand her. They hate her. No, these are factual things. It's just the way I'm delivering that you don't like. But these are factual things.
No,
she's been doing these things.
See, but when you don't have an issue with somebody, I'm never good. So to be fair, I don't think I've even. What's your name? Sorry, you support them.
That's Lady Divine, bub.
Right, yeah. So I've heard your name, Lady Divine. So when you don't know like your side of the story, or even like I've never even like listened to your panels or anything like that. So I've always took one side, and I've always been friendly with Jupiter. So I've had no reason to ever question her or doubt her. If she says that Nine is a fucking troublemaker, I think Nine is a troublemaker. It's only when I've seen her actions with me and I've been used as a tool, I think, well, actually, all these things that people are saying are more than likely true, then, aren't they? Your actions speak louder than words, basically.
Yeah, well, listen, basically, give thanks for that honesty, man. Because, like I said, I know initially when we met, like I said, you came into battle for your aunties, and that's fair enough.
I think I used to call you Rita Skeeter off Harry Potter, because I don't know if you ever watched Harry Potter, but she's that like little journalist who always comes around with a notebook peering over your shoulder. And I said at that time, yeah, I always seen you as like a little journalist popping in and just getting little notes every now and then.
Well,
That's
yeah,
good thing,
because that
that
was
thing.
the beginning of the scummy side, actually. Yeah.
But no, yeah, I thank you for letting me on.
Yeah, man. Well, give thanks
Nice
for
to
that.
wear grace with the panels every now and then, but always stand on the truth. That's my motto. Even if like you feel like people will look at your west, or you fall out with people, or your circle will dwindle, always stand on the truth.
Come on, man. Well, you keep putting in that work because you know Nani for reports, and I know it banner anyway. You get me? Because yeah. So you just keep reporting, bab, and
You've got permission, and like outright permission, if you ever want to use any of my videos or streams, like you won't get a copyright strike from me.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right. Well,
Right.
do your
Thanks
thing,
for having
man.
me, ladies. Catch you later.
Big up yourself. Happy Saturday, man.
Ciao. See you later.
Right. Yo, Divine.
Yeah, sis.
Your friend's here.
Oh, he can fuck all the way off. I'd rather get Luke back on it.
I swear to God, man. Hold on a second. You know what? Let me see. Let me. Yeah. I can't even take you seriously, Gold, man, because I've listened to what 0161 has said, and we're just like, we're not taking you seriously, bro. Yeah. So I'm gonna let you on, you know, but I'm telling you, I no longer take you seriously.
Wait, we need Betty. We need Betty. Where did Betty? Oh, fuck's sake. Betty's gone.
You're gonna tell us how black women are this and black women are that, and black women and black women and black women.
But hold on, before we go anywhere, I put in a public service announcement. Can somebody tell me what's happened to our little Scottish friend? Where's Captain, man? Where's the captain? I haven't seen him all year. Like, where's he gone?
He's messaged me on a video a couple of videos ago. So he's about, man. Hopefully he's getting himself together, you know, giving that liver a good, detox and this and that. Don't worry, melanated, man. Come on, man. Okay. So Gold.
No, I see. Okay. The most portion of amount of money that the sisters have in the community, where would you say most of that money goes to? And I'm not trying to be like
children.
It's not a side dig or anything like that, but I'm just asking you the question because
right. So
we established this.
Let's start again, Gold. Yeah,
on big channel, and this is what made everybody
start again.
Up in there. Yeah,
we're going to do it the 9th way this time.
All right. So you okay? I just want to. You didn't want to ask the question. We just saw that.
You're not going to speak over me. That's the first thing. Okay, because you can't go anywhere else and speak over them. So I don't think why you think they're gonna do it here.
Yeah, but they answer my question, so I feel like you're just trying to avoid my question. So I'm just pointing.
What question, Gold?
I just asked, innit? What
the black women are
spending their money on weave? We were talking about is weave. So I don't know what you can see in that, which is such a bad thing. But go ahead if you know. I'll let you do your 90 for line of question.
Do you know what it is? Yeah,
Betty needed to.
I'm not going to allow you to confuse me today, Gold.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm not coming into your web of confusion. Okay. We're not doing that. So have you got any apologies to make, or do I just need to kick you out one time? Which one is it?
Wait, so how are you making this dramatic? You could break this down logically, or you just want to show your power. Have you got any
apologies to make, or do I need to kick you one time?
What do you mean kick me one time?
You understand English.
Well, I was talking to Betty. What, are you taking offense? Are you taking
last
offense?
Time you listen?
Are you taking offense to what I said to Betty?
Listen to me, man. The last time we heard your voice.
No, let's try another way. Let's try play back that bit, that thing that you showed earlier, and let him respond to it. That's the better way to go around this. Let's see his reaction to it.
Yeah, obviously it wasn't. I'm not. I didn't say I was proud of it, but I was in a state of. I was out. I had some drink. I was a bit wavy. Yeah, I said that. So whatever.
So when you're wavy,
I still made points that were not so clouded. So
perfect. So let's play it back, and then you can tell us which points do you still stand by. That will help a lot.
Well, I've just mentioned them, so you can save that. Like, because you can do all of that. I'm gonna jump off, and I'm not here to catch face off of any type of news. I'm not an idiot. People get me angry and I say things, but you lot can review it, innit? I'll leave you to review.
Angry, but no one was speaking to you though.
Yeah.
That
No,
was
I'm not you. I'm not saying you now. I'm just saying, but if you don't want to review it and try and say what, like, I know what I said. You lot can see the things that I said that were clearly wrong, and I'm not going to apologize for them. Like, that's all done, said and done. That's not going to make a difference now. It's just like I'm going to try not to do it again, and that's what it is. Like, we clearly know what points I made that are right and what points that were wrong, or statements I made that and words I said that are wrong. That's just like, it's not much to it. But if, you know,
actually, well, this is where the confusion is
I pick
because
up mine, though, man. I hope you don't hold it against me.
1 second.
I just don't like Betty, man.
Yeah, but 1 second. 1 second. Let me just say something. Yeah,
I just don't like
this
her.
is where the confusion is, though, Kingo, because you're saying that we clearly should know the points that you made that are right and the ones that are wrong, but that's what we don't know. So that's why we're asking for you to help us and let us know which ones do you think are right and which ones should we perceive as wrong.
Well, all the ones that were clearly stuff that is maybe borderline racist, with using, you know what I said in it. Don't like. I don't know how you're trying to pick this out. You know, all I said was
because as far as I'm trying to tell you, but you're not catching on. This is what I mean. That this is why I know we have nothing in common, because when I'm telling you that, as far as I'm concerned, for where I'm standing, none of it was right. None of it. But you're gonna tell me that some was right and some. So I need to know what parts do you think was right.
So the point made about women, the black women want to complain about, you know, maybe white people. A lot of the time about the situation of economy, the situation with money, finances, and a point of me talking about the way they wear their hair, pure weave, and it was based off me making a thing about Betty's hair, and that was only directed at Betty. But if we want to ask me a question, do I think that a lot of black women generally walk around with nappy hair? I don't really see that often, if you want me to ask me that personally now. So I don't think I was just saying fuck black women today, innit? I wasn't. I was saying fuck Betty. Like, I don't think I would ever do that, especially with, you know, people may see to be as racist. I'm not as racist on the panel like JA. I'm not saying he's a racist. I don't know if he's a racist. I don't even really watch what he really says in terms of that's that racist. He's very political what he says.
All right, let's keep it real, Gold. Do you actually remember what you said?
I know, not really too much. No, I didn't cling on to it. I've watched it back, but it's a case of we made some points that were reasonable. Obviously, JA is not going to start crashing back.
So what about what you said about black women?
What he wants to say, and he's saying that. Wait, if black women ain't shit. I said they haven't done shit in terms of conquest. That was a point I made. I said white, black. Yeah, I said yeah. They ain't done nothing, and that was on the line. That was in context with conversation about. I think it was about like achievements and stuff. That was kind of along the lines the conversation was going. So yeah.
So just to be clear,
we're very historian. That was a very historical.
So I'm asking you in the listen. I'm asking you in the clear light of day. Is it your belief that black women ain't done shit?
But this is your attempt to respect me off now, isn't it? This is so you are trying to.
Oh my God! Can you for once just answer a direct question?
He was clinical with it. You know what I mean?
Kingo, can you do us a favor today and try to ask Nine's direct question? Yeah, so try and answer that. Go again, Nine.
Just asking him in the cold light of day, yeah, because the day's a whole new day. That day was that day, right? So it could be argued for whatever reason you was in your feelings. All right, cool. So now I'm gonna ask you very directly: do you believe that black women ain't done shit?
Well, the Queen of Zinga, Queen this one, this that. Yeah, they've done. Yeah, there's a couple of
So the answer is no, then basically, yeah.
Huh?
The answer
There's
is
notable. There's some notable historical African women that, like African women in history that have done stuff, yeah. But in terms of doing major things like conquest, no. Only the ones
Okay,
that
but you know why I find that weird though,
the
Kingo?
Moors, all black men. They didn't. They a lot of them had concubines that they met on the way, even mixed with Turk women.
Cool, but Kingo, you know what I find strange with that? Because when I heard Nynefa playing the thing forward earlier, yeah, you said something along the lines of, now I could have got the actual words wrong, yeah, but you said something along the lines of black women kind of ain't done shit, but white women, the concubines, have created nations. Was it nations? I think you said.
I don't know, mate. Well, if you can pick it up to the context of where I said black women haven't done shit at all in history.
Okay, we'll play it.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can hold me to it, but I haven't, because I know that black women would have been a lot of creators, like on other stuff, like
you've had art jizzing on your tits. You've had art jizzing all over your chest, you dump. You've had a fucking Asian man jizzing all over your chest, and you don't even know him. Yeah?
Do you want
to, man? Man, step on down.
Why are you jealous? Are you jealous? Are you jealous?
We done talking. Hey, listen, I've been jizzing on the titties.
You ain't never
I've been jizzing on the titties.
The last time you had a woman was when you came out your mother's womb. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so that's right. So pull back. You had a drunk man that smells of fucking, I don't know, an old person's shoes.
It's better to have a drunk man than a man like you that can't get out of his chair.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So give me the drunk man,
I'm telling you,
the Pakistani milkman any day compared to a man like you that can't get out of the chair.
Let me speak.
I mean, does your dick even stand up?
Unhindered.
Let's be honest.
Let people
you can't
speak,
get out of
Betty.
your wheelchair and your dick can't stand up. You probably need a fucking vibrator.
She's been talking about my dick there, you know. She loves talking about my dick. She gone off of Jedi's dick and she's talking about King Gold's dick now.
I mean, please.
She's gone on King Gold's dick. I'm 6 foot, but listen, I'm going to be honest with you. We're different, man. We're different. You're from Jordania. You're Jordanian. No offense to Jordanians, but you're not even African.
Is your hair
You're not even African. You're more Jordanian than you're African, so you lost. You lose.
Yeah,
I'm in love
man,
with you.
man. This is
The way you want me
That's a good hair watch. Are you upset? You upset because he can walk and he's got straighter hair than you?
I'll be back though, yeah, man. Because this is like
you're mixed race, but you just got Pierre Dirt.
You won't just.
What's that?
No,
What's that?
I said she's mixed race, but she got bare dirt on her face. That's why she's black. So really, I wouldn't even gunning black people that say I'd gunning mixed race people because she's mixed race, sis.
Kingo, question: What are you?
Yeah, but she's dark skinned.
No, Kingo. The question is, what are you?
Yeah, mixed race.
Right. So I don't get it. I really don't understand your thinking.
Yeah, but come on, it's Betty though, man. She punched so many people in the face online. People that have passed away. Come on, man. I can give you till I look. Shut up, man. Like I wasn't shooting at anybody else, and I made that clear. I swear I made that clear. I'm talking to Betty. Like so, I think someone said, like, are you talking? I think it was Kale, and I don't know. Yeah, Kale, man. He let me down, man. I knew he was going to try and cape for her for some reason as well, and he did. Like Betty, so you let no one speak, bruv. Yo.
All right, but let me reverse it, Kingo. Imagine I'm on the panel. All right, let me reverse it. Imagine I'm on the panel now with Veli, yeah? Just say, let me just use Veli or Ultra, one of them two, yeah? And we're now having a back and forth, yeah? And I don't even know what we're arguing about, but now the argument's progressed, and I'm now taking it to you black darky dear, you're black this, you nigger that, you're black.
By the way, yeah, I'll be back though. Listen, man.
Listen. Do you think I will be making any sense knowing that I'm a darky as well and I'm black as well?
No, but I don't know what I might, but I wouldn't have been saying it in the way you're saying it. You're trying to execute me. I was saying it in a little bit more of a political way than that. Come on, man. You're just doing some right wing. I don't know.
I'm doing some right.
Chelsea versus Millwall.
Pick up yourself, Kingo, man.
Sis, that's too much. That's too much. Say it in context, man. Allow me. But the dark thing and the mixed race thing, I feel like that's been perpetuated by a little bit by this unsynchronized thing. And I haven't really said it too much to Kel because I really like the guy. and I think he's a bit depressed, but I think it is. And I made that. I was just saying.
Or you rub some sort of tan into your face.
Anyway, big up,
Better
man.
look
Because
next time.
you
could
are
always
mixed
get
race,
a
though.
press, you know. You could always, you know, straighten your hair or get a relaxer if you're that desperate for that straight hair.
Betty, you're talking like a baby. You
know what? King Hush thinks his curly hair is gonna stop him from getting killed by the white supremacists. He actually thinks that.
Why have you dropped out, Gold? Oh boy. Oh.
When the going gets tough, tough gets going.
I'm telling you, man. I am telling you, man. No what coming.
The perfect song for that, sis. You know the perfect song for this? Come on, we got to bring back the old respect anthem. Run, the boy, run, the boy, run. Run, the boy, run, the boy, run.
Rotted. Run, devil man, run. Rotted. But he said he done a wheelie. He done a wheelie in his chair. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't even take these guys seriously, man. Let me just quickly get back to this video, man. They can't handle the thing, man. Betty, you know. Oh boy. Right. Let's get back to this before we round it up.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Fucking a black man does not make you black. Having biracial children does not make you black. It does not give you the pass to say the N-word. Does not give you a pass to be ignorant. Thinking you're somehow better than black women for sleeping with a black man is abso-fucking-lutely not the flex you think it is. Your biracial kids are not a fucking trophy. They're literally human beings. It is a choice not to educate yourself. And when you choose not to, you are choosing to give your children identity issues. You cannot say you love your biracial children and shit talk black people. You cannot say you love your black biracial daughters and shit talk black women. And if you do, you cannot be surprised when your kid goes no contact with you when they turn 18. God damn, it's not that hard to get. I had a biracial man tell me the other day that his mom took him to Great Clips until he was about 13 and she got a boyfriend that asked her what the hell she was doing. Some of y'all's kids' hair hasn't been done in 6 weeks. Walking around looking like a damn rat's nest. Like it's a bare fucking minimum for you to learn how to do your child's hair. Bare minimum. I'm tired of seeing these grown biracial children coming on here talking about the horrible shit y'all have said to them. Talking about the horrible shit that y'all's racist ass families said to them. If you know your family is that racist, why would you be having biracial kids? I really want to know, because this is sad, man. And it's got to be by far the most selfish reason to have children. To fulfill some weird ass fantasy of yours. Trying to gain proximity to blackness or whatever the hell you're trying to do. Either way, it's weird. And it's selfish and it's disgusting. And if you're a child of these situations, adjust your crown, please. You are not a trophy. And it's time to start healing.
Adjust your crown, please. Yes, divine. Ah, dear. Hold on, let me see a bit. Yeah, man.
What a thing, sis.
I tell you, man. Colonization continues, man. It's a serious thing, man.
Yeah, we need our case study to come back. Where's he gone? Roll up with your wheelchair, man. Do a case study right now.
He don't want that smoke, man. But it's really, really interesting though, because yeah, it's interesting still. It's interesting. Because like we said, right, for some it must literally like be like an internal battle, right? mad.
Well, since we can hear it, even like when he came up now, you can literally hit that. It's just a madness. I don't. Yeah, the confusion. This is what I mean. I ain't got time. See, if I was. This is a good example of what I'm talking about. So if we as Black people were to sit down here and take out all this time to investigate everything that's going on with them and the confusion and the madness, and we're taking our eye off what we're supposed to really be doing. Do you understand that? Do you see what I'm saying? This is a burden we just don't actually need right now. They're gonna have to deal with that over that side. Because right now we're still trying to figure out how we're gonna get Black women together and get the Black men them together and to do the protecting and that stuff that we've been focusing on, yeah. But now we got to stop all of that now to go and figure out what the fuck's going on with Okingo and his bag of confusion. No. This is a problem we don't. This is baggage we don't need. This. It's ridiculous at this point.
Man,
You heard the conversation with Melon and Kel earlier, and then imagine having to stop focusing on what the Black women's plight to deal with this fuck shit. Do you see what I'm saying? So we got to put ourselves secondary again to deal with issues that have nothing to do with us. Like, this is a madness. And this is what I'm saying. They just keep proving me right constantly. Mad thing.
So do you think it's something innately within us?
I don't know, sis. I think it's been taken advantage of, though. It could be, yes, it's definitely something within us because you can't prevent it. You're gonna reach out. You're gonna want to, you feel the pain and whatever. But at the same time, while we're feeling the pain and helping them out, we're sacrificing our own needs and wants. You understand? Right. So it's like you got to sacrifice once, and why are we always having to sacrifice? This is why we're not making no progress, because we're always having to sacrifice something in order to do something else. So therefore, it seems like we're stagnant, but it's not that we're stagnant. It's just that our priorities are not in the right place. We need to start prioritizing. As sis Kushti put it last time she was on, it's like when you're carrying baggage and you start to unpack the baggage and you realize, hold on, why am I carrying this and why am I carrying that when I need to be? Do you know what I mean? You've got an extra load on you that is not needed. When right now we've got kids out here that we need to be fixing. We've got men out here, we need them to get together. The sisters out here, we need to get that. Do you know what I mean? We've got so much other priorities, but our priorities are all the way effed up. It is what it is. And until we recognize and understand we need order up in this bitch, then it is. And that's what I'm saying. People's feelings are just going to have to get hurt at this point in time. It's like every man for themselves. And right now we just have to be Black first. It just is what it is.
Absolutely. And like I said, I think, just going back to that earlier video, I think a lot of it is this, historical, unfortunately. Yeah, freedom for Britain in the building. Jupiter's fuckers come crashing down, ladies. Well, we're watching from the bushes, babe. But yeah, do you remember Freedom, Divine?
Yeah, I remember my little friend Freedom for Britain. Big up yourself, mate. Big up yourself. Come on.
Man. They're over there putting in their work, boy. Hey, mad thing. But Divine, I'm gonna leave it there. So I think we put in a nice little shift. It was a good little bird. She's done out here.
No, he did not say that.
Done out here.
Done out here. Come on,
man. But yeah, it's a good little build still. But I think what's it called now? A little refresher of certain little history is always good still. So I thought those videos were quite interesting in terms of the whole MuLaTtO situation in Zimbabwe and the rulings and the legislation, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So that was interesting, man. And true, I'm in different settings today. I'm in my fucking room getting all comfy and all that shit.
No, you need to get up. Yeah, that's what I'm at. You get lazy in the room.
Yeah.
You get lazy.
Man. You get.
Go and get up, stretch the full time.
My bed's a mazza. But I'm gonna leave it there anyway and go and do a couple of things, man. But big up yourself as always, Divine. Thank you, everyone else for passing through. Betty, you know what I mean? Big up yourself for keeping your clip them down still, and that does show growth, and she's hitting the gym and all that shit, so that's good, man. So I'm gonna try and do the same. And big up yourself, Cotton. You done know. Settings are come. And yeah, Bass Luke, I used to call him 3%, made a little cameo. Get me more exposure for my you know. So all those shits there is good, man. So it's been a good day, man. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. And I know you told me what you cooked already today, so let me go and sort out my life.
Okay.
Right.
Big up family. Big up everyone that passed through. It was a good one. But bless up brother Kel, man.
Yeah, man. Brother Kel, as ever, he's probably gone back to his family settings and that. So let us both do the same thing, man. So yeah, man. One love, man. You done everything, family. It's been a good one. It's been an interesting one, as ever. Get me. Couple what do they call them? What do they call? We call them dumplings. Suet, yeah. Couple suet get dashed in the pot. Oh boy, I'm not even gonna highlight that one. Freedom. I'll leave that there. Big up yourself, Cotton. Big up yourself, Mel. And yeah, man, big up the chat. And 1 and 9 is a good number to leave, right? Because that's what I can see on my screen. So that's a beautiful number to leave on. So as ever, be safe. Yeah. Love yourselves, love your family, and you know the rest. Yeah. Hit the notification bell, because you never know when I'm going to pop up. Big up the Holland, Holland cookie. And yeah, man, but listen, one night, family. Let's go and do this. Let's go and enjoy the rest of our Saturday. And yeah, man, take care. One love as always. Peace out.